themselves in the ascendancy here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
New day, day 4, second test between the West Indies and Sri Lanka. The Vivian Richards Stadium will be in focus as both sides battle once more in this two-match series. As we reflect on the test match itself, Sri Lanka electing to bat first. They batted really well to get themselves to 549 for 9 declared. The West Indies in reply also with a solid effort. They sit on 318 for 4 and 2 batters well set. Shea Hope, Justin Graves, both in their 80s, and the trail just 231, and the West Indies looking like they'll just let Sri Lanka bat again. It's nice and cool here. We love these conditions. We haven't had any sort of rain interruptions, so we've enjoyed ourselves here at North Sound in Antigua. Alongside me, Mali Richards, the hometown boy. Mali, let's just reflect on day 3. What were the takeaways?
Well, it was an attritional day of Test cricket. Both teams fighting to get into the ascendancy in this Test match. Obviously, Sri Lanka 1-0 down, having to win this Test match to level the series. But I thought at times, you know, Sri Lanka bowled very well. The West Indies absorbed pressure. We saw John Campbell come out, exhibit some good decision-making up until his dismissal. But that partnership of 174 between Kavem Hodge and Shea Hope, the way they've just controlled this innings and blunted the Sri Lankans. They went long periods wicketless, and they managed to rotate strike and keep that scoring rate decent, not have too much pressure on them. And they've set themselves that target now where they can go past the follow-on mark and hopefully maybe even get a lead.
Yeah, staying with that, go past the follow-on mark. 32 runs away, the West Indies, from making Sri Lanka bat again in this Test match. Now, it's day 4, and of course, the pitch and conditions would have changed across this Test match. We had our main man, Jimmy Adams, out in the middle assessing those conditions alongside Shea Hope. Let's hear what they had to say.
Good morning from out in the middle on this, the day 4 of the Test match, second Test match between Sri Lanka and the West Indies. Good conditions certainly at the start here, a few showers early this morning. And I'm happy to say that we're joined this morning with Shea Hope, West Indian wicketkeeper, not-out batsman overnight, who's come to give us his views on what has gone and what he expects from the wicket today. Shea, thank you very much for being with us this morning. We really appreciate it. Now, you would have spent a lot of time in keeping wicket, batting better part of 2 sessions yesterday. You'd have had a good look on this wicket. Just give us your thoughts generally on where you see it at the minute.
Well, I think the game is I would call it evenly balanced. I think it's a pretty good surface, and they obviously batted us. You would call it out of the game to a certain extent, but then we came and responded really nicely with the bat. Like you mentioned before, keeping always gives me a good identification of how, you know, what the surface is going to be like. You can get a nice key judge of what's really happening on the surface. So I would call it an advantage from my point, but I think pretty decent surface still. Let's hope that those few balls that kept a bit low yesterday doesn't start too early.
Okay. We did see the spin of Jayasuriya. At times he opted to go over the wicket into the rough areas. We can have a look at the rough areas right here. How much of a distraction would this rough have been for you? There are times when we saw you opening your blade to sort of manipulate it from just inside the rough to the offside, but there are times when you decided just to kick. Was that a distraction for you?
Well, I try not to give away too much because I know the guys are going to be inside probably listening to this, but it's one of those things where when you're not getting as much from the surface, you want to try things, try to throw the batsman off. So I understand the plan. It's something that I would do as well if I was a left-hand spinner. But personally, I don't think there's too much of a threat around there. I don't want to say too much, but it's nice to see they're trying things. That means that, or from my perspective, I believe as though I'm in charge. If you're trying so many things and you're not getting the success you want. So it makes me feel a lot more confident about it. Okay, the guys are trying something else. we won this battle, we won this next battle, let's make sure we keep going. But yeah, it's something that can play a part. It's day 4 now. Bit more sun on the surface, you never know what can happen in the next couple of sessions going into day 5. So I think it's very important for myself and Justin to start, reassess, understand the conditions and see exactly what we need to do in the first hour initially, and then see what's a good
If
target
you could
for us.
think ahead, maybe wave a magic wand, where ideally would you, not just you but the team, like to end up, say, stay by tea time today, all things being equal?
Again, I can't really put a number or a finger on it. It's just about being in the best position for a team. You know, it's one of those surfaces where things could happen on day 5. You never know what. A few balls may start to keep low, the cracks may open up a bit more, so you never know what can happen. So it's important for myself and Justin, as I said, to start well, ensure we don't give them any early inroads, and kind of put them out to the game, or almost make it more in favor for us to get a result rather than the other way around. But the first step is to get that deficit, do that follow-on deficit, and then we see how it goes from there.
So time definitely still a big factor in this game?
Yeah, for sure, for sure. 2 days, you know, cricket can play. Things can happen very quickly. It's not one of those games where you know exactly what's going to happen, so we got to ensure that we're doing the right things, the necessary things to keep ourselves in the best position going into the rest of the day and then into day 5.
Shay, before I let you go, we saw you wince a few times when you were diving for catches, and a few times when you played some of the shots yesterday. Just a quick update on the shoulder. How's it going?
You're really trying to get a load out of me, man. Like I say, not trying to give away too much, but still giving me some discomfort every now and again. Certain shots I play, just every now and again I get a quick little sharp pain in the shoulder, but I'll be okay.
Well, we wish you a quick recovery for the shoulder. We wish you all the best today. Good luck. And there you have it. Viewers, the man himself, he has a lot of work today to do, but basically he's saying what we thought all along. The business areas here, still good for batting. There is a little bit of a rough area that might keep the spinners interested, but all in all, it's still a really good wicket for batting. Runs should be scored today on day 4.
Thank you so much, Jimmy Adams. So grateful to have Shea Hope on the start of day 4 to give his views. He was very guarded, very calculated, not giving away too many, and quite rightly so, as he sets his sights on possibly a 5th Test match century. Let's reflect on his innings. We have Samuel Badri, who has graciously joined us. 86 runs scored yesterday. Samuel, when you reflect on the way he's gone about scoring, what would you say were the hallmark or the key items in that effort?
Hello, Darren. Hello, Mali. Hello, everyone. It's just the composure that he has demonstrated. His technique has always been solid. We know of his exploits in the white ball game, particularly in one-day internationals. So it was only a matter of time for him to translate that into this format. And since his return, he's done exceptionally well. But yeah, there you see the evidence of his equilibrium at the crease. And you combine that with the temperament that he has and a hunger for scoring runs. This is what we've come to know and expect from Shea Hope. As you mentioned, on the cusp of another century in this format, and hopefully, as is reflected there on his wagon wheel as well, his scoring areas he can convert this morning. But the start, as he himself mentioned, very important. Still a lot of time left in this test match. They still have a deficit to avoid in terms of that follow-on initially, and then in totality with that Sri Lankan mammoth first innings total.
Mali, what can you glean from that wagon wheel? A lot of runs scored through the offside area, not necessarily boundaries, though.
Yeah, they ran well. They presented a full face, not really looking to overhit, timed the ball quite sweetly. But you saw also quite a few hit through the onside by Shea Hope, which tells you he was very balanced at the crease. As you said, DG, a lot of runs through the offside, his strong area, but the way he flicked and maneuvered the ball and actually played quite a few sweet on-drives as well. The way he played through the onside told me just how balanced he was at the crease.
What I also want to add is his experience coming to the fore. When they tried that short ball plan at him, he just decided to go under it as opposed to what John Campbell did, which gives the opposition, it shuts them down immediately. So they just tried that for a few deliveries and then they reverted to their more orthodox style.
Just 9 boundaries in his innings so far. Again, just reinforcing the point that he's relied a lot on rotational strike. Now, this is significant because most batters, they tend to target bowlers. Vijay Sundara is the bowler that he scored the most runs against. So He did have a liking for him, and there you can see how he did accumulate his runs across the various bowlers thrown at him. The left-arm spin of Jayasuriya too was another bowler that he was able to manipulate and to score. So let's now talk about Justin Greaves and that partnership of 174. Oftentimes you see batters complement each other in some form or fashion, maybe with the bowlers that they target, maybe in the areas that they score. Hope was very good offside. To me, Justin Greaves was brilliant through that onside mid-wicket region, Samuel Badri.
Yeah, we did have a chance to speak to him yesterday evening, and he felt as though he missed out in that first test, and in very good batting conditions. He didn't want to miss out. Again, this is what he did against pace in this innings. He too demonstrated really good balance at the crease, and you can see the bowlers who he picked off more than others. Jayasuriya, the spinner. So, and he mentioned as well that a relationship he has with Shehoop, very good friends. The communication out in the middle was quite evident throughout the course of the innings. The partnership has been brilliant, and long may that continue from a West Indian perspective.
Yeah, we continue to talk about his areas of scoring. There's no better shot than an on-drive or a flick through mid-wicket.
Yeah, and he plays it with quite a languid style, as we were saying yesterday. He's quite pleasing on the eye. I've gotten a chance to really watch Justin Greaves close. He's played his cricket here in the Leeward Islands for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, and I've really had a chance to look at him and see how he goes about his game. He's very professional, good all-round cricketer, catches well. He brought up his debut 100 here at the North Sound versus Bangladesh a couple of years ago. He'll be hoping to bring up his second a bit later on.
Yeah, really special partnership with Greaves and Hope. We had a chance to talk to Justin Greaves yesterday, a man of few words. Now, let's just shift to someone who laid a foundation for the West Indies in this batting effort, John Campbell. His fourth Test match half-century was notched yesterday on day 3. We had a chance to talk to him. Here's what he had to say.
Quite deliberate from John Campbell.
Some innovation.
Pulled in front of square. Test match half-century for John Campbell.
It's just about playing the situation of the game for me. Whenever I go out there, I try to assess as quickly as possible and then play the situation as it presents itself. Not trying to premeditate what happens too much, but just staying in the moment and taking it up one ball at a time. I've had some success at the regional level. It's just about me now taking it a step further and being consistent here at the international level. I think I've been putting in the work, so it's just for me now to go there when it's game time and execute. There are millions of people around the Caribbean, and to be one of the selected few to represent the people of the Caribbean, not only who are living in the Caribbean, but those abroad as well. It means a lot. I know that there are millions of people out there watching and rooting for us. So for me to be one of the selected few to represent the people of the region, I think it was an honor, and I'm hoping to go out there and do the people of the Caribbean proud. Obviously, 2 years out, it was a tough period for me. Not playing cricket for 2 years, no training, anything of that sort. So it just taught me to a lot of patience. Through that period, it was tough. I had to wait and verdict with decision and whatnot. So it just taught me a lot of patience and to believe, to have belief and not to give up. You know. So this year, I just want to go out there and express myself and give myself the best chance possible to succeed.
John Campbell played brilliantly for his 72 And up until the point of that indiscretion that got him dismissed. Now, Samuel, as we get set for action, that ball, that second new ball taken by Sri Lanka, 29 overs old. Which bowlers should start this session?
I think Asita Fernando from the far end, Sir Andy Roberts' end, because he has always looked to see if he can produce something. And maybe the debutant, Vijay Sundara from here, but I wouldn't mind the left-hand orthodox as well.
And Mali, as the local boy, spin will play more of a leading role today?
Oh yeah, definitely. We saw the role he played yesterday from Prabhav Jayasuriya, bowling 36 overs. I expect him to have quite an extended run as well. West Indies will be hoping to blunt him. There's a bit of rough starting to develop here on this Sir Vivian Richards Stadium pitch. It'll be interesting to see just how much of an impact spin will make as this match progresses.
Thank you very much, Mali. Thank you, Samuel Badri. Well, we're about to start and commence another day of Test match cricket. It's the West Indies versus Sri Lanka. The start of day 4 coming your way.
That is absolutely perfect.
What a start. That is top class. That's power. Pure power.
That is perfect. Absolutely perfect.
After 3 days, the second test between the West Indies and Sri Lanka remains in the balance. After a superb batting effort by the visitors, the hosts have replied with patience, determination and concentration to find themselves with 2 set batters in Shai Hope and Justin Graves on the verge of well-deserved centuries. So can the West Indies continue to grind their way towards first innings parity? Or will Sri Lanka strike early to put themselves in the ascendancy here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium?
Welcome to very good cricket weather here in Antigua. .49 for 9 declared by Sri Lanka. The West Indies fighting at 318 for 4, still trailing by 231. So, kite flying weather as we go and listen to our man on the ground, Gerard. Highlights from the day's play yesterday. Kavem Hodge and John Campbell started proceedings. John Campbell was severe on anything short in amongst being very watchful. Graves having his last bit of liquid nourishment before start of play. And I'm joined here in the commentary box with my namesake, Stacey Adams. Stacey, good morning to you.
Good morning to you, Jimmy. Hello to all the viewers. I think a compelling day of cricket lies ahead. I think it's a day that can really decide a lot of the outcome in this match. Sri Lanka still has 213 runs ahead. Yeah, still 213 runs ahead, and they'll be looking to target that rough. I think Jayasuriya, he'll be a real threat today. He'll be the key man that they're looking to get this breakthrough. But these two been looking solid for West Indies yesterday, and it's just a hope for them to continue to build on that.
Partnership worth 174, and not much between them statistics-wise. Hope 86 from 173. His partner Justin Graves 85 from 162. They came to the crease both within 9 runs of each other, and they've proceeded at pretty much the same pace throughout the course of their respective innings. So it looks as if Sri Lanka are going to start proceedings this morning with Milan Ratnayaka, who has bowled 19 overs so far in this innings. Wicketless. And he will be hoping to get his name in the wicket column this morning. Sri Lanka will be looking for a breakthrough as soon as possible to try and make inroads into the West Indies tail end. Shea Hope to face. First ball of the day. And speaking to Shea Hope this morning, he reiterated just how important this first hour is going to be for the West Indies in their attempt, first of all, as he rightly said, to get past that follow-on mark, and then hopefully go way beyond that and, in his own words, try and put the game to bed. It won't be easy, but they still have, he thinks, a decent batting surface in which to attempt it. Big appeal. We'll see how much the captain believes that there is something worth asking for. In the end, not interested.
He thought he heard something, Milan Ratnayaka. Kusal Mendes as well thought that he heard something. He went up in jubilation, but after conversations, they didn't decide to take the review. Yeah, but certainly, Jimmy, that first hour, this first hour, so important. You know, if Sri Lanka is to get a wicket or two in this hour, they'll feel quite buoyed by that and feel as if they can get that lead and try and build on it and send West Indies back in quickly. Of course, one of the things that they're relying on is those cracks widening and that rough as well. Day 5 pitch might be difficult in their estimation.
Again, we see the appeal for that caught behind down the leg side against Shea Hope. A big appeal from Kusal Mendes, and technology confirming that there indeed was something there. And the captain, who by now would have been informed by his backroom staff that there was indeed a touch, can only rue the fact that he didn't refer it upstairs. So a bit of luck for the West Indies.
Yeah, opportunity missed quite early for Sri Lanka. That would have been ideal for them, a wicket in the first over. That is a direct consequence as well, not taking that review. They only have one review remaining. They burned 2 reviews yesterday. So in the back of his mind, the skipper, should we take this? Was it convincing enough to take the review? Yeah, definitely an edge on that.
How much will this cost Sri Lanka? We will find out as the day progresses. So a bit of drama in this first over. It's 3:21 for 4. West Indies trailing by 228 here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in reply to Sri Lanka's mammoth total of 549 for 9 declared. And it's going to be Asita Fernando to take up the attack from the Sir Andy Roberts end. A good wind blowing across your screen from left to right, which he has used over the course of a test match and a half to help his general swing away from the bat. Starting with a slip and a very straight gully, or a 5th slip. A deep backward point on the boundary, and then he has a man at cover. He also has a man catching a short extra cover on the drive, a mid-off, a mid-on. And as we've seen from most of yesterday to most West Indian batsmen, he has a deep backward square and a fine leg. Electing now to put the man at cover into short mid-wicket catching. So 2 men catching on either side of the wicket inside that catching area. Oh, and that one has kept a little bit low.
Yeah, that's one of the other things I think Hope spoke about, the fact that a few deliveries kept low. They just have to be watchful of those. That one really low. Luckily, it wasn't on target. Seen a few of those throughout this test match.
It's interesting to know when variable bounce starts to have an impact on how a batsman thinks. I know a lot of players in the past, once the bounce was outside the line of the off stump, it didn't really bother them. They were quite happy to say, listen, it didn't happen on the stumps. The general area stump to stump is still very good, and I'll not worry about it. Where it becomes a worry is when it actually happens stump to stump. Because you then know if it keeps low, you're going to be in trouble. I won't profess to know what Shea is thinking at the minute, but he was aware this morning in his little discussion with us that there is a little bit of variable bounce. But I'd almost second guess and say that where he's now at 89, he's not unduly worried. He'd be more focusing on just getting in this morning, getting a start, getting the partnership going, and building from where they left off yesterday.
And when you listen to him in that interview, he's quite alert, Sheho, quite aware of what the conditions have to offer. And he didn't want to give too much away about his process as to how he approaches the bowlers out there, particularly the spinners. But from yesterday and even now today, you can see that critical thinking is applied all the time, delivery after delivery. And yeah, you're right, Jimmy. Once it's not on the stump, we haven't seen that. We haven't seen any delivery. Keep low, directly on target.
Ahmed Nova for Asita is 321 for 4. West Indies total of 321, containing 36 boundaries, 2 sixes off the bat of John Campbell and 34 fours. It's been a workmanlike approach from the West Indian batting lineup. Thinking about 2 and coming back quite comfortably. There hasn't really been a period in the innings where we've seen the Sri Lankan bowling attack allow the scoring rate to get away from them, as happened on a couple of sessions when the West Indies were in the field. So it's a credit to their bowling unit on how well they've adapted to what is a very benign surface, easy paced, good for batting. Milan Ratnayaka, as he did yesterday, employing a strengthened onside field. He's got a mid-on, a short, straight mid-wicket catching, and then a man in orthodox mid-wicket, along with a fine leg. So, opting now to use men catching in the mid-wicket region rather than the deep backward square that they've employed from time to time. It suggests that he might be tempted to bowl a slightly fuller but also a slightly straighter line to Justin Greaves.
Yeah, a few areas there to be concerned about outside. Not directly in line, so that's good. But with the pacers in operation now, also one of the effects that this will also have on the pitch is them just running in and hitting those areas more with their spikes. So creating more.
There we see an example of exaggerated bounce. But I'll say it once again, outside the line of the stumps. Justin Greaves almost being teased into a response, pulling out at the last minute. The key for these Sri Lankan bowlers, seamers, will be to see if they can get the pitch to misbehave wicket to wicket. Good delivery to end the over, coming back and going through Justin Graves. It's 3:23 for 4. Partnership inching towards 200s, currently stands on 179 between Shea Hope and Justin Graves. Asita Fernando beginning his 27th over of the innings. Have a look at that last delivery of the previous over, just coming back off the wicket, and Justin Graves would like to think that he left it, but all of that happened pretty much after the ball had beaten him. Asita still bowling with a deep backward square, so it's certainly keeping the option of the short ball open for him. Also has the potential of creating a bit of indecision in the mind of Justin Graves. Has played a few hook shots in his innings, tending more often than not to roll his wrist and keep it down when he did play them.
Yeah, they do have the field set for that. They went to that short ball planned to him late yesterday afternoon, because it was so close to the close of play, and given the end as well, because the wind is against him. If he hits it there, Justin Graves, he opted to just leave them alone, duck under a number of deliveries, but in the back of his mind, a few deliveries kept low to Shea Hope, wondering how he'll approach it if the short one comes. Also, I think it was a bit overused yesterday. I think it was 6 deliveries of short balls. It looks as if it's going to be a surprise delivery.
Full and driven by Justin Graves. It probably won't get to the boundary, another couple, but a fuller length that occasion from Asita. There is swing. Just think that if the wicket is showing signs of a little bit of misbehavior, both Asita and Milan Ratnaika would want to be bowling a slightly straighter line. Justin Graves, who played quite a few delightful drives yesterday on both sides of the wicket. Asita now having a word with his captain, and after quite a bit of discussion, the end result is mid-wicket, coming over to the offside. So now 2 men in the covers, 1 short extra catching and 1 regulation cover fielder. So strengthening the offside on the drive. Justin Graves driving and driving well this time, piercing the field 4 more.
Yeah, impeccable timing from Justin Graves. Slightly over pitching, just too full. Was swinging away from him as well, but gets himself in such a good position that he's able to make contact. Finds the gap. And again, just simply sublime from Justin Graves.
Deciding against a second. 8 runs from the over, 331 for 4. Four overs bowled for the day, 13 runs scored off them. West Indies still trailing by 218. Both batsmen now have moved into the 90s. Justin Graves on 94, his partner Shea Hope on 90. The partnership approaching 200, 187 now stands. So that is the line that could cause problems if there is going to be variable bounce. That line, that length, if it jumps, potentially could hit high on the handle of the bat. If it keeps low, it's very hard at the pace at which it is coming to adjust in time. That will be the length on the line that the batsman will want to avoid if possible.
We haven't seen a lot of consistency in that area so far this morning from Sri Lanka. Yeah, that variable bounce we were talking about. This end, I think, has a little bit more bounce in it. Yeah, that one keeping slightly lower that second time around. Similar areas as well. That one just took off. So he's hitting it in the same area. But there you go again. The fourth ball kept even low. So it will create some indecision for the batters out there, but not on target. We did see in that over, that same over from Milan Rathanayaka, did bowl a number of deliveries, I think 5 or so outside the off stump, away from the bat, and then he tried to bring the other one back into him. And almost had him playing at it as well, Justin Graves.
And just for the viewers who might just be tuning in, there was an appeal down the leg side of Shea Hope in Ratnayaka's first over that was not reviewed and subsequently was shown to have feathered the bat. So a bit of luck for the West Indies.
It's a conversation. Yeah. Kisal Mendes, he thought it was gone, Milan Rathanayaka. But the hesitation to take the review. Just one remaining for Sri Lanka. They seemed confident initially, but after deliberation decided not to go for it. So a lucky break for West Indies very early.
Umpire Paul Rifle didn't look at all interested. And I just wonder if maybe the conditions here, it is very windy. And there are times when, if there is a slight sound, if the wind is blowing opposite to the direction of the umpire, the standing umpire, it doesn't help to carry that noise. He didn't look interested, and neither bowler or wicketkeeper could convince the captain to take the review. A maiden over from Ratnaika. It's 331 for 4. Western is trailing by 218 with a score of 331 for 4, having negotiated 116 overs across days 3 and now day 4. Dhananjaya now bringing in his deep square into mid-wicket. So no deep backward square, but still the protection on the offside. A man catching at short extra and a regular cover.
No!
There's been a lot of communication between these two batsmen ever since they came together yesterday. They both of them spoke to enjoying batting with each other. They spoke to having known each other for quite a long time. I wonder just how much that relationship can impact an effort that we're seeing now. They've been together at the crease now for a couple of sessions, and they really seem to be gelling as a pair.
That will certainly have a huge impact. And I think when you look at all the West Indian batters, really, they seem to have a good relationship with each other. They all gel well, and it's something that batting coach Floyd Reefer spoke about, having that synergy at the crease, being in sync with each other. It's so important to understand when there's a threat to another batter that's not necessarily a threat to you, how to get a single to get the other person on strike so that they can deal with the other bowler. These little things make a big difference in a partnership.
Yeah, I really do think that just if there is a strong relationship, not just within the game, but, you know, outside the game, players sometimes tend to be a little bit cliquish in terms of who they hang out with, who they eat dinner with on a night, that sort of thing. But key for me is having somebody at the other end who trusts you and who believes in you, and you feed off that confidence. I'm batting here, I'm in a battle with somebody who believes I'm good enough and is backing me to do my role well, and I'm backing him, and batsmen feed off that, I think, especially in the heat of battle.
Yeah, I'm hearing great communication out there as well. Sometimes when there's a quick single taken, hearing Graves or Hope shouting your end, telling them where the ball is going to come. You know, so definitely that connection helps a lot. You see them sharing information there, asking questions. And you trust the answer as well, as you mentioned, trust. It's good to know that you have a partner that wouldn't take you down the wrong road, Jimmy.
For sure, for sure, for sure. Yeah, there would have been players over the years that I would have had a preference in terms of batting with, one of the things that you alluded to that showed that I enjoyed playing with them was the absolute trust, especially when calling for singles. It was more of a look as opposed to having to look myself. And sometimes just a look, just a nudge, and we'd be off, single completed, and it just relaxes you and gives you that confidence that, like I said, you're not in the battle by yourself. A dot ball to finish. It's 3:34 for 4.
Yes, I want that. That's what I want.
So the West Indies still trailing by 215 runs. 3:34 for 4 now. Shea Hope with his highest test score now in the Caribbean. The 93, having faced 190 deliveries. And putting together a partnership currently worth 190. Justin Graves, his partner, on 94. Both having faced almost similar deliveries. Shea Hope 190 for his 93. Justin Graves 181 for his 94. Boundary count not too far apart either. Shea Hope 9 boundaries versus Justin Graves 11.
Yeah, Shea Hope is previous best of 90 versus Pakistan in Barbados. So if he gets to those 3 figures, it'll be a fabulous 100 for more than one reason. Sort of a rescue act, you'll say, yesterday, and then getting 3 figures at home. When you think about the fact as well that he's still battling a bit with that shoulder, you see sometimes he grimaces after playing a shot, but it just shows the heart of a player, you know, wanting to be out there in the battle for his team.
The other thing is sometimes little niggles can actually help you concentrate as a player. I do think that Shea Hope falls into that category of player that will be using anything to work for him, and maybe that little discomfort actually keeps him in the moment, keeps him focused. So interestingly now, Kusal Mendes noticing that the batsman, Shea Hope in particular, prefers to stand outside the crease to Milan Ratnaika, is now forcing him to take his stance inside the crease by standing up, obviously with the helmet for protection. A practice that is gained a bit of notoriety in world cricket of recent time. Wicket keepers and captains realizing how much batters enjoy and feel more comfortable batting outside the crease to certain bowlers, and basically just saying, listen, we're going to make life as uncomfortable for you as possible. But it has, in many cases, resulted in wickets. Shea Hope with a beautiful stumping in the first innings of Justin Graves. This is what happened in Sri Lanka's first innings. Justin Graves going down the leg side. Kamindu Mendes attempting to flick, and in transferring his weight, Shea Hope bringing off a brilliant stumping. And it was a wicket that really came at a good time for the West Indies.
Yeah, they're hoping for the same, aren't they? There was a record 215 runs partnership between Kamindu Mendes and Lahiru Udara. Bit of brilliance from Shehope. Quick hands. And just thinking about it again. He's still struggling with his shoulder. You would never think that, Jimmy. But the execution of that stumping.
World class, world class. And just a bit of brilliant feeling that impacted the game. That partnership was really burying the West Indies at the time. And an attempt by Milan Ratnaika for a repeat of that. Deliberately, I would think, going down the leg side. Justin Graves initially thinking of switching feet and almost falling down in the process. But that is the pressure that you're under, because your first instinct as a batter is to whip the ball with the back foot coming out of the crease. You have to maintain a level of awareness when the wicketkeeper is standing up.
You notice he stayed rooted in the crease. That dismissal will be in the back of his mind. He was the bowler in the situation.
Edged, streaky, not carrying 4 more runs, taking Justin Graves closer to that 100. It's 340 for 4.
So much to love about this test match. The battle of the bats, so to speak. Partnership 196, 4 shy of 200 for Hope and Graves. Both batters too in the 90s. Graves on strike. Mali Richards alongside me. Special passage of play here for the West Indians, and these two in particular.
Yeah, they've picked up where they left off yesterday. Looked quite assured at the crease. Just starting to see a bit of more variable bounce starting to creep in on day 4 here, DG. As you said, both players approaching milestones. Nervous 90s. They've opted to operate mainly, as the leg by signaled, operated mainly today Sri Lanka, in between wicket and wicket, looking to target the stumps more, as you say, maybe looking to exploit that variable bounce. But this pair, 197. It's been a fantastic display of batsmanship, it must be said.
It's another single. Shehope moving to 99. The partnership 198. Quite like the bowling options used by Sri Lanka to start the first session on day 4. They've opened up with their 2 best seam bowlers. That's an indication as to where the mindset is of this man, Dhananjaya de Silva, and Sri Lanka. They're still pressing for a possible victory.
Yeah, DG, the Sri Lankans still lead by 207. They would have come here hoping to at least remove one of this pair, get into this West Indian lower order, maybe take a lead of 150 plus into their second innings. But remember, they're down 1-0. This is the final match of the series.
More runs. 200 partnership comes up. And a couple more for Justin Graves. 4 from the over, 344 for 4. Contributions from both batters in stitching together that 200-run partnership. Record 5th wicket partnership in West Indies Sri Lanka Test. Right, Shea Hope on strike, 99. Milan Ratnaika with the ball.
Yeah, DG, it took a mammoth 401 run partnership for the 6th wicket in that first test to really forge the West Indies ahead. Here the partnership is 200 for the 5th wicket. Both batters approaching milestones. But this match is still in the balance. Sri Lanka would be thinking 1 wicket in this situation, and we're right back amongst it. It's not safe yet from a West Indian perspective.
Oh, yes.
Really good, Shea.
Ball in, Mile. Top ball in, Mile. Ni malente ka macam.
Since wicketkeeper Kusha Mendes has opted to stand up to Milan Ratnaika, his length has just been a little full for me. His stock length tends to be, that hard length, back of a length type deliveries, gets that extra bounce. Just there, in between length. Well negotiated by Hope. It's been a measure of composure throughout this innings. 99 not out. Missed out through injury in that first test, but he's made his presence felt so far here.
Bounce and away movement. Buys the signal. Testing times for Shea Hope on the cusp of a landmark.
That's the bounce I was talking about. Milan Ratnaika consistently too high for wicketkeeper Mendes. Opting to stand up, just working against the Sri Lankans at this stage on that delivery. 24 extras now. Still on 99, Hope.
And that's it. The fumble allows for a remarkable 5th Test match century for Shea Hope. A classical century, you can say. And importantly, his first Test match century in the Caribbean. Well played, Shea Hope.
Yeah, welcome. Almost returned to form for him here in the Caribbean, Shea Hope. It's quite surprising he hadn't scored 100 up until now. The class of the man. Didn't really look in too much trouble throughout this innings. He's taken to these conditions. Have a look at that. And he's looking like he's digging in for an even bigger one here. As we said, this match isn't safe from a West Indian perspective. Over to Greaves. But the end of that Rathnaiker over. 100 for Hope. It's 349 for 4.
Shea Hope with a 3rd Test match century since his reintroduction in this format in 2025. 3 Test match centuries in the last 5 Test matches he's played. Wow. Today it looked as though he's destined for bigger things.
So you see the left arm orthodox being brought into the attack. Yeah, his Test career has almost been a tale of 2 halves.
One warning.
Bringing up twin hundreds in England. And at that point, you thought he was just going to go to the next level. Hasn't been the case. In white ball cricket, he's been absolutely magnificent. 350 up now with that single. West Indies avoid the follow-on, so the first objective has been achieved. But he's come back after spending quite a while out in Test cricket, Shea Hope, and he's looking the finished article, complete player at this stage. Can he keep this form up is the question going forward.
Papa. පොඩ්ඩක් කරගෙන ඉන්න ඕන්න මේ ලොංග් වන් පොඩ්ඩක් පස්සට දාගමුද මේක පස්සට දාගමුද ඕන්න මුඩ මෙහෙම කඩල එක ගහන්න කියලා
What's been also encouraging to see from a batting perspective, a lot has been made about the West Indies batting struggles in recent times in this format of the game. But we had that 401 run partnership in the first test. And here they backed it up again with another mammoth partnership, this time for the 5th wicket. And it's been a while since the West Indies have done that in back-to-back test matches. Last time was 2012 versus Bangladesh. So we're starting to see that improvement. Long may it continue from a West Indian perspective.
Oh!
Well, we had the chance to analyze Shea Hope's innings and scoring areas on day 3. Many of his runs coming through that point extra cover region. Now 3 fielders in that region to plug the gap, so to speak. But Shea Hope is very good. He still manages to penetrate and eke another single.
Yeah, especially against Prabhath Jayasuriya, as you see there, looking to stay leg side at times, maneuver the ball into the offside. But look at that wagon wheel. Very balanced scoring all around the wicket. But his strong area, definitely through the covers, 31% of the time.
352 for 4. Partnership growing in stature, as if it wasn't significant at the end of day 3. Hope and Graves with bigger plans for day 4. Mali, you've played a fair amount of first-class cricket to understand that a 4-day pitch gives bowlers a bit of advantage. And at times, what you'd like to do is to make the pitch and conditions work for you as a bowler. I get it that some bowlers love to kiss the ball off the surface and use that to their advantage, but on a 4-day pitch, just feel if you hit the ball into the deck a little bit more, you can allow the surface to work for you and work to your advantage. And we've seen some excessive bounce, some lower bounce deliveries. And that's something that should be at the forefront of the Sri Lanka's seamers' minds. Yeah, a lot of wear and tear. Some in areas that wouldn't trouble batters, but the cracks are quite significant. How can you make that work in your favor as a bowler?
Yeah, and since we've seen Kushal Mendis now go back rather than stand up to the stumps, it's driven sweetly. Since he's gone back, the length has just been a little shorter from Ratnaika.
Totally agreed. Has to find a way of just pulling his length back, maybe, as is commonly said, hit the deck a little bit more with those short of a good length deliveries.
As you said, DG, let the conditions work for you, and I think they've read conditions very well so far, the Sri Lankans. But in this situation, this stage of the match, extra bounce available. Seen the hand coming off the bat from Shai Hope on a couple of occasions.
I did mention it's a classical test match century because of his ability to rotate strike. Didn't look like he used a lot of muscle in compiling this 3-figure score. It was pure timing, pure skill, and his ability to manipulate the field, to manage risks. So important in test match cricket.
That one kept a little low. So some variable bounce starting to creep in here more consistently on day 4. One delivery remaining in the over from Ratnaika. It's been a decent over. Hope just bringing up his 5th 100, but it's still been testing stuff. He's had to take the hand off the bat on a couple occasions. Ball hitting quite high up on the splice. But he's looking like he wants to dig in here.
And just to qualify my comment about hitting the deck, of course, if there's a bit of swing or reverse swing, your length should be on the fuller side of that good length band, 6 to 8 meter band. But if there's minimal swing, it should be on the shorter side of that good length band.
Oh!
That's perfect in my estimation. Good delivery. 354 for 4. West Indies now trail by 195 runs. Sri Lanka will have to bat again, so that's one objective achieved by the West Indies with the bat. Remember, they lead the series 1-0. Reminder that the West Indies last won a test series against Sri Lanka in the Caribbean was way back in 2003, Malian viewers.
DG, you know all about that. You were there a long time ago, 23 years. But Greaves, 97, has...
Couple more runs. Now Greaves gets to 99.
What's been interesting to see is just how differently both these right-handers play the left-arm orthodox. Shea Hope looking to play him off the back foot, buying that extra time by using the depth of the crease. And Greaves looking to use that length of his. He's a tall guy, so he gets a big stride. If you think back to those strokes he played off Jayasuriya through the onside, it's him using that reach, getting to the pitch, hitting against the turn.
When we assess his innings on day 3, the bowler he scored the most runs against was Prabhat Jayasuriya, so that in itself says that he's quite comfortable with his approach when facing this bowler. He's on 99, a little change in the field now. There is a short fine leg. And he defends. So not impatient. Justin Greaves, while sitting on 99.
And you saw that long stride in effect there. Man comes in from that deep cover boundary.
Pressure applied.
Nervy times here, DG, nervy times. Greaves just, he's been a measure of composure so far in this innings. Just one delivery remaining.
He'll have to wait. Justin Greaves, 2 from the over, 356 for 4. Gorgeous day in this magnificent Caribbean island. Another bowling change. Isita Vijayasundara. Another single for Shea Hope. He showed a liking to this particular bowler on day 3, Shea Hope. In fact, there was a passage of play when he was searching for more runs and playing at deliveries. He'd usually leave, maybe because of overconfidence and ease in which he scored. The very good batters, they usually target bowlers for run scoring and show a little more respect for others that challenge them a bit further. Right, Justin Graves on 99. Here is a moment.
On the money is Wijasundara once again. He's used the conditions quite nicely. He's gone wicketless, but at times I think he's been a little unlucky. Maybe doesn't possess that extra pace in which to be uber penetrative, as you'd say. Field changes again. Oh no, in fact, just to retrieve the ball. I thought he was pushing the man back for some reason. The batter on 99, that would have been craziness here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. He goes back to he's quite deep in that mid-on position. Every time I've heard an interview with Justin Greaves and I heard him speak, he seems so level-headed, very calm. I don't expect him to get overawed in this situation. He'll be feeling some pressure. He's been stuck on 99 for a few minutes now.
Justin Graves, 6 balls without a run. He's on 99. And he will get that 100. It's a quick one. And it's a special moment for him and all West Indians. A 3rd Test match century to Justin Graves. And he reinforces himself as one of the best batting all-rounders in the West Indies.
Yeah, DG, I couldn't agree more. Special innings for the Barbadian. Fantastic all-round cricketer. You think he's gotten 100 here. He contributes admirably with ball in hand, supporting that fast bowling attack. Seems scamper through for a single, sharp single in the end. But his 3rd Test 100, his 2nd here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. He absolutely loves batting here.
Wait. No. Really well played, O'Shea. They're going one left.
Have a look at that. Salutes his dressing room. Greatly appreciated by everyone here in attendance. A kiss of the badge as well.
Drinks.
2 from the over. 358 now for 4. The partnership with Hope and Graves, 214. A wonderful first hour for the West Indians once more at the start of day 4. Batting themselves to safety, you can say. And we'll have a drink.
Two wonderful centuries converted on day 4 by Hope and Graves. Great friends on and off the field. Landmark day for West Indies. Such a special moment for Justin Graves. Has been the epitome of concentration and a pillar of focus throughout this innings. A very well constructed test match innings. And he's reaped the reward. Wonderful to see. Another couple centuries added to the West Indian tally, something that they've been wanting to do for such a long time. Just the 2 wicket takers so far for Sri Lanka. Really has been a job well done. So far, the plaudits being recognized. Also giving thanks and looking to the heavens. An indelible moment for Justin Graves. 201 balls for that even 100. And that partnership of 214, Hope on the other side with a century of his own. A little drinks break for them to refresh themselves and start over. They are still in deficit of 191 runs. Remember that as well, folks. Jimmy Adams alongside me. Jimmy, 2 young men converting their starts to triple figures. That's what you like seeing, don't you?
It's been really good batsmanship from both of them, Sammy. They came in and the partnership would have started at a period, yes, for a partnership of substance. And the way they've gone about it has been superb. Yes, they've had a little bit of luck along the way. There was an incident this morning when the referral wasn't used for a suspected edge of Shea Hope. Big appeal. Fire Raja not interested. Sri Lankan captain himself not looking interested either. They've been very resolute in their approach, Sammy, and the way in which they have just remained so calm, at least outwardly. The clarity of their decision making also has been really, really good. Can't really remember a period. That was the appeal from Jayasuriya. He seemed convinced. Replay confirming that it was a good decision by the umpire.
And immediately after that delivery, they came down mid-wicket and had a chat, which has been the hallmark of the innings, that communication between these two. 3:59 for 4.
Middle, please. Thank you.
Second successive test that the West Indians have registered. Two different players scoring centuries, a double century in test 1 with 194. Now it's two batters on 105 and 101 respectively. Much of the talk coming into this test series, Jimmy and viewers, would have been the lack of centuries scored by the West Indians in this World Test Championship cycle. And in fact, in truth and in fact, in quite a long time, they really haven't had too many centurions. This year is a continuation of that building block that we've seen instituted. And many times these players come under the microscope. They are heavily criticized, but when they do well, all credit must be given to them as well.
I totally agree with you, Sammy. The difference of having more performances in your team, in your dressing room, just adds to the overall team confidence going into these test matches. You want these milestones, these 50s, these 100s. You want bowlers to take 5-fers and 4-fers. Because ultimately, when you're faced with good opposition, that past performance really gives you that self-belief that anything is possible. And there have been times in the past when maybe that self-belief hasn't been there for no other reason than they just didn't have a history of performances. You rack up these performances and you start to get a team believing in themselves, and the better performances start to come through more often.
Might just have kept a little bit low. A couple of his 3 test centuries coming at this venue. Justin Graves plays for this franchise, so that familiarity as well with these conditions. You're just looking at an area there down the pitch, perhaps where that ball landed, and was expecting more bounce. What's he asking for? The wicketkeeper to come up to the stump. All right, we saw a dismissal like that when West Indies bowled.
Kaisiamma.
Yeah, that languid shot again. It will trickle away for deserves an applause.
Brilliant batting. He's threaded the proverbial needle, has Justin Graves. 3 men to beat on the onside. Perfectly placed and perfectly weighted. The type of shot that fielders hate because somebody's going to have to chase it all the way, believing you're going to get to it, and you don't. Seen quite a few of those clips since the start of his innings, Justin Graves, off both pace and spin. Four runs from the over. It's 363 for 4.
Three runs and over for this session so far. Jasuria continues. They're just looking to squeeze fielders close in.
මේ
Just one fielder
ඇත්තරම නැගිට්ටවත් නැහැ.
on the boundary, and he too is quite a fair ways off. Seems as though they are going to revert to that holding plan. Just trying to squeeze the West Indians, not give them anything freely. Maybe looking to take some time out of this game now, Sri Lanka. As a reminder too, they are 1-0 down in this series.
Oh, දෙන්න බා. නියමයි නිෂාන්.
Keep going.
නියමයි පප්පා. එන්න ළමයි. Well ball.
I must say, Jimmy, you did an exceptional job this morning trying to extract some intel out of Shea Hope. Very reserved normally, but you got quite a lot out of him.
He was definitely playing with a straight bat, I'll tell you that. But I'm just thinking of the contrast. When we see Shea Hope playing white ball cricket, he's has all the shots in the book. And yet, he's played a perfect test match innings here. He's for me, been a model of restraint, given what we know he can do. He has a good surface. He now has runs in his back pocket. But he's grinding it out, and he said it this morning, time is of the essence. They need to bat time. They need to be batting at T today. And they've had a good start here. It's 365 for 4.
I think it's safe to say it's been a test match for the batters. A couple Sri Lankans will rue the opportunity and not converting to centuries. John Campbell will be added to that list, but Graves and Hope, wonderful test match innings. You and I were talking before the start of play as well, Jimmy, about this debutant, Vijay Sundara. Still searching into his 28th over for his first test match wicket. Did have a couple appeals, a few balls beating the outside edge of the bat, but hasn't found success just yet. Doesn't know what it's like to take a test match wicket. Can he? Can he in this spell?
I'm not the best at math, but a quick scribble here. I'm seeing where before this over started, he would have bowled 162 deliveries in his first test match and still searching. I tell you what, that to me, running in, big appeal for an LBW shout yesterday that was reviewed and turned down. But I can't pull rank on him by way of age and say things do get easier. It's not always this bad.
That's some bit of solace for the young man. And that man on screen, he has 300 of them. Just goes to show how much work, hard work this format requires. 300 test wickets for Kemar Roach. In the pantheon of West Indian greats, no doubt. All right, so the wicketkeeper comes up once again for Shea Hope, looking to do to Shea Hope what he did to them, perhaps.
Bowling.
And this move, Jimmy, explain to our viewers what it does as a batter with the wicketkeeper up to the quick.
Well, most of these, including Graves and Shea Hope, have usually elected to stand up outside the crease when they're batting the seamers. A lot of times, it's natural to them. It's almost what you do without thinking, because generally the wicketkeeper stands back for the seamers. It is just an attempt to make life more uncomfortable, to add a degree of discomfort to the batter in his pre-delivery setup.
Bowling.
And also, there is the added issue, as we saw in the Sri Lankan first innings, of opening up a potential dismissal if, when the ball is angled down leg and the batter attempts to clip it, in transferring feet, it could potentially open up a method of dismissal, a stumping down the leg side, as we saw Shea Hope doing in that Sri Lanka first innings. You need the conditions. This wicket is pretty placid, so there's no immediate danger to the wicketkeeper in standing up. Couple of runs from that over. It's 367 for 4.
Identical scores for the West Indians, Hope and Graves. A few more deliveries for Shea Hope. Chase with 194 in the first test, slated to come next. And then the bowlers. Someone just walked in front of the side screen, affecting Shea Hope. Yeah, maybe that line of attack now a little bit straighter. He tried wide with that heavy offside feel. Just wonder if he can go a little bit straighter. He's very comfortable there, Shea Hope, but that's what they want him to do, to drive with those two fielders, catching short, maybe a little bit straighter in line.
Bowling, Surapapa. Nimai, Papi. Really good. Papi. Are daane ka daan.
Interesting watching the different approaches from the two batsmen. Shea Hope preferring to manipulate singles through the offside to that line. Justin Graves, on the other hand, more content to smother it and work it to the onside, as he did on a few occasions yesterday. Reaching, just pulling his hands away from him a little bit. This is good bowling from Jayasuriya, having the confidence and the control and the flight.
Good set from Jayasuriya, made on 367 for 4.
Papa.
2.72 that run rate, dropping now. Discipline from Sri Lanka.
Interesting watching Jayasuriya go about his spell, Samuel. Just, I mean, you obviously a world-class spinner. In conditions like this, on a wicket that isn't offering that much, what are some of the little 2%ers that a spinner like Jayasuriya will be looking to employ to make a difference, to try and get that breakthrough?
Yeah, he's tried quite a lot, hasn't he? We did see him over the wicket into the rough. Shot, what a shot. The sound of the bat, there is some protection there. So we'll get a couple. That's been the hallmark of his innings, Graves. They look to score, don't they? Both Hope and Graves, once they get anything that's slightly wide, slightly loose, and keeping the scoreboard ticking over. So it's a matter of being patient, and I thought that he's exhibited quite a lot of patience, Prabhat Jayasuriya, and then using all of that guile, that flight, that quicker ball at times. But truth be told, there isn't anything in the surface to assist him. That's in the air. Agonizingly close. Trickles close to the boundary, the type that you were just mentioning, Jimmy, the one that teases the fielders. And Jayasuriya was laboring behind that one. Perhaps thinking about the same question you just posed to me. What else can I do? Let's see how close this one went to the fielder. They're very far away in the gap. Jayasuriya might have wanted that one to go for 4. It didn't. And so he had to chase. So the plan that he's employing now is just trying to hang it outside of some for an aerial drive. Because there isn't much turn off the surface, he's hoping for a little extra bounce. Comes into the equation again, Jayasuriya.
Added work for the left-arm spinner, who has already clocked 41 overs. So he's putting in a marathon, a mammoth effort in this West Indies first innings. By far the leading bowler by way of balls bowled in the innings. Brilliantly played. Absolutely brilliant from Justin Graves. Just waiting on it. A bit of a check on the drive and superbly timed for 4.
A shot of a man in really good nick. Look at that. No need to move, Justin. Strike up a pose, Justin Graves. That's all class. .377 for 4.
Their morning session illuminated by twin centuries from Hope and Graves. Sri Lanka still searching for their bright spark this morning. Still yet to get that 5th wicket. Trying a number of bowlers and a number of plans, but these two remain resilient. Jayasuriya to continue. Yeah, number of plans to the West Indians. A little bit of a fumble, but it doesn't result in a second run. Jayasuriya trying to attack that front pad, and he has those 3 fielders very close to each other in the cover region, flighting it up outside the off stump, looking to induce an aerial drive. Yeah, Maddy Richards, you love to put my captaincy hat on. I guess it's time for me to reverse it to you. You know, how are you getting a wicket today if you're Sri Lanka?
Well, obviously, well, good morning once again, Stacey, and good morning, everyone. It's well played through the gap. Just used the wrist to open the face. In the end, Fernando does well. Bit of footwork there, showed a good first touch. Keep that to just... In fact, they got 3 runs in the end. Yeah, Sri Lanka are hunting wickets here. How do they find wickets in these conditions? It's a good question, Stacey Ann. They've obviously employed a multitude of different fields. But so far, it must be said, the West Indian batting has been just that tad bit better than anything they've thrown at them. Personally, I think Jayasuriya still should be bowling with some close catches in silly mid-off, silly mid-on. We've seen that ball just bounce at times. But also, if it doesn't go in that area, you might just get the batters misreading the length. That's too short, though. But we've seen Hope opt to get onto the back foot on occasions to Jayasuriya. That could be an area in which they just try and trap him on the crease, maybe misread the length, not wanting to lunge onto that front foot with the 2 close catchers or 1 close catcher in.
Wait, no run.
Really good, one left.
Pace variation of the last 2 deliveries, quicker than slower. 381 for 4. Still searching for that 5th wicket, Sri Lanka. Number of bowlers used. This lineup as well, 6 of them. Another change this morning. Sonal Denusha bowled 4 overs yesterday. And they've actually used him in periods when it's close to a session break. So here again, he's being employed with about 25 minutes or so to go before lunch.
Yeah, he's been largely ineffective, Stacey Ann, in these conditions. He bowled 56 overs, or 50-odd overs in that first test. He had to, with the Sri Lankans down a pace bowler. Picked up 2 wickets as well, conceded 234. Yeah, I was right. 56 overs. But here he's been slightly underused. And at times it's been
Give me this one as well up.
quite hard to understand what his role is, especially with the ball in hand in this test match. Is he just bowling to contain? Is he actually looking to break the partnership here? Just a slip in, close catcher on the onside in mid-wicket. But so far, he hasn't had any real assistance in comparison to what we've seen from Prabhat Jayasuriya.
You look at the time of his introduction and it basically paints the story for you. The way he's been used in this lineup. Just to basically hold an end until they get to that session close. Something like Kavem Hodge when he came on. But he managed to get that wicket. Change of fielders when a man in leg slip.
Obviously going to toss the ball outside the right-hander's leg stop into the rough. Does take the LBW completely out of the equation, Stacey Ann. It's almost a free hit for Shea Hope. Didn't execute, but I like the option.
Yeah, I think he went for that sweep as well because they did bring in that fielder into the circle. That was that square leg. Behind square he was. So he saw the option to just work it in that vacant area and get a boundary. Didn't execute well, but yeah, look at the foot marks. That's what he's aiming at right now, Sonal Denusha. But Shea Hope is prepared to just kick it out. He went for the sweep there. Is a loud appeal, but quickly they've pulled out of it. Kamindu Mendes taking that one. They're thinking about a review. They already missed their opportunity this morning in Sri Lanka to get that breakthrough in the first over. It looks like they're uninterested. Just a single coming from that Denusha over. 382 for 4. Just searching for those footmarks, Denusha. Shea Hope looking for that sweep. Lucky to not get back onto it.
Once again, in the footmarks, just close to the gloves of Shea Hope. As we said, he doesn't necessarily have to take it on. He's pitching outside his leg stump. Can't be given out LBW. How many times have we seen Justin Graves play that stroke? Doesn't find a gap on this occasion. It's been a strong area for him. As it goes past the gloves into the pads. So no bat, no glove involved there. But they've got the man around the corner just for that. So he's got to make sure he gets right on top of this ball if he's going to take it on. Jayasuriya will be more attacking though. He looks to impart more spin on the ball, so he'll get a bit more assistance, even without hitting the foot marks.
Baba! Ball.
386 for 4. A wicketless session. 68 runs scored as well. Sri Lanka still searching for that wicket, Mali. Oh wow, they think he's been bowled, in fact. Gonna have a look at it. Bowler stump, I believe, but they're definitely gonna have a look at this one. Is this a special moment? Is this the breakthrough for Sri Lanka just on the eve of lunch?
In fact, I think this may be given out, run out, Stacey Ann. Yeah, it would. The wicketkeeper and gone back onto the stumps.
Can you show me the replay from the other side, please? Looks to me the batter is out of his ground. I can see the bails are dislodged as the batter is out of his ground. Satisfied? My decision for the big screen is
inadvertently gone back onto the stumps off the wicketkeeper.
Confirmation, a bit of magic from Sri Lanka. Denusha. A little lapse in concentration from Shea Hope, resulting in his wicket stumped. He has to go back for 100 of immense character. Sri Lanka getting the breakthrough. West Indies, 386 for 5. Yeah, chase in after a brilliant partnership coming to an end. An innocuous delivery, really. Shea Hope just is where he was trying to bowl. In the rough, Shea Hope just deciding to leave it alone, but just couldn't get his foot back in, Mali.
Yeah, the plan has worked somehow for the Sri Lankans, inadvertently going back onto the stumps. Shea Hope maybe just losing an awareness of where he was.
Yeah, perhaps his boot got stuck as well when he was trying to slide it back. So many things to unpack there, but Sri Lanka, they'll be happy. They'll be happy with that wicket for sure. What a way to get a wicket as well.
Against the run of play. And what a way to end that fantastic partnership of 242. Danusha picks up a wicket. Not sure he knew too much about that. An innocuous delivery down the onside. Wasn't taken by the wicketkeeper, but chases at the crease now.
Similar delivery. And what a greeting. Exquisite timing continues. Chase this time. Yeah, fair to say that dismissal of Shehope is still on my mind, but Ruston Chase just picking up where he left off in that previous test. It's an area that he accesses well also on that onside.
His reach, that reach was on show, getting to the pitch of that delivery. Opting to use the depth of the crease and go back. He's got the close catcher in now, so he's bowling slightly more attacking, his son Danusha. Taking a lot of confidence from picking up that wicket.
Still tossing it up in that rough. But yeah, that dismissal of Shehope.
Thank you.
Sri Lanka suddenly up and about. A lot more vocal now.
All of a sudden, bit of noise around, bit of excitement. Sri Lankans into the West Indies lower order. For a man coming off a massive 194 in his previous test innings, Ruston Chase, a welcome return to form for him. Got to back it up now with another performance. This match not safe yet from a West Indian perspective.
Successful over for Sri Lanka, 3-9-2 for 5. A wicket at long last for Sri Lanka. They're going to look to build on this momentum. 10 minutes or so before that lunch break.
Anna bole. Ek kaman nahi. Ek hadar gaya na idhar lagi. Ek wada getting kala demuda. Are aw poda kamu ne mokat karanne. Ba ne ohma tiyan daam tallu karala. Kohada? Poda mede me. Ne meya poda palala hari kamathi ekadana daw pudin gaan. Baagera inna. Meyata godak issara karanna onne naha. Godak issara daanna onne meyata. Anna bole. EMI. Nice, Roscoe.
Yeah, just after pardon. That dismissal of Shehope as well. Mali just wonder if his boot got stuck, if he was just trying to get it back in. Just couldn't manage to.
It's interesting, really, how it all transpired. That back foot, I'm not sure he was aware that he was just outside quick enough.
Yeah, you're right. Just looking back at it there. Perhaps thought he was inside and then realized it was out. It was too late in the end.
He would have heard the stumps the ball hitting the stumps, and that would have prompted a move back into the crease, but it was too late. Mendes knew nothing about that one, that's for sure. It goes down stump to Mendes, so if you haven't seen it, you'd possibly think some sharp glove work, but it wasn't the case. It hit the body, rolled back onto the stumps. Hope was out of his crease, and he had to go. Just the second time in his Test career he's been out stumped.
The Silva, happy man after that wicket. Single taken to end the over. 397 for 5. Still trailed by 152 runs. That lead is significant for Sri Lanka, especially getting that wicket of Shea Hope. It's all about seizing the moment now, trying to build on it. Now, where is that next wicket going to come from? That's what they're thinking right now, Sri Lanka.
They could remove one of these West Indian batters. It brings the bowlers to the crease. So just before lunch here, a crucial period for the Sri Lankans. Can they take one in with them and get amongst the bowlers and hopefully take a lead of 100 plus into their second innings? That's how they should be thinking. Windies have shown a propensity to lose wickets in clusters in recent times. The importance of Graves here with the wicket of Hope grows, especially in this partnership. He's got to take control of the situation. He's the one that's been here for 232 deliveries. Fully acclimatized to conditions by now. Pensive moments, you see there, everyone tuned into the action. This match in the balance still.
.400 runs up for West Indies as well. Still trailing by 149 runs. And a big effort to get to that 400. You think back to yesterday when they had 4 wickets down, back-to-back wickets. Chase and Hope steadied the ship.
Windies scoring 400 plus in back-to-back Test innings. I wonder when was the last time that would have happened, Stace?
Just 3 runs from that over. 400 for 5. 400 for 5. Fourth 100 coming in quicker time than the other 3. Yeah, another 400 plus score in the series, so a lot of credit must be given to their preparation coming into this 2-match series versus Sri Lanka. Praise for the batters and also for the batting coach. You know, he's been under heavy pressure, but has stuck to his process and spoken a lot about the structured preparation that they've had coming into the series. Darren Sammy has given him a lot of credit as well.
Yeah, he'll take a lot of he'd be very happy, Floyd Reefer, with what he's seen from his batting charges here. It's an often discussed position, the West Indies batting coach here in the West Indies. A lot said, but so far he'll be very happy with the way his batters have responded under pressure. When the West Indies have been put under pressure here, they've responded with massive partnerships. They've played in a mature fashion. It must be said, conditions here are pretty bad. I mean, pretty good for batting, sorry. Yeah, bad for bowling, but pretty good for batting. But West Indies have used the conditions perfectly. It tells me they've been doing a lot of hard work. It gets difficult as well, going from format to format. Red ball to white ball. How do you manage the training, the practice sessions? But so far, they've done remarkably in this series.
Bowling, bowling.
Jayasuriya just hurrying through, trying to get another over in before lunch. Justin Graves just taking his time. It's part of his process, he'll say.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, looks like they'll manage to squeeze another one before lunch.
Long wicketless period for the Sri Lankans have come to an end with the dismissal of Hope.
You mentioned it earlier, Mali, that last over before lunch, 4 balls before it. Just put another man close around the bat, just to see if you can make something happen. As to throw Justin Graves off.
Possibly just play on that concentration of his. He's concentrated beautifully. And around the corner.
And the skipper has employed a leg slip now. So he's thinking just to apply a little bit more pressure, just a few balls before lunch. Still a critical period.
Well, they're opting to do so against the newer batter in Rustin Chase. Just faced 11 deliveries. They brought in that silly mid-on. Goes too short. It's whipped away. So he loses an opportunity here in which to attack the new batter, Danusha. 2 deliveries for Greaves, possibly to negotiate before the luncheon interval. There, it's just been a bit too easy from a Sri Lankan perspective, especially for Graves to just knock the ball into the onside. No real pressure.
Negotiated successfully. And that will be lunch, 406 for 5 West Indies. Still trailing by 143 runs. And that's what Sri Lanka would focus on when they are having lunch. Still have that lead. West Indies still 5 wickets to play with. They'll think they're a wicket or 2 away from getting really into that tail of West Indies. Sonal Dinusha getting that much needed breakthrough for Sri Lanka. Massive wicket of Shea Hope. Larry Kirsten, although his boys worked really hard, they still got that wicket. You still feel a bit hopeful. For West Indies, though, it's been a good session, dominated by Hopes and Graves. 13 fours for Graves, 131 runs. Still there, looking as if he is fully concentrating. Sri Lanka managed to get that wicket very close to lunch. Just 5 wickets for them though. Wickets to Asita Fernando and Jaya Surya. And Danusha, a valuable contribution, no doubt. So Sri Lanka declared on 549. West Indies
is top class.
Play the long game. Day 4 can be the most fascinating chapter of this test yet.
The West Indies started day 4 with renewed plans and hopes of batting themselves to safety. There was an opportunity in the very first over. Hawkeye confirming that Shea Hope edged one down the leg side. The review was not taken, but what it allowed this partnership between Hope and Graves to blossom further. Both players looking very watchful at the start and very measured in the manner in which they went about scoring runs. That was a big moment. The fumble that allowed Hope to bring up his 5th Test match century, to the delight of his teammates and all West Indians. Everyone standing to applaud a fabulous innings from the right-hander. And very soon afterwards, his partner Justin Graves also got to 3 figures, his 3rd Test match century. And it really reinforced how well they have batted together. Both of them stitching a 200-plus partnership. And they continued great work for the West Indies, batting the first time in this Test match and responding to Sri Lanka and their magnificent effort with the bat. There were quite a few delightful strokes down the ground before this happened. Shea Hope trying to pad one out, that leg stump line. Sunal Dhanusha getting the right-hander, and it brought West Indies. They sit on 4-6 for 5. They still trail by 143 runs. They've got a set batter at the crease in that of Justin Graves, position on 131 alongside his captain. So another solid session with the bat for the West Indies. 88 runs accumulated in that phase and just 1 wicket for Sri Lanka. So we'll continue to break down this session and the Test match as a whole. Samuel Badri, Jimmy Adams. Samuel, I'll come to you first. The West Indies, can they safely say that they're in that zone where they can't lose this Test match?
Yeah, I think so, given the amount of time that is left in this Test match and the batters that they still have a deficit that they'll want to get past and then put on some sort of a lead. But I think it's safe to say that they're well away from the possibility of a defeat in this Test match, which will mean that they're well on their way to winning a Test series after such a long time.
Jimmy? 112 for Shea Hope, his 5th Test match century.
Yeah.
Let's break down how well he played in that innings.
Listen, very measured right throughout. Always looked to be in control. His risk levels were very low right the way throughout. He was so compact throughout that innings. Bat under his head right the way through. He picked off the bad balls, the rank bad balls that were served. But in between those boundaries, he still kept the scorecard ticking. He scored singles off the spin, off the seamers. So always alive to the possibility of scoring. But he never came out of that bubble, a bubble that maybe with a risk factor of under 50% low, what the team needed. And he had a 5th Test 100 to show for it. Brilliant innings.
I just want to pick your mind on what you just mentioned there, that ability to pick the spinners and also Jayasuriya through that offside.
Yeah.
How do you develop that skill as a batter?
Well, first is to want to do it. Somebody in his, you know, probably growing up watching players before him, he would have seen it happen. But he plays a lot of white ball cricket, 50-over cricket, where you learn to manipulate all sorts of bowling into gaps for singles. But we're looking at him here. He had a predisposition to opening that face and going sort of in the cover, square cover region, which he did on countless occasions. And that released pressure from him, kept the scoreboard ticking, and really was a big contributing factor in that partnership.
Yeah, he was really good to look at. Shea Hope, a brilliant innings from him. And if you look at the wagon wheel, Samuel Badri, you'd realize in his 242 deliveries, only 10 fours. What does that mean about that innings that he played?
An innings that was full of responsibility and an accumulating type of innings, something that he has worked on for quite a long time. And as Jimmy just mentioned, his 3rd Test century in 5 Test matches. So since his return to this format, he has been in sublime form. And he's taken much of the learnings from white ball cricket and his time away from red ball cricket and trying to get an eclectic blend between the two so that he can get success in red ball just as he has in white ball.
Just to add to his 1st Test match century in the Caribbean, previous 4 outside of this jurisdiction. Let's now look at his dismissal, because you look at it and you feel there was a lapse in his awareness on that occasion, Jimmy?
Oh, for sure, for sure. He thought that he had safely negotiated it out of the rough, but in going forward to get his pad to it, he inadvertently dragged that back leg, and I'm not sure he was aware of it. Knowing Shea and his level of awareness overall, that was a slip in concentration for him. I'm glad it happened then. It could have happened whenever, but he stitched together a great partnership. A bit unfortunate, bit of luck for the Sri Lankans, but you need a little bit of luck. He had his fair share this morning in that 1st over.
Well, Shea, you've pleased a lot of West Indian fans, I must say. Another man who has done that is Justin Graves. Let's now shift focus to him and how well he has played. Samuel Badri, he sits on 131 at the moment.
Yeah, and a 2nd Test match century at this venue. We mentioned about his familiarity with these conditions. But yeah, a pillar of concentration, and not dissimilar to the way that Shea Hope accumulated his runs. What was, I suppose, the standout thing about his innings was his balance and those shots that he played through the onside. He was timing and placing those balls, even though the field was well set. So there was an element of, I suppose, dexterity and really aesthetically pleasing the way Justin Graves went about his innings. Quite languid, quite tall, so he has that reach to get to those deliveries and try to smother any sort of turn that there might be. But that there is evidence of someone who trusts his ability, trusts the surface, and is in some sort of good nick. Yes, he missed out in that 1st Test, but he has made his mind up that he wasn't going to miss out this time around. And wonderful innings. He's still unbeaten, so he's looking to add to that tally, and that's where he scored the majority of his runs in that innings so far.
Just want to say with what Samuel Badri mentioned there, that ability to play the left-arm spinner through that mid-wicket region. Jimmy, from a coaching perspective, many will say that's high risk, but he made that a strength in that innings that he played, and also it complemented what we saw from Shea Hope, who played a lot of the balls with the turn through the offside, whereas he was very adept at playing the ball through the onside. Again, as a batting maestro, how do you train that skill?
No, listen, I will go against maybe current philosophy. A lot of coaches do actually encourage batters to play against the turn, but the key is always make sure that you're right over the ball. So on all those occasions, he was right over, had his head over the ball, so he smothered spin, and his preference as opposed to Shea was to go onside. And I will say most spinners, and Samuel, you can back me up here, most spinners hate to see when batters are scoring on the side where there are fewer fielders and doing it risk-free. It looked risk-free to us because he's so adept at it. He would have practiced it, but it's a good skill to have.
Yeah, indeed, very much so. And maybe one contributing factor to Rosson Chase's success is the fact that he's very familiar with the conditions here. That Test 100, his 4th century across formats at this venue. Now, there was a missed opportunity. If you followed the game, the first over, Shea Hope nicked one down the leg side. Could have been a different sort of outlook for this first session, Samuel.
Yeah, it could have been. There was an element in that appeal that was a bit vociferous, but they thought about it and they opted not to go for the review. They didn't want to challenge the umpire's decision. And there you can see it's a healthy enough edge, an opportunity that they didn't take, one that they ruled at that point in time. And that would have been the ideal start for them on day 4, not to be. It happens.
Yeah, well, Sri Lanka will have a lot to think about. Before we discuss that, we've been talking only batting here. Let's pay homage to a man who celebrated a significant milestone. Jayden Seales, the 2nd fastest West Indian bowler in Test match cricket to get 100 Test wickets. Here he is.
I like to train if I'm going into the game, so I'll train with the same intensity that I'll play in the match, or at least try to emulate that same sort of match intensity. Getting a good warm-up done, making sure my body's ready to go, and being able to be on a good line and length or bowling at full intensity from ball 1, because that's what you need to do in a test match to start. So I try to emulate the same kind of intensity or the same scenario for myself.
Come on!
Yeah, I think it will be a good challenge. They all have good batsmen. They have some experience in the team as well. Guys have played a number of test matches, done well for their country. So just to go out and do my job for the team, take wickets, make an impact, play aggressive cricket, be a competitor. But yeah, it's a challenge I'm looking forward to. I would love to be up there in West Indies numbers in terms of number 3, number 4, getting the most amount of wickets for West Indies, the most successful bowler. But it's not something that I go to sleep and think about entirely. I just play the game, enjoy every game as it comes by, enjoy every session, because it's a privilege to play for West Indies, so take it step by step. Came in when I was very young, I was 19, didn't have any idea on what it took to be a leader in the West Indies team or how to go about my game as an international player. All of that now kind of coming together. I'm still nowhere near my best or near the finished product, but I'm getting better and I've seen a lot of improvement from then to now. I'm always going to stay devoted to Test cricket. Yes, if the opportunities come to play white ball cricket, I would, but Test cricket is still my first love. And my friend Matthew Fordy always says that when I put on the white clothes, I look a different player, I look a different bowler, which is true. I feel most confident with the red ball in my hand. I feel like I am at my best. I feel like I'm in full control of what I want to do, and I'm untouchable. That's how I feel when I have a red ball in my hand. I'm not saying I'm not going to have bad days. I'm not going to have the games where batsmen get the better of me, but I still believe that I'm at my best with a red ball in my hand.
Congratulations to Jayden Seales. Now, he's just segued nicely into what I want to ask you here, Jimmy Adams. Samuel spoke about the West Indies being comfortable with the position to secure a draw. What will Sri Lanka be thinking at this stage?
If I were in their shoes, I'd be saying to myself, 5 sessions of cricket left. 5 threes, 15, potentially 150 overs of cricket. Second innings cricket is funny cricket at any level. they would be thinking, let's continue with what we're doing, squeezing as much as we can. If we can get these wickets, these last 4 wickets as quickly as possible, 5 wickets, then let's see where the game is at. Personally, I would like to see West Indies still batting at tea, and then I will maybe start to exhale. But for now, there is still work to be done by the West Indies, and Sri Lanka will definitely not think that they're out of the game.
Yeah, apart from pride that these two teams are playing for, of course, it's in that ICC World Test Championship cycle. So if there are sacrifices to be made to gain points, why not take it, especially when you're in a tough situation and you have maybe a slight chance of winning. But what may also add to what you just said, Jimmy, is the variable bounce that we've seen increase a bit more at the start of day 4. If you look at some of these images, Samuel, should that excite and lead Sri Lanka to more positive thinking about winning?
Well, I think so. West Indies, as I mentioned earlier, in a very comfortable position, not only in this match, but in the series, having won that first test. So what they are seeing here could probably enthuse them. They'll need to find a way to get wickets, though. It's been difficult all test match for the bowlers. If they can find a wicket shortly after lunch and get into the West Indian bowlers, have some semblance of a lead, if it's 50, if it's even less, then look to push. And then, as Jimmy said, you never know on the second innings on a deteriorating pitch what can happen. But that's the sort of mindset that they should have. They'll want to salvage something from this test series. The West Indies, as you rightly mentioned too, might want to push because they're positioned at the bottom of that WTC championship table, so they'll want to elevate themselves as well.
Yeah, they'll want to probably bat, get a lead, and then maybe dictate proceedings. Jimmy, if we had to now project this second session on day 4, what would be going through the minds of both teams?
The West Indies wanting another partnership. They have 2 in-form batsmen, Justin Greaves on 100, Ruston Chase coming off a huge 100 in the first test match. Sri Lanka, as Samuel alluded to, need to find a way, beg, borrow, steal, find a way to get a breakthrough early, push on for wickets, and then see how much time they have by way of overs in this test match and plan a way to try and force the West Indies to bat under a little bit of pressure on day 5.
Well, we'll have to wait and see, Jimmy, if this second session on day 4 unfolds exactly like you said. Thank you for your thoughts. Thank you, Samuel Badri, for your insights too. We continue to bring this day 4 of the second test between the West Indies and Sri Lanka. While we finish this lunch break, we'll leave you with highlights of that second test between the West Indies and Sri Lanka, that classic back in 2018, day 4.
Let's see, here's the first ball. Gentle loosener.
An appeal and given.
But this delivery, straight, hitting him on the back leg and staying down. Nicely driven. First runs. And very well timed indeed by Udavatta. That's a good start to him. Oh, that's gone. That is gone. That's a huge scalp. Dhananjay De Silva goes for 3.
Plays at this full wide delivery. Gets the outside edge. Devon Smith made no mistake this time around. Going to his left.
That's soft. That really is soft from Mahela Udavatta. That is a giveaway. But the consistently full length of the Windies bowlers reaping benefit this morning.
And looking to hit through the line. Udavatta holds out to mid-off. Oh, that's beautifully played. Great timing. Mendes generally likes that kind of slog sweep. Scored a lot of runs off it. Mendes goes again. This will be an issue for Bishu. That time, that's the nasty length we've been talking about. He's been constantly worrying the batsman with those awkward bounds. Oh, very close to that front line, I'll tell you. But a brilliant short delivery. Oh, goodness gracious. It's a huge no ball. Well, I think that has been an issue with the on-field umpiring. We've seen a few being missed in the first test match. But at least
he does. No one in the deep. He's playing his options beautifully. Kusal Mendes. This is why he's such a good player. 126 for 4. Gets it through. Catches Shannon Gabriel napping and he'll come back. Another fantastic innings from this young man. 6-1 to him.
Very nice shot. Just wide of mid-on. Might just have enough. Get into the boundary. Yeah.
Lovely shot. Lovely shot from Kusal Mendes. 150 comes up.
The respect for this young man as a batsman is growing as this series progresses. That's because of his composure, his ability to read situations, and his execution as well.
Up and over. First boundary for Dinesh Chandimal in this innings of 33 from him. Jason Holder. Will he go up? Yes, he goes up.
Oh, yeah. Just rock and roll that, please. As the ball goes past the bat. Okay, going to go back to Ian on field. Gunner, we've got a big spike as the ball touches the under edge of the bat. I'm going to ask you to overturn your decision. You're on camera now.
Oh, throw him. This is what Shannon Gabriel could do, and this is what they were expecting him to do. That was sharp. 146.
Mendes getting caught on the crease. Bit of movement into the batsman and plays on, does Mendes.
Runs off the edge. It will be 4. Sri Lanka will take it. The 200 is up. In the gap. At least 3, I think. The outfield is not the quickest. No, I think it will trickle through to the boundary.
Aerial, but in the gap. Timed well enough for 4 more.
They played some bold shots, very innovative. That's a boundary. Iqbal in particular. It's a real gutsy player. He tends to innovate shots like that.
Very good hands. Dikwela is a little bit unorthodox in style, but quite effective. Weather permitting. They might give themselves a better chance of winning this game. Good intent.
On 49, he now gets to his 50. What a hand he's played. He'll come back for 2. And this also becomes the fastest half century. Is that taken? Is that taken? Yes, it's been given. Now will he refer it? He's pointing to his forearm.
Back one frame. Take it back a bit. 2 more frames back, please. Now take it forward from there, please. Okay, Gunnar, I've got a clear spike on the glove. Gunnar, you can stay with your original decision. You're on camera now.
Easily done. Easily done. Another wicket to Shannon Gabriel. 6 for. The consistency that you need on a pitch like this. Dickwella backing away and really not in control of that shot. Very pleasing shot. That has raced off the bat. That's going to go for byes. Should be the final delivery of the day. Off come the bails. And Sri Lanka end what is a successful day for them at 334 for 8.
Absolutely perfect.
I'll tell you what, right? This World Cup is pretty interesting. I want to say Argentina. I have France to win it.
Argentina because they have the GOAT, Lionel Messi.
Peter.
France.
Tough. France has a good team. I would say Italy, but they didn't make it. That's my team. But yeah, I think France is going to take it.
My favorite team in the World Cup is France. I think they have a well-rounded team. They have a lot of pace going forward and a very strong defense. So I believe they'll win the World Cup.
Followed by an underdog team of England. I think England has a really good chance of winning the World Cup.
We're back here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium for this the second session on day 4 in the Sobers Terceras Trophy between the West Indies and Sri Lanka. The two batters coming to the crease. Ruston Chase and Justin Greaves. Greaves bringing up his third test 100, 131 not out. Shea Hope brought up his 5th. And it took a pretty innocuous delivery to break that partnership. 242 for the 5th wicket, sorry. The 6th highest partnership for the West Indies for the 5th wicket. So this is what we have at the moment though. Ruston Chase new at the crease, faced just 13 deliveries, and Justin Greaves looking to continue where he's left off. Hardly put a foot wrong in this innings. The Sri Lankans picked up the 1 wicket today. Went long periods in this test match without doing so. Post-lunch, they're starting with their most skillful practitioner. Hopefully they can remove one of these batters. They'd prefer to see Greaves back in the pavilion. Get in and amongst the bowlers. I'm joined by former West Indian captain Jimmy Adams. Jimmy, what have you made of the Sri Lanka bowling performance, considering we've seen some good batting, gone wicketless for long periods? What have you made of the performance all around here on day 4?
Man, if I were to give it one word, I'd say they've been honest. They've kept the run rate under 3 over enough sessions now on a fairly placid batting wicket. They've tried their best, I think. They've thrown everything, slow and fast, at the West Indies, and they've been kept at bay, and they're asking now to start session 2 on day 4, looking for an early breakthrough.
Operating from his favored end, the Sir Andy Roberts end. Still got that stiff breeze east to west, left to right across your screen. He'll be looking to get some away movement to the right-handed Chase here. Looks like he's going to employ a slip and a gully. Deep backward point. He's got cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. Man just in front of square on the square leg boundary and fine leg.
Bit of bounce. Yes, it's been almost a consistent feature with the Sri Lankan seamers to employ a deep backward square when bowling to the West Indian batters. It accounted for John Campbell in this innings, but it's been something that they would use, I'm sure, just to try and create a little bit of doubt as much as you can in conditions like this that are so favorable for batting. What we haven't seen is what I would call really consistently sharp short pitch bowling. Short pitch bowling that would cause an issue. We look to be having an issue here with the West Indies captain Ruston Chase. Looks as if he took a blow with that delivery from Asit Fernando.
It's hit on the thumb. He's taken that bottom hand off the bat, but it's thudded right into that right thumb of his. And there's a bit of blood. There's a bit of blood there. It's the index finger, to be fair.
Without trying to be too dramatic, blood is good. If we had seen a joint that was out of place, then I would be far more worried. Blood we can tape up, slip back in that glove, get back to work. Especially with the form that he's in and conditions here, I wouldn't be in too much of a hurry not to continue batting. West Indies passing the 400 mark just before the interval. Hundreds from Shea Hope and Justin Grieve. Success for Asita Fernando, 2 for 88. 2 also for Prabhat Jayasuriya. Dinusha, the other wicket taker. And these are the wickets to fall. It seemed a lifetime ago when Brandon King edged Asit to slip. Yesterday, the lone wicket in the morning session, John Campbell caught pulling. And then a good delivery from Jayasuriya to get rid of Amir Jangu. And a double strike. Kavim Hodge going caught behind of Jayasuriya. And then they had to wait quite a while before breaking the partnership of Hope and Greaves. And a bit of misfortune for Hope. Delight for the Sri Lankans. And it's been hard work for the Sri Lankans, Mali.
It really has. Normally it would take something special to break a partnership such as that with the way that those two players were playing.
Are you saying that wasn't a special delivery?
It wasn't special delivery per se. It was quite a remarkable way to get out against the run of play.
Was it not planned? Slight difference of opinion here in the comms box. Only because on quite a few occasions in the past, I've had to bowl into the rough, hoping for something to happen, and I would hate people thinking that there wasn't a bit of planning and a bit of skill and a bit of guile behind it.
In the thinking, not so much in the execution. But a lot more to come this year at home for the West Indies. We've got 5 ODIs versus New Zealand. First in Guyana, then Barbados. After that, we switch back to the longer format. 2 tests versus Pakistan. That would be a very important series for both teams. And then early next year, February 2027, 3 ODIs versus Afghanistan. So a lot to look forward to if you're a West Indian cricket fan or just a cricket fan all around.
Captain Chase looks to be all sorted. Bit of tape on the affected finger. Gingerly inserted back into that glove, and he's back in action. Slip on a gully behind, catching a deep backward point. Cover, a man catching a short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, deep backward square, and a fine leg for Asit Fernando.
Again, he goes short, looks to ride the bounce in and around that area in which he was hit on the previous delivery. Once again, hitting high on the bat. up near the splice. It was in the air, but did well, Rustin Chase, to try and get on top of that one. Luckily for him, he was hit on the bottom hand, not the top hand. As it's it. Normally the dominant hand, the top hand, is what you're gripping the bat tightest with. He's just opting to go short here. As he said, he's got that deep square leg just in front. Almost mid-wicket. He's about 5 to 10 yards off that boundary. He's hoping Chase could take him on, or look to take him on. Get one above the eye line, out of the batter's control, and hopefully get amongst the West Indian bowlers here. They're still leading by 142, Sri Lanka.
Just seeing an example of what a lot of young fast bowlers can take from Asik Fernando. Few short balls, but when he comes back to length, he's spot on. A lot of young fast bowlers sometimes struggle to make the transition when there is a heavy weighting towards one plan, and see it a lot of times going from short to full. They miss the lengths. On that occasion, Asik spot on, having bowled a few previously short of a length.
There again, on the money. And he's just catching Chase on the crease slightly, off balance. 407 for 5. It's hard to come by in this test match. Just the 14th wicket so far here on day 4. Just one wicket taken today by the Sri Lankans. It will be Prabhat Jayasuriya to take up the attack. He's been switched back to the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Bowled 45 overs so far, Jim.
Yeah, he's on the cusp of joining the Centurions in this test match. 2 wickets costing 99, which is Sundara being the first to achieve that before the break. But with this strong wind, he'll be drifting into the right-hander. So it's something that he can use, especially if he gets any of his deliveries to grip and straighten. Could cause problems. Still has a slip and a man under the bat for Rustin Chase, who's new to the crease. Still looking for wickets. Still a lot of time left in this test match. Seen funny things happen in second innings cricket. So Samuel Badri was thinking the West Indies were already out of the woods. I'm a bit more conservative in my opinion. I'll wait until tea time and we can have the discussion again.
I'm with you, Jim. Definitely. You know how quickly things can change. You're saying just looking to get something to turn off the straight here, similar to the dismissal we saw of Kavem Hodge. Lured him into playing. He had to play at that one. It was pitched just on or about that off stump. Just deviated enough, took the outside edge. Still got the slip in place here. Bowled a lot of overs. He's been in fantastic control. He maybe hasn't picked up the wickets that he'd like, but he's given his team an opportunity. played nicely. Good timing. It will get to the boundary, so Chase now joins the party.
Pure timing from Ruston Chase. He picked the length so quickly, went deep in the crease, giving himself time to turn that bat face, timing it well through mid-wicket, and the ball did the rest. Excellent batting this from the West Indies captain. He came off the mark with a boundary through the same region, but that was off the front foot this time, going deep and doing it off the back foot. So 5 runs from that over. It's 412 for 5.
West Indies trail by 137. Justin Greaves, 132, not out. Ruston Chase on 12, but this partnership 26 off 41. And apart from just being a little uncomfortable in that last over, to those sharp pitch deliveries, hit on the gloves, Ruston Chase has made a good start here.
No Ross. Declining second. Just so reassuring as we've watched Justin Greaves go through his innings. He's now batted 244 deliveries, and I'm trying to think of a period when you would have been worried watching him, either through shot selection or body language. He just has been so assured in this innings, missing out in the first test, really making sure that this opportunity and this good batting surface didn't miss him on this occasion. So change in field now, recognizing Ruston Chase getting a little bit square behind these short balls. They've put up forward short leg in, silly mid off. Madushka, the man under the helmet.
That will beat the man into that third man boundary. So he's opted to go short this time. Again, Asita Fernando. But well played by Ruston Chase, using all his height there.
Got right on top of it. He's a tall man, 6'4", 6'5". Got up on his toes and just ran it down to that third man area. Despairing attempt by the Sri Lankan fielder. But I think this is a good ploy by the Sri Lankans to have the man at silly mid-off. It's forcing a new batter to think and maybe taking him out of his comfort zone early in his innings.
Got the shot he wanted, but he just rolled his wrists, kept that one down. But that's what Asita Fernando wants Ruston Chase to do, take on these short deliveries. Probably didn't get it up as high as he wanted. But as you said, Jim, he's put that silly mid off in that position, in his eye line. You think back to the previous over, he was hit on the gloves, the ball was in the air in that region. So now rather than ride it or possibly get hit on the gloves again, he's taking it on. It's good tactics this by the Sri Lankans. Good test cricket.
Yes, if Ruston Chase's first option with the irregular field was simply to get on top of the ball defensively, and you've now put the man under the bat and his first response is to go square, then it's almost like a moral victory for the bowler. The captain himself, the Silva, would be thinking, well, I haven't got no wicket, but I'm taking him out of his comfort zone, making him do maybe what he wasn't prepared to do before. Small margins on a pitch like this, Marley. Small margins.
There again, just a bit of extra bounce. This time to the set batter, Justin Graves. And you spoke about the conditions, just how good it is for batting here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. You've got to find creative ways in which to pick up wickets as well.
I think more than the extra bounce on that delivery, I think it might have held up just a little bit. Not getting to Justin Graves as quickly as he expected, which meant that he would have been in position and had to wait a fraction of a second before contact was made. This session no different from the one this morning. The West Indies will want to get through this initial period without losing a wicket. And they've started well. For 19 for 5. Jayasuriya now again opting to start this over, bowling over the wicket, targeting that area of rough outside the right-hander's leg stump with a packed onside field. Short fine leg, deep backward square on the sweep, deep mid-wicket, a square leg by the umpire, a short mid-wicket and a mid-on. That constitutes his onside field. Just a slip, the long off, and the deep backward point on the offside. Signal of wide by umpire Paul Rifle. And a switch immediately. Mid-wicket coming across now to cover. We've left that mid-wicket region open with a deep mid-wicket, but nobody catching. He won't mind Justin Graves attempting to play across the line out of the rough. He did it successfully many times yesterday, but the pitch is a day older. A lot of discussion around the difference in approach between Graves and Shea Hope. Shea Hope preferring to manipulate to the offside. There again, a shot we've become very familiar with Justin Graves, going deep into the crease and just turning his wrists, picking his spot, getting another single.
Bowling to the newer batter in Ruston Chase now. Leg slip goes back to 45. He's got that silly mid on. In close catcher, Madushka, sorry. There again, it's been a strong area for the West Indies. It's that wide mid-wicket region.
Yeah, I think that occasion, just bowling a bit too quick and dropping a little bit short. He has the protection, he has deep mid-wicket, he's got a deep square leg if they choose to sweep. He wants to have that same confidence to float it above the batsman's eye line, inducing the drive a little bit fuller. 3 runs from that over, 422 for 5.
.22 for 5. The West Indies. Often talked about how many boundaries and sixes West Indian batters hit, but just looking at that graphic, 165 singles so far as well. That's an area in which I thought they played so well in that first test. Jangu and Chase in particular, picking up a multitude of singles. Fernando, he's got 5 men on the onside here to Ruston Chase. He opts to go short again. There'll be extras on that one. I don't think he'll be too disappointed to be bowling to Ruston Chase in this situation.
One for the over.
Bit of a misfield from the Sri Lankans. Bit of a bounce, bad bounce for Jayasuriya. Similar field to the one that they set for John Campbell yesterday. Fine leg, a short fine leg as well at 45, a deep square leg at mid-wicket halfway, and a short mid-on catching. Ruston Chase not acting according to plan on that occasion, just getting on top of it, riding it, dropping it square of the wicket for a single, takes him off strike. And let's see what the plan will be for Justin Greaves. Looks to be the same field, so let's see what Justin Greaves' response will be.
You can see Asita Fernando was so disappointed with that single, not having the opportunity to bowl to Ruston Chase once again. Opting to get under it. Justin Greaves, maybe not quite as tall as Ruston Chase. He's a tall man, but he's opting to get under these short deliveries, not taking it on.
So they look as if there's going to be another field change. The third man has come up to almost a 5th slip, and Slip has now put the helmet on and gone to forward short leg, silly mid-on. So all indications are that we will have a slew of short pitch deliveries. Going to have to be a little bit higher than that if they're going to be effective, Mali.
Yeah, maybe we're just seeing that lack of express pace, especially with this tactic. It's a good tactic, but maybe if Asita was 5 to 10 kilometers quicker, it would really rush these West Indian batters.
Or maybe 5 to 10 inches taller, coming from a little bit higher. Short again. Justin Graves negotiating that one fairly comfortably. Didn't get high and he simply just paddled it around to find leg. Looks a little bit more composed to this type of bowling, Justin Graves, but he's been there for a lot longer. 255 deliveries now for Graves. Ruston Chase having faced just 28.
Partnership 40 at the moment. It's come in good time. That's a good one. That's what you're talking about, Jim. Right on the money. Well played from Ruston Chase, dropping the hands. 426 for 5.
West Indies searching for another partnership of substance. And this one up to 40 now between Chase and Graves. Graves mentally unshakable at the crease. 137 runs now for him.
Come Papa, come Papa. Udah karo Pape.
Jaya Surya continuing to operate in that rough. Fittingly beside me, Samuel Badri.
Yeah, hello, Stacey. Hello, everyone. Continues to be a game of mental attrition. Batters continue to enjoy these conditions. And it's a struggle again for the Sri Lankan bowlers to get West Indian wickets, similar to that first test. Graves missed out then. He isn't missing out now.
And the way Graves looks and Chase coming off of 194. Silva will have that in the back of his mind, that partnership that took the game away from him in the last match.
Come Papa.
Swing and a miss there from Chase. Some interest from everyone around the bat. Have a closer look at that one for sure, but over completed. 431 for 5. They've gone to that short ball plan once more to Justin Graves. Went to it late yesterday afternoon. And the previous delivery, Samuel.
Yeah, well flighted. There's some turn, a pressurable turn off the surface. Didn't touch anything, so bye is given. But maybe something to interest Jayasuriya.
Yeah, that one didn't get up as much as he expected it to, Justin Graves. Yeah, but the other interesting thing too about that replay, the last ball from Jayasuriya, is where Chase was standing. Ended up having to reach for it in the end, really, because of that flight and turn. Probably expecting him to try and attack that rough once more. Good bowling smarts on display from Jayasuriya. Very good running. Fitness on display. I think Justin Graves, who's been there for 260 deliveries, calling through for that second run.
Running round.
Change of angle now for Asita Fernando.
Deciding now to ride the bounce. Got struck on his body previously, trying to duck under one that didn't rise. Lots of cross-seam deliveries from Asita Fernando, trying to bang that into the surface. What the Sri Lankans have done with that silly mid-on is that they've sort of had him thinking, about not riding it because of a possibility of a catch. But he's tall, the bounce isn't quite high, so it's relatively easy. There again, and he gets a single. So he's not bothered about taking on any of the fielders in the deep and against the wind. Justin Graves. A similar plan, albeit from maybe the other side of the wicket now for Roston Chase.
Come on, see. Watch it, Ross.
Oh, that is nasty. There is an appeal as well, and the finger actually goes up. He's asked for the review straight away though, Chase.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for court. On-field decision is out. It's a fair delivery. Front on first, please. Ball passes close to the gloves. Need to check that with outrage. Yeah, keep rolling. Yeah, roll it through. Okay, I can see a clear gap as the ball passes the bat. Satisfied, no bat involved. Asan, you need to change your decision from out to not out. Stand by. Your on-screen signal now.
Decision overturned. He thought that it brushed the glove on the way through, but it struck him firmly in the helmet. One of the few deliveries that leaped in this over. 434 for 5.
Yeah, persisting with that short ball. That one rose much more than Ruston Chase expected. And straight onto the helmet, barely missing the West Indian crest, but certainly missing the gloves. Interestingly, the additional protection in the helmet dislodged. Seen some eerie dismissals in cricket, helmet falling onto the stumps, etc. That could easily have gone anywhere. And that's additional protection for behind the neck in these modern helmets.
An inch closer to that 50 runs partnership, these two. I think that last delivery will certainly be in the back of their minds when they face Fernando from that other end. And that'll be 50 partnership as well for Chase and Graves. Partnership, another partnership of note for West Indies. They want this one to continue to grow though and flourish to erase that deficit. Currently stands at 113.
Come Mbappe, come Mbappe! Papa.
Or Roscoe.
Yeah, Graves was interested in getting a single. Chase decided that he didn't want it, so just 3 runs coming from it, 437 for 5. Yeah, it was an easy single, refusing the single chase. Perhaps in the back of his mind, as I said, that delivery from Fernando. Graves as well, he has handled the shorter pitch bowling from the Sri Lankans really well, I must say. So it's also part of batting partnerships. It was a bit shaken up. The last ball of Fernando's over chase, getting a bit of a break from the non-strikers end. Yeah, nice. Justin Graves handled all the bowlers really well. That short ball plan that they've tried to execute to him, he survived it. A chase now on strike. Still attacking him with the short ball. This time he's hit on the glove. He's been hit on that finger. A few overs earlier, just after lunch. So again, some work. It appears for Dinis Bayam to do. He's in some pain, Ruston Chase.
Yeah, perhaps why he didn't want that single off the last ball of the previous over. Again, looking to pepper him with the short ball. That bottom hand, there is additional protection there, but just sometimes it hits you in such an awkward position. Yeah, you can see he has that previous injury there. That must be throbbing, quite painful, those blows to the extremities of the phalanges. And then when you have to put that in cold water, yeah, this is the little passage of play with that short delivery against Chase. Post-lunch, a clear plan from Sri Lanka. But always in control of them, tried to ride a few, hasn't really gone under it. That one was actually given out and had to be overturned based on the review. And he's down for the moment, the West Indian captain. Let's have a look at the bounce, the difference in bounce in that over. They're comfortably under, and then in a very similar spot, much higher. So when he thought he could have rode that bounce instead of the helmet, clearly in some discomfort. Yeah, that shoulder needs a good massage for Asita Fernando. He's worked tirelessly in this test match. And to be fair to him in the first one as well, so back-to-back workout for him.
Yeah, not just him, a number of the Sri Lankan bowlers as well. Vijay Sundara, 108 runs, 29 overs bowled. Jayasuriya, of course, he's accustomed to bowling lots of overs, 49 to him. But it's a period that Chase and Graves, they'll have to survive. Of course, Milan Rathnayaka, he can perhaps come in and do the same thing, but Asita Fernando, he won't bowl forever, especially trying to bowl that short pitch stuff. But Justin Graves, imperturbable at the crease, very hard to dislodge. He's looked so confident, particularly on those off drives. 100 to him, nearing 150 as well. 438 for 5. Twin hundreds there by Hope and Graves. Graves still out there. Chase though, in with the battle. Short bowling plan to him. He's been struck at least 3 times. That mammoth partnership of 242. 461 balls from Hope and Graves. Chase and Graves now building another partnership. 52 runs for that. Equal contribution as well. A lot of hard work for Sri Lanka. Did get that wicket of Hope just before lunch. Asita Fernando in operation now, and Jaya Surya with 2 wickets apiece. 438 for 5. Lots of runs in this test match so far. They're in 1,000 runs, really. 549 for 9 declared Sri Lanka. West Indies in reply, 438, but still trailed by 111. Ruston Chase being attended to. Dinesh Bayam, he's been a busy man since lunch. Been struck twice on that hand.
We saw evidence of it just then. Very, very similar. So no doubt he's going to expect a barrage of that length delivery for the remainder of this over and potentially beyond. Nice little break for Asita Fernando. Right, decides to go under it this time. Not his preferred method of playing that short delivery because he's so tall. He likes to get on top of it and just ride it, if not play the actual pull or hook. So now he changes that approach. Gets down quickly, keep that periscope down.
Some baton to that one. Got behind it firmly. I love the field setting as well. They have that man hovering very close to him. If anything pops up, that time out of the middle of the bat.
Every time he plays that shot and tries to ride it, he'll be thinking and hoping that that ball doesn't make contact with that right hand again. Must have a throbbing feeling on that finger.
This time he gets the edge. Asita Fernando with the breakthrough for Sri Lanka.
Wonderful stuff. You've got to give it to Asita Fernando. Unrelenting in his plan and finally gets rewarded. Indeterminate there from Ruston Chase, no doubt, based on what transpired before. Elation for Fernando. Really had to toil. West Indian captain will now seek some relief for that finger. He goes for 23, 438 for 6.
Yeah, Sita Fernando. 5 overs in that spell from him. He's the man for Sri Lanka. Getting that breakthrough. A show of great stamina. After lunch, persisting with that short ball plan and finally getting the wicket. Anderson Phillip, the new man in. 43, his best. Yeah, a lot of anxiety was created around that wicket, Samuel, when you look back to the previous Jayasuriya over where the single was refused. Graves eventually getting the single, came on strike, was struck. And then a perfect bit of bowling from Fernando to get the outside edge.
It was the culmination of a persistent period from Sri Lanka and Asita Fernando. Caught him unsure of what to do and a little tickle through to the wicketkeeper. Was sent caught earlier. That was reviewed and overturned, but no doubt that time
Yeah, that's the microphone. Stop the wind from sounding like... Oh, no. On TV. Papa! Oh! Hey, Sando, one left. One right.
It's over. Just a single from that over, 439 for 6. Yeah, Graves still there, batting on 145. A lot will rely on him to erase that deficit of 110. Yeah, so Fernando, 5 overs in the spell so far, and he's going for the 6th. And again, still with that short ball plan. Now to Graves.
he's taken out another one this time. His teammate Kushal Mendes. Some very late swing just before it reached him. There was a bit of movement and an unusual take. Just look at this here. At the last moment, it sort of dipped on him. Maybe hitting him in an uncomfortable position in the palm of the hand. Yeah, they wouldn't mind that single too much to bolt Anderson Phillip. I'm almost certain that they'll have someone in that slip cordon. They'll change the field for him. Have to chat between the batters as well. Justin Graves just a little touch of the gloves. All right, there is a gully in position. And a ring through that onside. So maybe all right, he's going back a little bit now. So he just wants Anderson Phillip to see that the fielder leg side has moved. So check for the double bluff here.
Yeah, he's on one. He's on one right now instead of Fernando. It's a no ball, the extra effort from him. Yeah, but that battle with Chase, a number of short pitch deliveries. You saw the discomfort throughout that from Ruston Chase. Never looked settled every time Fernando came in, and then that one producing the edge. Not a short ball. They're confident that there is an edge, and he gets another one. So Phillip has to go back. Asita Fernando strikes twice in this spell for Sri Lanka.
Yeah, some life still in this contest. West Indies still trailing by 108, and that man again, Asita Fernando, another short delivery. Something onto the helmet for sure. It might have been the glove. As simple as they come for Kushal Mendes. Anderson Phillip walked, so he was certain that it touched something. Goes for naught. 441 for 7, and I think we need a break. We need a little bit of a rehydration for everyone.
Two quick wickets in the space of 4 runs. West Indies moved to 441 for 7. But a magnificent effort from Fernando. Anderson Phillip taking his eyes off this delivery. And Fernando going short yet again, finding the glove off the helmet. What a simple catch for Kusal Mendes. Evidence of the contact and success for Fernando. He now sits on 4 wickets. eyeing up a fifer in Test match cricket. Jimmy Adams alongside me. Afternoon, Jimmy. What spirit and fight from this man on screen.
Tremendous effort in the middle of his 35th over. Alzarri Joseph, the new batsman to the crease, and he will have a similar field. Short leg, men catching on the leg side for the hook. Starts by ducking. He's bowling with a forward short leg, a mid-wicket and a deep square leg, but he has 4 to his name, Asita Fernando. And he's bowling with a lot of heart. Conditions that you would say favor batting. But on a 4th day wicket, where the bounce might not be as high as you'd expect, he's beginning to cause, or is causing, quite a bit of problems for the West Indian middle order. Another bumper, a good one. Alzarri Joseph not managing to get out of the way on that occasion. Almost beaten for pace, hit somewhere in the neck, it looks like.
Might get some attention. Enos Bayam was on the boundary line, ready to attend to Alzarri Joseph after he copped that last delivery from Fernando. He's capable with the bat, though, Alzarri. But batting technique for short pitch bowling being tested now. On short, Alzarri goes after it, makes no contact. So a successful over for Fernando and Sri Lanka, 441 for 7. Jazz Surya to continue.
Come, Papa.
In amidst all the mayhem at the other end, Justin Greaves serenely moving towards what would be another 150 score for him. Sita having a word with his fast bowling coach. So Alzarri Joseph, they're going to have a slip, a leg slip. Silly mid on, attacking around the bat. Might just suit the West Indies if Justin Greaves tries to manufacture that he gets more of Asita for the rest of his spell.
I was thinking the same. Graves, he was pretty much untroubled when facing Fernando. Often talk about bowling in partnerships, batting in partnerships too. So crucial and critical for teams. He did exactly that when Roston Chase got struck the first time on the helmet. Refused a single so he can take strike against Fernando. Justin Greaves. Well watched, well defended by Alzari. 442 for 7. No single taken. Rosson Chase, Anderson Phillip, both being dismissed of bouncers. It's been a phase of aggression from Asita Fernando. He's really changed the outlook of the bowling for Sri Lanka with his spell. And he continues. 4 for 105 at the moment, and he goes round the wicket to Justin Graves. Now this is interesting. Both batters refuse a single off the last ball of the previous over so that Graves could be on strike, and off the first ball of this over from Fernando, he takes a single.
Fingers got wrapped by that delivery, but he might live to regret that decision, Justin Graves. Tactically, it might have been better for him to have manufactured so that he faced more of Asita Fernando. He can't. Bit of an overthrow, so it's going to be welcome runs for the West Indies. 5 runs. So technically, Alzari Joseph gets off the mark with a boundary, Darren.
And some poor cricket here from the Sri Lankans. These are valuable runs. Remember, Sri Lanka is still leading the West Indies. But now adding 4 more to reduce that deficit.
Take nothing away from this spell of Asita. No encouragement from the wicket whatsoever. This is all heart and soul from the fast bowler. Four wickets in the innings. Asita Fernando got the ball rolling at the top with the wicket of Brandon King, caught at second slip, and then had John Campbell caught at deep mid-wicket, and has followed it up with a barrage of short pitch bowling to get rid of both the captain Roston Chase and Anderson Phillip. He's worked hard for his success, Darren.
Indeed, to his credit. Not easy conditions for fast bowling, but he's gained success.
Really good, Z. Very tight, son. 1 for the over.
He's a praying man. That's at the start of day 4. Maybe asking for some divine support.
Well, the cricket gods have answered him, haven't they? It's a really, really big effort from the fast bowler. Alzari Joseph showing that he has the capacity to exercise options. He's stood tall on top of a couple of the deliveries so far. He's ducked under a couple. Had a waft at one. It's been a mixed bag from Alzari Joseph, but he is capable. And the West Indies still will want him to support Justin Graves and eat into more time in this test match.
Nicely played, well watched from Alzari Joseph.
Yes.
And they will get a couple of runs.
4:51 for 7. Visitor Fernando. What an effort from the right-arm fast bowler. This spell, 7 overs, 26 runs, 2 wickets.
Papa.
150 comes up to Justin Graves. A flawless innings from the right-hander. A real marathon effort.
Brilliant batting from Justin Graves. He's faced in total 278 deliveries for his 150. He's also a holder of a double hundred in Test cricket. And we see him acknowledging the applause from his support staff and his teammates. Came to the wicket yesterday with the score on 144, Justin Graves. We look at one spitting out of the rough. Didn't take much to get Alzari in a more aggressive mood. Jayasuriya won't be too displeased with that response.
One thing for sure, Alzari Joseph will prioritize run scoring as against batting time. He will play his natural game. Bird's eye view of the 22 yards and the wear and tear. Well watched. 4:52 for 7. Thirteen fours in that innings of 150. Just 2 fours in that last 50 runs scored. So that's how watchful, that's how calculated he has been. He's of course batting time too, playing the situation for his team. Recognizing that the West Indies, they still trail by 97 runs. So Sri Lanka still ahead in this test match. Change in bowler from that Sandy Robertson. Milan Ratnaika. Will he deploy the same tactics? He
does. He goes short straight away. Not as quick as a sitter Fernando, so it might prove to be more challenging for the right-arm seamer from Sri Lanka.
It's been really a watchful knock from Justin Graves. Delightful shots along the way when given the opportunity, but a model of concentration throughout his 279 deliveries. Always there to punish the loose ones. But he hasn't really ever looked uncomfortable against the pace or the spin. We're watching him now in this little period against the short-pitched attack. And he's very adept. He's ducked quite a few. He's pulled a few, but kept them down, rolled his wrists. Always looked as if he's had time to play. Comfortable with the left arm bowling around or over the wicket. So he's been tested. But he's answered all the questions that have been asked of him up to this point in the innings.
Azari Joseph now on strike. Whilst we're on this point of short pitch bowling, Jimmy, the West Indian batters having to contend with this line of attack. What are some of the considerations that a batter should have when facing this sort of attack?
I think the first thing you need, irrespective of what is coming at you, is to have real clarity on what your response or your likely response is going to be. And that clarity comes from having confidence in the options that you have. You had good hookers and pullers, Richie Richardson, Viv Richards in the past. You had batters who preferred to evade, a Larry Gomes, a Shiv Chandapal. But that clarity, firstly. Secondly, having the confidence in whatever you have in the tool pan. If it is aggression, if it's attack, then knowing that you're likely to get away with it if you employ it. Where you don't want to be is in that no man's land where you're not too confident defensively or attacking and you run into indecision. I keep saying that bowlers live for that little bit of indecision in batters at this level. And we've seen a couple cases of that in the last half an hour.
We were too high, too short on that occasion. Doesn't trouble Azari Joseph, despite him being a very tall man.
I'm also wondering if Asit Fernando, because of his height, skiddy, yes, a little bit quicker, but I just think that a lot of his short balls leveled off and weren't really wasted above head height. So almost for those who wanted to play, they weren't going overhead. They were forcing defensive shots with the bat actually in front of your face, which is not where you want to lift your bat when you're defending a short ball.
Left. Well, Azari Joseph just one from the over, 453 for 7. Cloudy day here in Antigua. Deep into this second session on day 4. Beats the wicketkeeper. So difficult when the ball pitches in the rough. You're unsure if it's going to turn or run on straight. Oba is conceded. Graves wouldn't mind this outcome.
He definitely won't. Every boundary brings them closer to that Sri Lanka first innings total, and Justin Graves, I'm sure, with 150 to his name, really doesn't care where the runs come from. Jayasuriya, by same token, won't be too displeased either. He wants something to happen out of that area. Oh, almost carrying to the man at leg slip. Being pulled into a forward defensive. We speak about that area just outside the leg stump. And Justin Graves initially thinking about going back, and it did carry. So that'll go down as a chance.
Difficult chance, though. In that position, you're often focusing in that area from where the ball will come from. You don't normally watch the bowler release the ball. So it's about your reaction time as a fielder. Didn't get his hands below the ball too. Just wonder if there could be an additional fielder in that silly mid-off position, especially with the ball maybe turning out of the rough. Variable bounce. Extra fielder in a batter's eye line. Amounts to pressure, excessive pressure, which could lead a batter to playing a false stroke too. Don't think Alzarri Joseph is going to cut the point, so maybe the point be used as a silly mid-off. He's gone for it. And he's gotten hold of it properly. All the way for 6, so that's a response from Alzarri Joseph. One of note. 11 from the over, 464 for 7. Justin Graves 152 from 285, a flawless innings from the right-hander. Alzarri Joseph flexing his muscle for his 13. Ratnaika will continue.
Didn't take long for Alzarri Joseph to put his attacking hat on. Had it in his hitting zone. Mid-on was up, comfortably clearing the man at mid-on for 6 runs. So his first boundary being a maximum, Alzarri Joseph. Justin Graves not being drawn into cross-batted strokes. Having seen what happened firstly with John Campbell yesterday, and short pitched attack causing a bit of discomfort for his captain, and then for Anderson Phillip, quite content to get underneath them. And it then puts pressure back on the bowler. Do you want to run in and expend all that energy and get that sort of response from the batter?
Well played. Nice and side on. Don't often see that right shoulder and left shoulder facing the bowler, meaning Justin Graves getting square on the ball. Many times when you get square on the ball, your hands follow the ball, and you find yourself in a very difficult position. To me, I found that was so useful, especially when playing against fast, short pitch bowling.
Well, you described the position that Ruston Chase was in on a couple of occasions, and which really leave you compromised.
So if we were deploy, Sri Lanka should be thinking about nicking off Alzarri Joseph, maybe investing in another fielder in that slip cordon. I get it. The general plan is to go short, but you still want to find the outside edge, maybe with a length delivery, one that goes across the right-hander. Maybe get the wind to blow the ball away from him, to induce that edge, that outside edge. Sometimes when you push a batter back and you just adjust the length a little bit fuller, it lures the batter into going after the ball. That's when it creates an opportunity for you to find the outside edge. Pulled away, fielder takes the catch. So the plan works. Lahiru Udara, the fielder at deep fine leg, runs around, pouches this one, and it's the first wicket in the innings for Milan Ratnaika. Short once more. Alzarri Joseph, after ducking under a few previous short deliveries, couldn't resist the temptation. Went for the hook shot and found the fielder. So another West Indian batter goes. Joseph departs for 13, 465 for 8 now. Yeah, going for that hook shot. It's a good catch in the deep, you know. It was coming quickly, it was dipping. And you can see some sprinkles there just when that wicket fell. And the news right now is that it has come a little bit more persistent. So the ground staff are quite busy, and that wind will present a challenge for them. Doesn't look very threatening, maybe just a little passing shower. But we will have a pause in play. How long? Well, it remains to be seen. I don't anticipate that it will be too long. The bigger of the two covers are not being pulled on, so the ground staff are just waiting to see if this goes by quickly. Yeah, look at that breeze. Umpires are not even going out. Yeah, there's that pause there. You just want to wait to see if it's needed. At the moment, it doesn't seem that way. But these guys are getting a good workout as well with that heavy wind. Keep it low. That's the key. They're getting a bit of local intel from fourth umpire Dighton Butler.
Right, so it has eased up considerably. I don't think that this will cause too long of a delay. Umpires seem to be making their way out back just to have a little inspection. Always good news when the umpires aren't under the umbrella. Right, so the news from Antigua at the moment, we have a little pause in play due to a passing shower. This is the West Indian innings, a couple centurions again, just like that first test. Hope in for his first game, registering a 5th test match century and the first on these shores. Graves unbeaten on 153.
The short ball plan worked really well for them. Anderson Phillip unsure of that one. Some glove on it. And again, taken by the keeper. A lot of uncertainty created by that short ball from the West Indian batters. Asita Fernando. Real show of passion from him. Energy, and then Milan Rathanayaka, the last to go just before the rain break. Alzari Joseph just helping it really to Lahiru Udara. Takes a very good catch also. So Milan Rathanayaka getting his first wicket. Sri Lanka 549 for 9. West Indies still trailed by 84 runs. Just 2 wickets to play with.
Good news as I look out to the middle. West Indies, so very short pause in play. What it does though is provide a little bit of moisture, perhaps some spice on the surface. Jayasuriya will continue from the Ambrose end. He has a left-hander now to work with. Not at the moment because it's Graves, but Shamar Joseph is left-handed. Just wonder now if there's any change in his approach, Justin Graves. I don't think there will be. They still trail by 84, so they want to continue to eat away at that deficit. Sri Lanka wouldn't mind a single.
Yeah, they won't mind that for sure. It's all about game management now, you think, for Justin Graves, how he handles, you know, batting with the tail of Shamar Joseph. And Jaden Seals to come.
Oh, 1-6, sponsor coming.
There's another left-handed batter.
I'm listening to you on the radio there, Stacey. Has a screen on his phone where he sees you, and he has a transistor radio close to his ear so he can hear you quite clearly. Stacey, just to make sure that he doesn't miss a word of what you have to say.
Yeah, there's a radio commentary next door to us as well, so perhaps he's having a listen there.
No, it's not the radio commentary, it's you. It's you he's listening to, Stacey. Don't be bashful. Right, fielders in the deep, as you'd expect. Quite comfortable returning the strike to Shamar Joseph. He can bat, he's shown that in the past. I see him drying the ball there. That's going to be a little bit of an issue for him. Just for a few overs, the sun is out, so it's going to dry up quite quickly. That third new ball is also available in 5 overs after this. It's in there, but fielders are spread. So he'll get a couple.
You know one thing for sure, if Shamar Joseph is there, he's going to play some shots. He's splicing it off the edge of the bat. A healthy edge.
One left more. Yeah.
Ball.
470 for 8. Yeah, some clouds overhead, not threatening at the moment, which is good news. I mentioned that new ball being available in 5 overs time. Just a couple wickets to get, so Sri Lanka would want to wrap things up quickly and keep as many runs lead as possible. The West Indians, in addition to eating away at that, they'll also want to take some more time out of the game. Yeah, they've tried that leg stump and outside leg stump line, the left-hand orthodox to Justin Graves, a little bit uncertain on one occasion that went to that leg slip fielder, but when there's certainty and conviction, that's the first one. There was some uncertainty there, but the one at the bottom, when there's conviction in what he's doing, he's able to middle it quite well. They've tried all different means to exploit something. Sri Lanka. Yeah, that's gloved down the leg side. Falls short of Kushal Mendes, though. This has been one of their major ploys, Stacey, that short ball.
Yeah, it's worked. 3 deliveries in the session fall into short ball. They've continued it with Graves as well, just ensuring that he kept it down also, Justin Graves. Think of all the West Indian batters who has faced that short ball. He has looked a lot more certain to it. His judgment in just ducking under them and getting behind them well also, Justin Graves.
A couple of seasons ago, he scored, I think, 3 consecutive centuries in List A cricket, showing a great hunger and appetite. And every time you hear him speak, we heard him yesterday about the great privilege it is to represent the West Indies. And that is something that's not lost on him. So many cricketers around the region who are striving to be where he is. He understands and he accepts that. Asita Fernando, where does he get all of that energy? That new ball, like I mentioned, just a few overs away, so perhaps another burst from him. But yeah, a lot of credit to Justin Graves and his appreciation for where he is. And that great privilege and honor to play for the West Indies.
And not just play, to perform as well. That's 3 centuries already for West Indies and has a habit of making them big ones also. That's a double century quite recently.
We had a truncated first-class season last season gone by. Nice putting in some good performances. Joshua De Silva, one of them to get a recall. Amir Jangu has been good. Anderson Phillip taking wickets. And it's all in an effort to be here, to be where these guys are. Right. What does Ratnayaka do to Shamar Joseph? Fielders spread far and wide on the leg side. Maybe a short delivery or two. Does he take it on, Shamar? Goes full. Narrowly, but just for the single. 472 for 8. Three wickets falling in this session for 66 runs.
Middle.
DJ blaring in the distance. Right. Asita Fernando with 4 overs again for that new ball being available, but he's done well with this older one. He changes ends now, looking for a fifer. Was not looking to hit it in that direction, but he gets a single straight away.
Came back quite slowly at the ball as well. Just went over his outstretched hand.
Middle, please. Thank you.
All right, Justin Graves would be hitting with the win leg side now. So what's the plan of attack? They do have 3 fielders deep leg side. They've got a slip and a gully. Protection offside as well with a deep backward point. And now they're sending the mid on a little bit further back. They wouldn't mind a single.
Yeah, we know that it's hitting with the wind in that direction, but we've also seen a conscious effort from Justin Graves to just roll his wrist on those short deliveries if he is going to attack them, just to keep them down. He'll be aware of the plan in mind.
Short again. Some interest again down the leg side.
Yeah, much closer that time. Actually caught him playing at that one, you see. Very, very close to the bat.
Yeah, that little sprinkle on the surface a few minutes ago. Just giving it a little extra life. Yeah, it's in there again, not controlled. But he gets another single. Justin Graves goes down to meet Shamar Joseph, just to have a little chat with him. Like we mentioned before, he likes to score, he likes to take on the bowlers. Is that what he's going to do now? Is it advisable? As a quick glance across to the leg side, over the wicket, Asita Fernando. Yeah, he does take it on, misses it though.
Omar, keep going.
I'm sure there'll be a nervous Justin Graves at the other end. Just a while ago telling him just one more ball remaining. It's a matter of surviving. It's also very close to tea. Still 75 runs behind West Indies.
Tried to get out of the way, tried to play a shot all at the same time. In the end, misses it. 474 for 8. .199 deliveries faced by Justin Graves. Still trailed by 75. But Nayaka will continue from around the wicket.
No.
He refused the single, Justin Graves. Yes, bit of game management now coming in from him. And struck on the thigh pad. That's doing a bit of a stretch. But he's prepared to face the majority of the deliveries in this over. Signal from that first ball, refusing the single. Just bring someone very close there where that ball went as well, Sri Lanka.
One for the over.
Just a few minutes from that tea interval. So they'll think about that third new ball during that period and whether or not they'll take it straight away. But trying one last effort here before to see if they can get another. Takes a single, will trickle away for 4. Good bit of fielding in the end, but couldn't prevent it. Another boundary to Justin Graves.
Yeah, his timing has been one of the highlights of his knock of 161. On that occasion, just a touch on it. Plays really well also, beating that man diving. Square leg. Still managed to crash into the boundary. So timing perfection from Justin Graves.
Solid as ever. Justin Graves on 161. Wonderful defense, full face of the bat. No getting through that defense.
You can see.
A lot of self-talk, no doubt, during this batting effort. He's been there for such a long time. Concentration hasn't waned. His decision-making throughout this innings has been sublime. Ruston Chase would be disappointed with his dismissal, given the plan, given that you knew what was coming. And Jaden Seals in next. Another short delivery. Importantly, though, it's a dot, which allows for Shamar Joseph to remain on strike, very close to that T interval. Looking at the umpire, has a little grin, looks to his partner. Yep, and they've decided that that's T on day 4 here in Antigua. Sri Lankans wanted maybe another over, but they'll have to wait. And they have a couple overs before that third new ball is available. So something for them to ponder during this interval. But Asitha Fernando, the workhorse for Sri Lanka, put in a wonderful shift for them. Justin Graves continues to be standout performer for the West Indies, converting to 150, unbeaten on 161, and looks unperturbed out in the middle. This partnership just started, only 13, but still lots to be done for the West Indies, still trail by 71. Sri Lanka looking for a couple more wickets. Wicket for Nayaka, a couple for Jayasuriya, lots of overs for him, and one for Sonal Dinusha. Gerard is somewhere lurking around the venue. Where is he and who's he with?
Yeah, thanks, Samuel. I'm actually down on the field here with bowling coach Ryan Van de Kerk. Coach, just how quickly would you like to wrap up this innings after the tea?
Well, as soon as possible. Hopefully we could have got a last over in there before tea, but I think guys have put in an incredible effort in the last hour or so on a flat wicket that isn't offering a lot, but I think as quickly as possible.
Should you get those wickets early, how much of a lead do you think is good on this pitch?
Look, I think we've got to probably assess what we would need overall, but I think any lead is a good lead, and we've got to try and put ourselves in a position to try and set the game up.
How happy are you to see how Asita Fernando executed that short ball plan to Ruston Chase?
Yeah, he bowled with incredible heart, and I think when you look at fast bowlers, that's exactly what you look for. But yeah, he bowled incredibly well, and hopefully he can get his 5 for this after tea.
All right, Coach, well, thank you.
Thanks very much. Cheers.
Yeah, he said a lot of heart, and that's exactly what he displayed in this bowling effort. Asita Fernando with a 4-wicket haul, and no doubt looking for a 5-fer. This is where things stand at the moment. 5:49 for 9 declared plays, 4-7-8 for 8. West Indies still trail by 71. We'll take a short break and we'll have some analysis on the other side.
That is top class.
The West Indies 478 for 8. Of course, they still trail by 71 runs. But it was a session where Sri Lanka will feel that they had the upper hand because they picked up 3 wickets and only allowed the West Indies to score 72 in that post-lunch phase during day 4. It's a different location for us. We happen to be out in the middle, and alongside me, Stacey Ann Adams, Mali Richards. We're going to give you a real-time assessment of the conditions before I bring my guests in. And if you look at this pitch, you will see that there's significant wear and tear. I'm going to jump in here as a right-handed batter. Right-handed batter, I'm looking down the surface. Not many rough areas that will be of concern for me. If I have a left-arm spinner bowling, he's generally going to be pitching in an area that is pretty protected. So no concerns there, just conventional turn. But if I turn into a left-hander, wow, the challenge increases. It becomes more difficult if the ball is turning into me because I can anticipate maybe variable bounce, variable turn. So for spinners operating to left-handers, bigger concerns for the batters. The West Indies will be happy, though, that there are only, 2 left-handers in the top 6, top 7 batters. So no significant concern. Now, Mali, before I bring Stacey Ann in, I'd like you to compare and contrast this end, the Sir Curtly Ambrose end, to that of the Sir Andy Roberts end. Could you take a walk and tell us?
Yeah, come with me. We'll have a look. Obviously, the middle of the pitch still mosaic with the cracks, but that's not the area we're going to be talking about. The area we'll be talking about here, have a look. Rough outside the left-handers off stumps. Very similar to the other end, the opposite end here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. I'll do similar to Darren Ganga. I'll shape up left-handed and have a look here. This is the business area. It's a good area. It's quite full, but the batter has to use his reach to smother the spin. You may see a bit of variable bounce, balls keeping low, and also bouncing extremely high. I'll turn around to a right-hander and have a look here, T.I. Absolutely beautiful. No real rough areas outside the right-handers off stump. So if you're a right-hander, you'll be feeling very, very assured. We saw the left-arm spinner, Prabhath Jayasuriya, tossing the ball into the foot marks outside the right-hander's leg stump. There, it picked up the wicket of Shea Hope, but more often than not, it wasn't successful. Very similar ends here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. So expect the same, mainly from both ends.
Yeah, what we can conclude is, of course, right-handers, a little bit easier in these conditions when facing spin. Now, what we saw in that last session is Asita Fernando use the short pitch delivery to good effect. Stacey Ann, I'll bring you in here. He used that firstly to Roston Chase, who was very uncomfortable. When you looked at that passage of play, what were the takeaways from that with the variable bounce too?
Yeah, a lot of discomfort definitely generated from Asita Fernando, and it's that variable bounce, as we mentioned. We did see a few deliveries that didn't get up as much, but he had a few that really climbed and one that really hit the helmet of Roston Chase that created that discomfort. And I go back to the single in the Jayasuriya over that was refused, and I was wondering what the discussions were between the 2 batters, because I think Graves, he's handled the short pitch bowling quite well. He's picked the length really well. As soon as it's in that short area, he knows it's gonna come up. He's ducking under it quickly. We did see that discomfort, so I just wonder if they had a conversation about perhaps keeping Graves on strike to Asita Fernando.
Well, that was one approach used by Justin Graves and Roston Chase. Mali, we saw the problems that Asita Fernando created for Roston Chase. When you looked at that approach by Chase, what could he have done differently to sustain that innings? He was dismissed eventually for 23.
Well, I think what we saw in the way that Justin Graves would have played the short ball, he opted to duck under it more often than not. Roston Chase, just a little taller, 6'4", 6'5". He was hit on the gloves on numerous occasions. He was in the wars. His mind, you could tell, was racing. He was working out the best way in which to tackle this short pitch bowling. But in the end, just had a little feather. Was probably best served dropping the hands, but the hands were high. Edge taken, and he had to go.
Well, if you ask me, at times he got a little too square, those two shoulders facing the bowler. You want to stay side on. And secondly, he'll be happy that he stitched together a 52-run partnership there with Justin Graves. That just eroded into that lead that Sri Lanka had. But what it did do, it gave them an approach to get wickets against the West Indies, because Stacey and Sri Lanka used that approach to Anderson Phillip too.
Yeah, him as well. He didn't last long, just 4 balls into it. Right away, they found a plan that was working and they stuck to it. You must give credit to Fernando. He keeps running in hard and keep executing that plan. And that is the kind of bowler that you want in your lineup. Someone who's ready to battle for you in the wars and continuing consistently bowling short, and the plan worked a treat.
Yeah, so that was the wicket of Anderson Phillip. Remember, 3 wickets for Sri Lanka in that post-lunch session. A man who stood tall, Mali, Justin Graves, he's sitting on 161, really anchoring this West Indies batting lineup. He had his problems to spin with that leg stump line.
Yeah, in terms of what to play, whether to pad it out. Obviously, when the ball's pitched outside the line of the leg stump, it takes the LBW out the equation. But here he's opting to play at that one. The one on the bottom of your screen, as you can see, is not quite to the pitch of at the top of the screen, sorry. Not quite to the pitch, didn't get over it. Chance wasn't taken. But more often than not, he's played in an assured manner. He's had a few alarms, but generally it's been faultless.
Yeah, Stacey, I'm just looking ahead in this last session on day 4. Will we see Sri Lanka continue with those sort of plans against the remaining West Indian batters?
Yeah, I think they'll do that, particularly against Justin Graves. We've seen a few close times when he almost touched the ball going through to the keeper. I think for Shamar Joseph, they'll want him to play. They'll continue that to him as well, but they'll also have Jayasuriya bowling from the other end, asking him to perhaps go at one that's flighted up.
And Mali, not to get too far ahead of ourselves, when the West Indies bowlers do get the chance to bowl to Sri Lanka, will they use that short ball tactic?
Well, I think Sri Lanka showed what's possible here on this pitch. West Indies fast bowlers hit the deck a bit harder. They'll get a bit more bounce you would expect out of this pitch. But Asita Fernando, he was very accurate with those short deliveries, on the money, just above the eye line. And as you said, West Indies batters making themselves big targets. That's something I think the Sri Lankans will take into the second innings when they bat.
Well, very impressive, Asita Fernando. He sits on 4 wickets. He's eyeing up a third 5-wicket haul in Test match cricket. Mali Richards, thank you so much. Stacey Ann Adams, thank you for your insights. The West Indies still adrift by 71 runs. Still a session play in this 4th day of this second Test. Plenty of action coming your way in the last session after this break.
That is absolutely perfect.
is top class.
Welcome back to the second test match between the West Indies and Sri Lanka. Day 4, session 3, with the match interestingly poised. It's been a bit of a run fest up to this point, but with 4 sessions of play left in the game, there could be a twist in the tail. The West Indies failed to bat properly. Shamar Joseph batting with his senior partner Justin Graves, and no surprise, Asita Fernando to get things started here in the post-tea session. Mammoth effort from him in this innings. He would be starting his 38th over of the innings, looking for a 5 for it would be his 3rd in Test match cricket. He's on 4 for 116 currently. West Indies still trailing by 71. Field set for the left-handed Shamar Joseph, one we've come to expect. Similar field that resulted in the wicket of John Campbell, another left-hander at the top of play yesterday. Man under the helmet, forward short leg. A man catching at mid-wicket halfway, a deep square leg. A man at a leg gully, you'd have to say, but halfway, and the fine leg. Just the solitary man at 5th slip, 3rd man, and a mid-off on the offside. So Asita, throughout the second session, we can look at his pitch map. 77% of the deliveries short. Bouncers or attempted bouncers.
Mark, watch your feet, right?
He won't mind. He's reaped success as he now decides to go around the wicket to the left-handed Shamar Joseph, dropping the man at straight gully down to a very fine 3rd man. He goes short, and there is a sound muted appeal. Captain thinking about it and deciding not to. I'm joined in the commentary box by Marley Richards. Marley, no surprise with this mode of attack here to start the last session.
Yeah, it's brought them the most wickets so far in this innings. Sri Lankans opting to use the short ball tactic. It's been good, accurate short bowling though. Asita Fernando, he's been impressive. That's 5. Fully deserved, Asita Fernando. Short delivery once again. This time it's the left-handed Shamar Joseph. It took the outside edge, flew to the man at 3rd man. Kamindu Mendes taking the catch. So 5 for Asita Fernando. His 3rd in Test match cricket. Richly deserved for all his efforts. Have a look at that jubilation for the Sri Lankans. They're happy with that. The West Indies still trail by 71. Joseph goes for 5. It's 4, 7, 8 for 9.
Jaden Seals, the new man to the wicket, immediate success for Sri Lanka on the resumption of the last session here in Antigua. 5-wicket haul for Asita, getting his 5th wicket in what is currently his 38th over. A huge effort from the fast bowler in really batting-friendly conditions. And it was good captaincy as well. We saw that man being put in that exact position by Captain Dhananjaya De Silva, and it required a delivery on that line. Shamar Joseph, not really known for his batting exploits, just succeeding in guiding it straight down the throat of Kamindo Mendes. And appreciation shown all round. A huge effort. A wicket maiden to start, 478 for 9. What a performance given the conditions here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Asita Fernando, 5 for 116 in a marathon effort, 38 overs, having successfully employed a short ball approach which has been copied by this man, Milan Ratnaika. He got his wicket, that of Alzari Joseph, hooking to fine leg. He continues now to Justin Graves. And not interested in bringing Jaden Seals on strike. Good tactics, Mali?
Well, yeah, he's the man in, so he's gonna have to take control in this situation. There is an art in batting to the tail, isn't there? I don't know how much he would have. That vigil in New Zealand, his double century, he would have batted for 10 hours. So he would have. She had quite a mammoth partnership in terms of time spent at the crease with Kamar Roach. So in terms of marshalling the tail, he's got some previous experience. But once again, short by Ratnaika, but well played. And something Darren Ganga mentioned earlier, it's just how Graves has played the short ball in comparison to Rustin Chase. He's keeping more side on, a more side on position. So he's making himself a smaller target, as you'd say. Have a look at that. Hands dropping low as well.
It also allows you to sway out of the way. Typically, when you get chest on, it almost forces you to put bat and ball. And if you square on the ball gets high on you, it's very hard to control it and keep it down. Rustin Chase struggling to do that. Anderson Phillips struggling to do that. He's used his method very well, Justin Graves. Question is, can he get the balance right between scoring runs and keeping strike? Deciding to pull on this occasion, but totally in control. But more importantly for Sri Lanka, it brings Jaden Seals, the number 11, into strike with 2 deliveries left in the over.
Yeah, 2 deliveries for Seals to survive here. The Sri Lankans will definitely be looking to attack. Hopefully they can bowl out the West Indies. Still trailing by 70. Handy 70-run lead indeed at this stage. But Seals has also shown that he can spend a bit of time at the crease. in the regional 4-day final just a month or so ago. Standout player in the match, runs at number 11, scored a half century, 70-odd. Showed a good defense as well. He'd want to show something similar in this situation to support the set batter Graves at the other end.
Three men deep catching on the leg side, a fine leg, deep backward square, deep square leg. Bit of a double bluff there. Interesting to see how Jaden Seals approaches it. He's not an attacking player in the mode of his left-handed predecessor, Shamar Joseph, who's very attacking. And you almost knew that he was going to try and find a method to score. Solid in defense. 479 for 9. West Indies 479 for 9, and confirmation from umpire Paul Rifle that the Sri Lankans have taken their third new ball. 161 overs completed. West Indies still trailing by 70. And Asita Fernando currently sitting on 5 wickets to continue from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end, bowling around the wicket to Justin Graves. Again, 3 men deep catching on the leg side. Oh. These are his 5 wickets. He was in the action at the top of the innings. Brandon King going caught at second slip. John Campbell only succeeding in finding the man at mid-wicket. Just Roston Chase edging behind. Anderson Phillip not knowing much about that one, popping it up to the wicketkeeper. And Shamar Joseph obliging with the fielder at straight, fine third man. Pulled deep, and both batsmen refusing the single. So Justin Graves turning down runs, wanting to drag this innings out for as long as possible. There is still a time component to this game. The West Indies will want the batting lineup to eat up as much time as possible. Sri Lanka obviously spreading the field, encouraging Justin Graves to take that single to allow them to bowl at the number 11, Jaden Seals.
Yeah, he was keen to get to the other end, Jaden Seals. This one's hammered in the gap, not a man moved. Only about 20 yards or so apart, but the placement was sublime from Justin Graves. Quick onto that short delivery.
Quick hands, bat speed. Didn't have full extension of his arms, but he had enough bat speed to create enough force. No attempt to keep it down, and 6 runs for Justin Graves. So there's a quick response from the Sri Lankan captain. strengthen the onside field. He now has a mid-wicket halfway to the boundary. Justin Graves. Hitting high and hard again. It's going to be another one. A repeat from Justin Graves.
Back-to-back sixes. His second six of his innings, and quick on that short delivery again. Almost just waiting on these short deliveries from Asita Fernando. Hit well in front of square. Tells you how quickly he was onto that one. And this new ball probably just coming on even nicer to the bat. For a set batter in Graves, he moves into the 170s.
So having refused a single to come off strike, and we see mid-on and mid-wicket going backwards while the bowler comes in. And the reply now is a well-controlled paddle to square leg, and he decides to take a single, leaving Jaden Seals just the one delivery to negotiate. So good batting tactically from Justin Graves.
Just showing good match awareness, Graves. Just one delivery for Seals to negotiate. That's what you expect in this situation. He's got to take control. Sri Lankan lead is only 57 at this point. Expensive over so far, just 13. Well, 13 from it, a delivery remaining. They brought that close catcher in. Silly Midon coming in for the left-handed Seals. Expect it to be short once again. Will he go for the double bluff? Jayasuriya just inching closer there in that extra cover position. Also brings in a leg slip.
Keep going, keep going.
So good tactics here by the Sri Lankans. Can they execute one delivery in which to do so?
No! Solidly behind it. The crowd showing their appreciation and encouragement. 492 now for 9. West Indies battling through. 492 for 9, still trailing by 57. And a lot has rested on the broad shoulders of Justin Graves. 175 now of 314 deliveries. Ratnaika beginning his 31st over, so he has put in a shift as well in this innings. Now on this occasion, Graves elects to take a single off the first ball. I'm not sure if that was deliberate or it just happened, but the Sri Lankans won't mind.
Definitely won't mind. Ratnaika's got 5 deliveries, a potential 5 deliveries at Jaden Seals. It's around the wicket. Obviously, the Sri Lankans will go into attack mode here. But I tell you what, Jaden Seals is a much improved batter. He's shown a good defense.
Be careful of the commentator's curse, Marley.
Maybe Greaves is trusting him a bit more. Maybe he is. He's given him 5 deliveries. So far, he's looked quite good, looked quite solid in terms of just producing that dead bat. But he's coming at number 11. I'm not sure he's a number 11 in this team. Oh, that's another conversation. Yeah.
Good delivery from Atnaika. Would have been a good delivery to any player, any left-hander. Angled in, just straightening enough.
Keep going.
Two slips, one at first slip, one at fifth. Deep backward square, deep backward point. Cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And as usual, the deep backward square. Again, very solid, Jayden Seales. All the motivation in the world to stand and support his partner. In no rush to come and bowl himself on what is a very friendly wicket. Of course, for those of you who have followed the game, he achieved his milestone in the West Indies bowling effort, getting his 100th wicket in record time. Flicked, leading edge, safely, single, Graves back on strike.
He'd probably be looking to get off strike to get to the other end at some point. Two deliveries remaining in this over. Not sure you want to expose Seales to Fernando. The match is beautifully poised at this stage. 55, the Sri Lankan lead.
Single call and a fumble. An acknowledgement between the two players that the communication wasn't great. Start, stop. Oh, Milan was giving instructions, throw to that end. Can't throw it if you don't have it in your hand, though.
As an opportunity, have a look again. A bit of miscommunication, but Sonal Danusha couldn't gather in the end. It gets Seales on strike for the final delivery of this Rathnayaka over.
Bit of swing, but successfully negotiated by Jayden Seales. It's 495 for 9. Family members of Jayden Seales who've been here throughout this test match in anticipation of his achieving his 100th test wicket. That duly came after a bit of a wait. He got there in the end, and first bowling change is going to be Jayasuriya, who begins his 55th over of the innings. 55, folks. We're not talking runs, we're talking overs. Greaves happy to take a single and give Jaden Seals a strike. It'll be a new ball. They'll be rough outside his off stump. Ball hard, it might bounce. Interesting to see how Jaden Seals goes about negotiating this. Interesting statistic, when Jayasuriya does play, he bowls a huge percentage of balls relative to the rest of his bowling unit.
Right at the top of that list. Some great names down that list as well. Shows you just how important he's been to Sri Lanka in recent times, especially at home.
It's interesting because on a good wicket, you wouldn't say that he's been any less effective than the seamers who have played ahead of him. To me, he's been just as, and in some situations, even more effective.
You can tell by the economy rate. Yeah, he's conceded 129, but he's into his 55th over. And he showed a good control. He's varied his pace. The quicker delivery is something Jaden Seals has got to watch out for here with this new ball as well.
Yeah, I just think that if you're accustomed to getting spin-friendly wickets at home and you bowl well on them, are we being fair in judging him when he goes overseas on more batting-friendly pitches or seamer-friendly wickets? Maybe it's just we're judging him by a metric that isn't fair.
Yeah, in different conditions, his role changes slightly. It's not the wicket-taking option.
Safely negotiated by Jaden Seals. It's 496 for 9. That man on your screen, Asita Fernando, having completed 39 overs in this innings. Sterling bowling average of just over 27. Brilliant strike rate as well of 47 and a bit, ahead of some great bowlers there. Chaminda Vas.
Yeah, he's right at the top of this list, Asita Fernando. Some great Sri Lankan bowlers on the list. Lasith Malinga. He's got the best strike rate as well, 47.3. Every 47.3 deliveries, he picks up a wicket. He's gotten 5 here in batting-friendly conditions.
I just think this has been an exceptional innings from Greaves. He's been tempted with a similar field, but change of bowling now. Asith Fernando bowling with the men deep on square, but you'd be hitting into the wind. And I do believe that that is informing Greaves' decision to leave those deliveries. Couple of overs ago, he was happy to hit with the wind, easily clearing a similar length boundary. Batsmanship, it's good to watch. It might not be exciting, but it is exactly what his team requires right now. Keep Sri Lanka out for as long as possible eke as many as you can in a partnership with Jaden Seals and take more time out of this test match.
100%. He's gone about the art of building an innings beautifully. So you see there, Sita Fernando opting for the cross seam. Maybe looking to land the ball on the shiny side. Maybe get a bit more skid off this pitch.
Hit in front and asking for an LBW decision. Not sure the line was wicket to wicket. Captain, by his response, not looking too interested. Let's have a look at this one.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if he went with the cross seam option once again. This one didn't get up as high as Greaves anticipated. It was a massive appeal. Look how far outside leg stump that pitched. Well outside that leg stump. Didn't bounce. Had to wear that one on the body.
Will that bring about a change in response from Justin Greaves? Mental games being played here. He's determined not to go after these deliveries. And it really is a test of how much you believe in your methods, Justin Greaves. He's backing himself. Not that comfortable on that occasion, but he's determined to play his innings his way. So one delivery left in the over. Can he get a single to get off strike? And he does successfully. Batsmanship of the highest order. 497 for 9. Total of 497 for 9. The West Indies dominated by a partnership of 242 between Hope and Greaves, as Jayasuriya gets ready to continue his 56th over of the innings, bowling to Justin Greaves. Again, opting to take a single early in the over, confident that his partner, Jaden Seals, can navigate the left-arm orthodox. Even with that area of rough in front of the wicket.
Yeah, the third consecutive over in which he would have taken a single off that first delivery. So seems to have a lot of trust in Jaden Seals at this point.
Does have the wind blowing across on your screen from left to right. So he will get drift towards the slips, comfortably missed by Jaden Seals. Ideally, he'll still want to hit that rough if he can and straighten, maybe come between bat and pad. Two deliveries to go. Will Sri Lanka be interested in attempting to keep Justin Greaves at this end, the end he's currently batting. Deep backward point comes in, as well as having a man at cover. So no real intent to cut this single. Hit high, and the innings comes to an end. Jayasuriya, the man to break this last wicket partnership, getting the all-important wicket of Justin Graves. Reward for hard work for the left-arm spinner from Sri Lanka. And the West Indies innings comes to an end here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Generous flight. Justin Graves thinking about maybe pushing it down to long off, leading edge to backward point. And Asita Fernando taking what was a comfortable catch in the end. So a marathon innings comes to an end. Justin Graves goes for a well-played 180 from 325 deliveries, and the West Indies innings closes at 499. Appreciation being showed by the Sri Lankan players. His own teammates, Justin Graves, will be appreciating his efforts. And the lead, Sri Lanka now carry a 50-run lead into the second innings.
Justin Greaves, standout batter in this West Indian innings, alongside Shea Hope with a century as well. 14 fours and 2 sixes, scored at a good rate as well. Quite unfortunate the way that innings ended, but he can take a lot of confidence with about the way he played here today. Fernando, 5 for 130 once again. Well bowled to him in quite testing conditions. Milan picked up one. Jayas
That is absolutely perfect.
top class.
Welcome back to Antigua for the second test match. The West Indies just dismissed on 499. Justin Graves with a masterful 180, the last man to be dismissed. It was an innings that was full of determination and patience and some crisp drives and cuts, scoring on both sides of the wicket. Really languid and elegant when he plays those strokes, and despite whatever Sri Lanka this man in his first innings in this test series, Lahiri Udara, who came in as a replacement for the injured Patum Nisanka, very compact in nature, likes that offside region, and really showed a lot of grit and determination in that innings. He would want to add to that 188. Just making last-minute preparations to take the field. There is a bit of a note for the West Indians due to contusion and laceration on his right index finger. Ruston Chase is being assessed and will not take the field. He was struck on the hand a couple times during the course of his innings. He was faced with a barrage of short balls. Just turning down the single because of that short ball plan, and it came again and eventually got him. Asita Fernando persisting and being rewarded. So no Ruston Chase for the West Indies. John Campbell, we understand, will be the stand-in captain. Darren, how do you assess where things currently stand?
Well, on the surface, Sri Lanka lead. They'll feel that they have an opportunity here to press the initiative. Their second time batting, with many of the batters getting beyond 50. You think of that innings from Udara, 188 in his third test match. He'll be high on confidence. And then there were half centuries from Kamindu Mendes, Kusal Mendes, Sunal Dunisha. So I would think they'll want to bat the remainder of day 4. Try to score as fluently as possible. And at some point in time on day 5, bowl to the West Indians for a possible victory. It sounds far-fetched, but that should be the attitude from the Sri Lankans. West Indies, on the other hand, will be thinking about time. How can they stretch time so that it gives less of an opportunity for Sri Lanka to secure a victory in this test match? Remember, the West Indies, they lead 1-0 in the two-match series.
Yeah, the two opening batters for Sri Lanka, Madushka, would want to make this opportunity count, has been lean on runs. Udara, on the other hand, will want to show consistency, and fresh off 100 test wickets, Jayden Seals will take up the mantle from that Sir Andy Roberts end. Yeah, so many possibilities still exist. Still some time left in the day. West Indies will be searching for wickets early with that new ball, but at the same time will have in the back of their mind that scoring from Sri Lanka. They do have that 1-0 lead. Right, 3 slips and a gully in wait for Jayden Seals. They do have a point on the boundary straight away, bearing in mind that 50-run lead. First ball, second innings, Sri Lanka.
West Indies would have seen the plan deployed by Sri Lanka to go short in docile conditions. It worked well for Sita Fernando, picking up 5 wickets. But that has to be checked. The fact that it's a new innings. West Indies opening bowlers are generally good in finding those wicket-taking lengths.
Edged, lands safely. Some bounce straight away from Jayden Seals. Not in control at all.
And talking about wicket-taking lengths, this is one. Jayden Seals just in that good length band, luring the batter forward. It's a 4-day pitch in the last session of the day, so cracks opening up further. Maybe the surface becoming a little bit uneven because of its deterioration, the wear and tear. So many possibilities for bowlers.
Yeah, a couple deliveries ago, just surprising Madushka because of the hardness of the ball, flies away safely. Yeah, he'll be desperate for runs. Got a start in that first test, but not able to push on. Has shown good technique as well in the main.
He'll also know that there's now healthy competition in and amongst his team, because Patu Nissanka had to leave the tour to receive surgery in the United Kingdom, so his return is expected for that test series against India. That is the next assignment in this format for Sri Lanka. So Madushka will know that form is significant in finding a place in a test playing 11.
Yeah, not dissimilar to what happened to Amir Jangu. Jayden Seals had a long wait before he got that 100th test wicket. Yeah, there you see Ruston Chase, that index finger of his being taped up. Seems to be in good spirits. Crisply played, well fielded. Amir Jangu, the man in that extra coverage, and 2 without loss. Another day of struggle for the bowlers, 1, 3 and 2 wickets respectively across sessions. Did have a little sprinkle of rain that caused a few minutes delay. All right, Shamar Joseph now. Dara for his first delivery. Good start.
Testing delivery first up from Shamar Joseph. Just love his attitude when he's starting a spell. Never looks like he's not ready for the start. That's a good sign for a fast bowler. Don't want batters taking the advantage early in a spell. And as a bowler having to make up, immediately puts pressure on Udara. So smooth in his run-up too. Very rhythmical, very fluent. Runs in a straight line, so the energy goes in the direction of where he's trying to land the ball. Helps when you're super fit, like Shamar Joseph. Your biomechanics work in your favor. Bowling is pretty much a sequential activity.
Yeah, entices that shot away from the body. Usually is compact. We saw that highlighted his masterful 188 in the first innings. Only when he was well set did he flare at a few deliveries. It'd be advisable for him to remember that blueprint that brought him success. The other Joseph Alzari, he'll be looking on intently to see the behavior of the surface, his home surface. Huge shout, confident appeal, the finger goes up. They will have that customary decision as to whether or not to review, and he has reviewed it. On-field call, though, so important from a West Indian standpoint.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is out. It's a fair delivery. Can I have a look at the front and first, please? Roll it. Clear gap as the ball passes the bat. Satisfied, no bat involved. Ball tracking whenever it is ready, please. Asan waiting for all tries to build. Ball tracking. Original decision is out. Pitching outside of impact in line and wicket sitting. Asan will be staying with your out decision. Stand by. Your screen signal now.
Yeah, confirmation all reds and an early strike for Shamar Joseph and the West Indies.
Was a rapid delivery too, 141 clicks, so very little time for Udara to respond to that inward movement from Joseph. He's a pace demon. He gets the first one. Udara back without scoring, 2 for 1.
early strike for the West Indies, exactly what they wanted. Dinesh Chandimal, very experienced, vastly experienced, makes his way out to the middle, very good average. The man with an exceptional strike rate, Shamar Joseph, bang on target. High percentage of his deliveries finish on the stumps. And that's what makes him so potent. No doubt who she's supporting. Pace and enough deviation of the surface, and importantly getting the on-field call. It wasn't needed, but a vociferous appeal.
There's that reluctance to come forward. Dinesh Chandimal, before striding out to the middle, would have been watching intently on the proceedings. I've seen that delivery, that bounce extra before this dismissal. As you expect, with a 4-day surface, that bounce would lower. Hence ball tracking, showing that the ball would have rocketed onto leg stump.
Wicket maiden success, 2 for 1. A note for Udara after having scored a century in the first innings, very similar to what his captain Dhananjaya de Silva did in the first test. History repeating itself. Look at that from Seals. This is top-class fast bowling.
And great use of the new ball. When you're expected to get extra bounce because of the hardness of the ball, the lacquer on the surface of it, then that pronounced seam. It's a Duke's ball, which is different to a Kookaburra ball, where that seam makes a big difference for bowlers. I'm curious to see how Sri Lanka approaches this first hour with the bat. Then you can glean what their mindset is, whether they're just going to bat as they usually do in the second innings of a test match, or if there's any intent for them to score a little bit quicker than normal. Maybe to give themselves an advantage of bowling on the 5th and final day of this test. So far they've been watchful, respectful.
Can you put a number, DG, as to what sort of total they might be thinking about in terms of that second innings chase?
I think it's a bit of that total and time too. Time as it relates to remaining overs. 90 overs expected in a day's play, so I think 2 sessions to bowl at the West Indies. And if they set themselves that target, it means that they will have, theoretically speaking, 30 overs remaining today, and then a possible 30 again tomorrow. So that's 60 overs with a run rate of 304. That's nearly 240 runs with a lead of 50, something close to 300. That's all hypothetically speaking.
Now this is the deviation off the surface, enough to beat the bat and to get that LBW decision. This is where he's so good. He doesn't swing it a whole lot, but he gets movement laterally. Jaden Seals is quite the opposite. Swings it more than he gets that lateral movement.
The other consideration is, of course, Sri Lanka, one down in the series. Will it make a big difference if they lose 2-0 and exhaust that option of trying to win the test match to square the series? Some may argue a draw still produces ICC World Test Championship points, so that's valuable.
New leadership group as well with Gary Kirsten, so lots to consider. 3 for 1. .549 for 9, played 499. Those numbers sort of repeating themselves.
Just to finish that point, if you win a test match in the cycle, you gain 12 points. If you draw the test, you gain 4 points. And if on that rare occasion you tie a test, you get 6 points. So those are the options available. Those are the incentives for both teams.
You have a look at where they are positioned currently in that WTC table. And these are the aforementioned points that Darren is discussing. Sri Lanka in 6th, West Indies in 8th.
Sri Lanka started at number 3. They were joint 3 with New Zealand. West Indies, they were positioned 9th. After the win in the first test, they've gone 8. Sri Lanka has dropped to 6.
You know, of the experience that he has, he'll know what's required in this particular situation. So many overs remaining on day 4. But as you usually do, and then assess at the end of the day. That should be what they're thinking. Don't think too far ahead.
There we go, Shama, Joseph! People party!
Yeah, that lateral movement evident again.
Oh, West Indies, big party. West Indies come from join we. Hey!
Working up some pace here, Shamar Joseph. Twins of twins, supporters of the West Indies team. Nice single. Allows Chandimal to get off the mark.
Let's go, let's go! Let's go, West Indies!
Never a dull moment off the field here in the West Indies.
Let's go! Joseph! Wicked!
Few passionate fans.
No!
5-1. Day 3 produced the most number of overs. They won the most number of runs. And Day 4, so far, the most number of wickets. Looking to add to that, the West Indians. Yeah, that's Jaden Seals. That's his area of operation. And again, the trajectory from which that ball comes, you are forced to play, and then the away movement.
It's quite unplayable. All credit to Chandimal. He was playing the off-stump line, as you'd expect with a top-order batter. You're trying to cover that channel, should in case the ball comes in with the angle. And if it goes away, just want to hold that line with the bat so you don't find the outside edge.
There's something distracting and the bowler. Best place to be, he would argue, Dinesh Chandimal, is at the non-striker's end, so nothing can distract him there. They pulled away. Just a single though. West Indians, they use that short ball sparingly because of their skill set. They want to maximize their opportunities with the new ball, particularly someone like Jaden Seals. So rarely would he bang it in. Target to end the over, 7-1. The West Indians are moving around quickly. Overall lead of 57. They have lost 1 wicket already. Sri Lanka, the onus is on them to sort of push things along given the score line. West Indians looking for another win.
Alzari Joseph just staying loose in the foreground there, so it's going to be a testing period here for Sri Lanka. It's nice and cool at the moment. Bowling coach Ravi Rampal just having a little chat on the boundaries edge as well. Really good from Shamar Joseph. He has such a wonderful ability to not only keep that speed up, but to force the batter to play more often than not. So you don't have that opportunity to leave the ball alone and to mentally take a break. You have to concentrate every delivery because he forces you to play.
And Samuel and viewers, in Test match cricket, you must have a good defensive game and offensive game as a batter. There was a passage of play when the West Indies batted where we saw chinks in the armor for a few of the batters when it comes to short deliveries. Justin Graves was very, very good in the manner in which he played those short deliveries. And there will be takeaways from that phase of the innings from Sri Lanka surely, and maybe from other international teams. Cut away. In full control. He knew exactly where he wanted to place it, behind square. And it's a wonderful execution from Madushka.
Yeah, deliberate in what he was trying to do. You see him there just opening the blade of the bat to get it up and over. Rare width on offer from Shamar Joseph.
Haven't really seen an aggressive short pitch delivery directed at the body line of Madushka from Shamar Joseph. Last thing you want to do is overuse that option of a bouncer, especially with a ball that is just about 6 overs old.
Lateral movement again. 12 for 1. Still have quite a few overs remaining, 27 of them listed. Haven't gotten all in a day's play just yet. Seals for his 4th.
Yes, Samuel and viewers, in my last stint with Jimmy Adams, we've been talking about technical approaches to address opposition bowlers who are bowling bouncers at you as a top-order batter. We saw good technique from Justin Graves. Roston Chase, Anderson Phillips struggled. And if we look on what approaches they use, Graves, left of screen, didn't show that right shoulder. He was very side on. So when you look at these images, keep your eyes on the right shoulder of all these batters. Starting left of screen, Graves goes down. You can barely see that right shoulder. Roston Chase gets square, both right and left shoulder facing the bowler. And Anderson Phillip, very much the same, with no choice but to play at the ball. Both of them eventually dismissed from bouncer deliveries. So it's something that they can consider, something they can work on.
Quite a compliment for Anderson Phillip to be in that list there. Worked away for a couple. Might get another. Yes, they do. A little bit untidy from the West Indians. Yeah, you're so right saying side on. That's the jargon that is used in cricket for batters. And Jimmy Adams made a wonderful point. It also allows you to sway, to get under the ball, to get outside or inside the line of the ball when you're side on, as compared to if you're chest on. Very little ability to move.
The other thing that side-on position allows you to do is the option of playing at the ball and the option of leaving the ball too. You can drop your hands. You're not committed to playing, as we saw with Chase and Anderson Phillip.
He's trying to get closer in terms of line, Jayden Seales, but whenever he does that, he's been clipped away. And he bowls outside off stump, they are getting a good sight of it, so he's just trying to straighten. They've played it well so far. Taken 6 from the over. And a good awareness for that single. 19 for 1. Seven overs so far in this Sri Lankan second innings. The sun has returned with all of its glory. And it will be Shamar Joseph to continue. Yeah, will travel for 4. Soft hands and finds the gap inadvertently, but he'll take it, Madushka.
He did play with his limitations on that occasion. Slightly fuller length from Shamar Joseph, trying to create that element of surprise. Madushka wasn't reaching with his hands. He was allowing the ball to come to him. As you mentioned, nice and soft with an angle bat, so the ball stays down. Good testing delivery, though, from Shamar Joseph. He shouldn't be demotivated with that outcome.
Very similar this time. Kavem Hodge cleans up. I mentioned before he did get start in that first test, not able to carry on. He's gotten a start here again, Madushka. Did identify in that first test his tendency to fall over and to get LBW. The chat between Ravi and Alzari.
Tejaran Chandapal on the field. Roston Chase. He's there as one of the two substitute fielders on the field. Kimo Paul also on. Jaden Seals off the field.
Just hear a call from behind the stumps to Shamar Joseph to let them know that you've got it as well, referring to that short delivery. Does have a deep backward square and a fine leg, so it's an option for him, but they're reluctant to use it, the West Indians. Pace, real pace there and bounce. I can tell you the batter will think that it's much quicker than that 137 you just saw there.
Oh, what a delivery. A little bit of inward movement. You can see that scrambled seam. So as a batter, you're never quite sure if that delivery is going away, coming into you. So you're playing that off-stump line.
Testing over from Shamar Joseph, 25 for 1.
Over ball.
An engrossing contest on our hands. Sri Lanka, no doubt trying to see off this new ball and pile on the score. Get to a total as quickly as possible. But West Indies, in response, just looking to keep that scoring rate in check and along the way, perhaps get a few more wickets also. Madushka and Chandamal in the middle. Udara, the dismissed batter. Changing bowling as well as Ari Joseph. Take a fairly good start from the West Indies bowlers. Mali?
Yeah, they'll be hoping for a good start. They've done well to remove the Centurion from that first innings. Falling for a duck was Udara. Chandimal's looked good in terms of that defense. He's kept out some good deliveries. He's been beaten outside the off stump as well on a couple occasions, but he's looking to dig in here and just keeping an eye on that scoring rate. It's above 3 already.
Yeah, Sri Lankan is looking good, and Madushka as well. He does look good, but if you look at the Sri Lankan team so far in this series, all batters remaining in this match have gone on to score a half century or more in that top 7, apart from Modushka. So he has a start. Really, really good for him to finish the series on a high.
Good point, Stacey. And they found scoring a little bit easier than the West Indies in terms of that scoring rate. On day one, it was up at 6s at one point.
Chandamal's looked good in the match. He made 97 in total in that first test match. Didn't trouble the scorer as much. I think he was dismissed for 1 in the first innings. It has really been a thorn in the West Indian side, you say, particularly in that first match. Didn't have the score behind him. He'll be an important figure in this second innings.
You look back to the classic match that's been played here between Sri Lanka and West Indies. 2018, you'd look and see Dinesh Chandimal was there amongst the runs. So here in 2026, 8 years later, he's still holding the mantle, really as the best Sri Lankan batter. He's very experienced, played in a multitude of different conditions around the world. West Indies will be happy in terms of his scoring rate. They've kept him quiet. He's a free-flowing type, loves to field ball on bat, but so far they've been very disciplined. Important spell this for Alzarri Joseph in the context of things. This match he bowled 21 overs in that first innings, conceded 98, just picked up the 1 wicket. He'd know that he could do a lot better than that in terms of just building pressure, being a bit more accurate. On delivery, can he bowl a maiden here?
Come through for a second. Not a bad over to start from Alzarri. 27 for 1. Gorgeous, gorgeous sights here at Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Wonderful drone work. Shamar Joseph with the wicket to continue. He's already had 1 LBW. He's in the middle of a brilliant spell, Shamar Joseph.
Good bowling this from the West Indies, good tight lines, more accurate with this new ball. That was given out. Stayed maybe a little lower than the batter anticipated, but good areas once again, and a bit of extra bounce. Shamar Joseph in particular, proving to be quite threatening here with new ball in hand.
Yeah, need to continue to probe away in those good areas for Sri Lanka to make a decision that they really wouldn't want to be making now. 77 runs ahead. They're chasing the series. West Indies 1 up. So they'll at some point in time be looking to get quick runs on the board to see how soon they can get West Indies back in, maybe sometime tomorrow, and have a bowl at them. So for now, it's so important that West Indies maintain their discipline, keep the scoring rate in check. So far, so good. Also seen a lot of that from Sri Lanka, a lot of quick singles in that area. So they're alert to any opportunity to score.
And they've got to take these opportunities. Remember, they are down a test match in this series. Final test here. West Indies hunting a first series win versus Sri Lanka for 23 years. So the Sri Lankans have to have that positive intent. Got to get that scoring rate up. Listening to Samar Badri and Darren Ganga in their previous stint, and I thought BG nailed it in terms of just how many overs you'd think the Sri Lankans would want to face and at what rate they'd need to score in which to give the West Indies a somewhat challenging total. He anticipated somewhere around 300. Came into the second innings with a 50-run lead. So they'll be hoping to bat for another 50 overs or so. Hopefully they'll be there or thereabouts. A score of 240, 250. Add that 50-run lead. Gives them 2 sessions to have a go at the West Indies. So the West Indies bowling absolutely key here in terms of making the Sri Lankans work a lot harder than they did in that first innings to score runs.
That is exquisite from Dinesh Chandamal. Vertical bat to get the boundary, to bring the over to an end, 32 for 1. .32 for 1 Sri Lanka, but lead by 82 runs. That is the figure we'll be paying attention to. Getting that lead up. They'll definitely be looking to take it in stages. Importantly now that they see off this new ball with enough wickets in hand. Edged and taken. John Campbell holds on to it at first slip. Awkward bounce. Alzari Joseph gets his first.
That was an absolute ripper. First, a fantastic delivery from Joseph, but what a catch this was from Johnny Campbell. Put down something a lot simpler in that first innings. Have a look at this. Fully extended at the top of his jump. Had to really reach up for that one. It flew to him at first slip. Alzari picks up his first. Madushka has to go for 20. It's 32 for 2.
Standing skipper John Campbell taking that catch. Kamindu Mendes, new batter in. Had a half century in that first innings. Big partnership with Lahiru Kumara. Udara, I beg your pardon.
This was a wicket again. A real rip-up from Alzari Joseph, using his height to full effect. So did Johnny Campbell. Had to really get up for that one. It's hit high on the bat. It's flown to first slip, and good hands there by Campbell to take that wicket. That will make Alzarri Joseph a little happier, I suspect. Hasn't been at his happiest in this test match, but he's fired up here against a class player in Kamindu. Spoke about how well he played in that first innings.
Oh, yes. A lot happening out there. That one keeping a bit low as well. They're loving it behind the stumps. John Campbell and the slip pardon.
Yeah, that one just keeping down a little bit. Love to see that one again, a wrist position on that delivery. Have a look at the averages of the batters to come here for Sri Lanka.
He gets off the mark. Sri Lanka has to be careful here as well. It can present an opportunity for West Indies. When you come into this fourth day and you're thinking it's all Sri Lanka or draw, but some quick wickets here.
Look at the previous delivery. Look at that seam position. Bit of a scramble seam there from Joseph. That one keeping a little low, so a bit of variable bounce starting to creep in a bit more consistently here on day 4, late on day 4.
I feel like from day one we've seen that inconsistency in bounce really. But importantly, none of them have been on target for the batters, that is.
Yeah, the odd delivery is just scooted through a little low, and also gotten some extreme height on the batters. You think back to that last wicket, Madushka. That's really took off from a length. He's really struggled to get on top of that. So Alzarri Joseph working up a good head of steam here.
It gives you a lot to think about as a batter. The odd delivery, keeping low, and then you get one that just rears up at an awkward height. In the end, that was the undo. That was the one that really undid Madushka. Just reared up at him and wasn't in any control at all.
Sure, he could have done much about that. It's almost an unplayable delivery from Joseph. He's got these deliveries in his locker. You just want to see him replicate it a bit more often.
Thinking 2, but they'll settle for 1. A wicket in that over. 34 for 2. Sri Lanka with a lead of 84.
Center.
Change of bowling now for West Indies. Just thinking back to that first innings as well, Mali. There was a change in the combination of the bowlers when Sri Lanka really started to get on top of the West Indies.
Yeah, they're in a similar position, 25 for 2.
This is so important now that this pair, Alzarri Joseph, he has already backed up what the opening pair of Seals and Shamar Joseph have done. So important for Philip to do the same. I think at the back end of the first day's play, or heading into the second day's play. I think he found it. He found that line. He found that length. And he was persistent in that area. Just for him to be the same and be patient there. So important now for West Indies to back up what the other bowlers have done.
Yeah, that first spell on day one from Anderson Phillip probably wasn't his best, but as that innings progressed, just got a tad bit better. He'll be feeling a bit of pressure, playing his first test match in a while. He's found opportunities really hard to come by. You saw on his record, he's played what? This is his 7th test. He's been on numerous tours. He's carried the water a lot. And he's gotten his opportunity here.
Nice area so far from him. And I like Justin Graves as well. He claps from the moment the ball comes out of the bowler's hand after it's delivered. He claps all the way back until the bowler gets back to his mark and about to run in. Good energy from him.
Yeah, he'll be feeling really good at the moment, the way he batted. West Indies may be sensing a bit of an opportunity here. The encouragement's high. Can they execute, though?
So much encouragement from Justin Graves for his bowlers. Every time they run in, recognize the hard work that they're doing. Just continues to show that encouragement. All of them behind the sub. Kevin Hodge joining in now, but I just like how he just claps in that rhythm really until the ball is about to run in again, Mali.
Yeah, he's a valuable member of this team. Good all-round cricketer, playing as a batting all-rounder, but he supports the fast bowling unit really well. Takes his fair share of wickets.
Oh yes, they think they got their man. But Hassan Raza thinks no, perhaps height. He left it alone. Anderson Phillip, he was off and running, but no interest from anyone else.
Yeah, not sure what Chandimal was doing there. Maybe anticipating another outswinger. This one tailed in quite late at Chandimal. Have a look at this. Movement off the pitch, but definitely going over the top.
It was extremely high. He ran off in such excitement. Shows how much he wants to get that wicket. Phillip. Top stuff from him, Phillip, in that first over. 34 for 2. And with that as well, the players will refresh themselves. 34 for 2. 2 wickets have gone down in this session. Madushka and Dudara. Shamar Joseph, centurion in the first innings, LBW, convincing appeal. He reviewed it, but it was bang on target. All reds. Review lost as well for Sri Lanka. And then Azari Joseph getting into the action. Bit of awkward bounce. Madushka unable to keep it down. Bounce on him awkwardly. A very good leaping catch by the standing skipper John Campbell as well. He dropped 2 in that first innings. Good start for him in that slip. Yeah, so good start from West Indies. Economies 3 and below, 3.6 and below. 2 wickets apiece to the 2 Josephs. 34 for 2 Sri Lanka, but they lead by 84 runs. $549 runs, that big target up front, that big total up front for Sri Lanka. But West Indies, good in their reply, just falling 1 short of 500. Hundreds from Udara, Graves and Hope. Sri Lanka now 34 for 2, leading by 84 runs.
Dari Joseph will continue from the Sir Andy Roberts end. He's got 2 slips, a gully, a cover mid-off, the offside field. He's also got deep backward point. That's Kimo Paul coming into the action on the field for skipper Roston Chase. Remember, he's off the field with a finger injury. He was hit while batting.
Center.
Yeah, lots of chatter around the bat. Azari Joseph, I think he started a lot better than what we saw in that first innings. He was a bit frustrated at times, but a lot more control now in this innings.
Yeah, he's got a big smile on his face. That's a rare occasion for Azari Joseph. He's the type of player who just means business. But so far, you're right, Stacey, and he's holding on a good area. He's not going searching for wickets.
Yeah, and they don't need to do that, West Indies. They just have to keep in mind that Sri Lanka, they have to be searching for runs. So once they are constantly in those good areas, Sri Lanka at some point in time will be frustrated. Because certainly they have a score in mind or even time that they're thinking about tomorrow. They want to square the series, Sri Lanka. West Indies right now should think that they hold all the cards. That's been a productive area for a number of South Sri Lankans in this match. Goes all the way as well. It's a great connection there from Chandamal.
Yeah, probably the first time we've seen Alzari miss his length in this spell so far. Short and wide and no intention of keeping that down. Dinesh Chandimal went all the way over that third man boundary for 6. This over now is already gone for 7 with 1 delivery remaining. Keep an eye on the runs per over as well, because that's so crucial for the West Indies in this situation. Well, for both teams, to be fair.
And then one just keeps low. 7 runs from that over, 41 for 2.
Center. Off stump. 2.
Edge, but put down. I think he got a finger on it. We'll have a closer look at it. But it's 4 runs nonetheless. A bit of luck going Kamindu Mendes' way to bring up his first boundary.
Bounce, bit of extra bounce from Anderson Phillip this time. Round the wicket to the left-handed Kamindu Mendes, and to me, Justin Greaves just reacted a little late. Seems like when he reacted, the ball was already past him. Just mistimed that jump slightly.
He certainly got a fingertip to it or so. Keeps looking at that hand, Justin Greaves. So an opportunity for West Indies.
Seen subcontinent batters, they've just struggled with the extra bounce at times, especially away from home. It's proven to be a real Achilles heel. This was Shamar Joseph hitting high on the bat, up around the rib area at times. Have a look at that. That was the wicket from Azari though. Really reared off a length.
Struck well, a bit uppish, but struck well enough to get a boundary and bring up 50 runs as well for Sri Lanka and takes their lead past 100.
Expensive over as well. Well, so far, 10 runs coming from 3 deliveries. Just like that, the Sri Lankans now showing that positive intent. That bat face just closing slightly. But good enough timing from Mendes to get to that boundary. So he's away. On to 12 now from just 6.
Shots are being played now. He slammed that one to the cover boundary. A little bit of width, and that's all he needed.
Yeah, it was a full and wide half volley. He Left-handers absolutely love anything in that region. It gives them the opportunity to free the hands, and look at that, solid base. Fantastic head position as well. And the hands, those fast hands on show once again from Kamindu Mendes. He's looking ominous. 3 boundaries now in this over. Anderson Phillip feeling the heat.
A little bit of release of pressure for Sri Lanka. 14 runs from that over so far. After the first one being a maiden from Phillip. Just a little bit of width offered to the batters. They've prepared to take him on.
If I'm not mistaken, just prior to this over by Anderson Phillip, that scoring rate was 2.76 or so. Have a look at it now. It's just below 4s, 3.98.
Yeah. – 15 runs from that second over for Phillip, 56 for 2. That lead up to 100 now. Some real intent showed by Kamindu Mendes in that last over to Phillip.
Also, we've got 22 overs remaining in the day. I'm not sure we'll get those in. But with a lead of 106, Sri Lanka will be hoping by the end of play this evening, Stacey, and you mentioned it off air, they'll be hoping for a lead of 150 plus going into the final day.
Picked up, cries of catch it, but it's always safe in that direction with the wind. It's landed another blow, Kamindu Mendes.
Yeah, once again, this time on the onside. Moves to 23 from just 10 deliveries. With this new ball, it's coming onto the bat quite nicely. Poorly line delivery from Alzari Joseph. How strong are these Sri Lankan batters off their legs? Brandon King had no chance in that deep backward square leg position. So worrying times this for the West Indies. That run rate above 4 now, 4.38.
Did talk about it. Release of pressure came at a similar time in the first innings. 10 overs, 14 overs bowled, 13 overs bowled, and Kamindu Mendes, he means business. He looks like a man on a mission. Any opportunity to free his arms, he's taking it. Knows his strong areas as well. He's prepared to take on these West Indian bowlers.
After the 11th or 12th over, the score was 34 for 2. So a real release of pressure.
Yeah, that over 15 runs coming from it. Kamindu Mendes, 23 of 12 chasing quick runs. Sri Lanka, and he has provided that. He's come in and decided to move the game along quickly. 112 runs to lead now.
He hasn't done too much apart from putting away bad deliveries. He hasn't been made to work too hard for this start.
It speaks to his mindset as a batter. He's full of purpose. He's out there. Yes, he saw what transpired before with his other batters, but he's a left-handed batter. It presents a bit of a different challenge to the West Indian bowlers, having to adjust their lines to the right-hand, left-hand combination. Anderson Phillip bowled his first over to the right-hander, came into the left-hander, and right away, yes, there was that chance of the first ball, but couldn't get his line to him. Better after that six. First ball, 6 from Alzari Joseph.
Much better length this from Joseph. The batter can't really get forward, can't get back, just caught on the crease. Bit of extra bounce as well. One delivery remaining. Sri Lanka showing that positive intent.
Tries to go for that one as well. So showing that they want to make a game of this. 6 runs from the over, 62 for 2.
Just touch.
112 the lead for Sri Lanka. They still have 8 wickets in hand, trying possibly to set up an enticing 5th day of the second test. Kamindu 23 or 15 deliveries. Chandamal on strike though. Jimmy Adams alongside me. Jimmy, Enterprise on show?
Well, definitely intent. And they're not prepared to just let this test match meander into the 5th day. Camino Mendes, 23 from 15, as remarked on by Marley Richards previously, hasn't gone searching, he's just hit bad balls well. 3 4s under 6 to him. Chandimal with 1 4 under 6. Better line from Anderson Phillip. But if they were to finish the day's play with a lead in excess of 150, 151, 60, then it would be interesting the first session tomorrow, because potentially you might get a sporting declaration, although I'm not too sure Sri Lanka would be inclined to do that. Edged and absolutely bisecting the wicketkeeper and the man at slip. A healthy edge would have been perfect height had there been a man at first slip. Frustration for the West Indies, frustration for that man, Anderson Phillip.
Yeah, created that opportunity, bisected the 2 fielders. A healthy edge and a fortuitous 4. No fortune for Phillip.
He had 15 runs taken off him in his previous over, Anderson Phillip, primarily through the exploits of Camindo Mendes, who took a particular liking to striking over pitch deliveries through the offside. The first slip now a little bit straighter, more at a sort of 1.5 position. Partnership between these two going at a run of ball 34 from 34 deliveries. Chandimal having faced 48 deliveries for his 23. End of the 16th, 66 for 2. The Sri Lankan lead having jumped considerably in the last 3 or 4 overs, now standing at 116. 17 overs allotted for the rest of the day's play. Chances are we won't get 17 overs in. Play forecast to close at 5:30. 5:37. My apologies. Jaden Seals replacing Alzari Joseph now from the Sir Andy Roberts end.
Yeah, just about half an hour in the day's play. We did have that pause or delay when that little sprinkle came across, and that's why we have extended this session by a few minutes. West Indies will be mindful too of Sri Lankan scoring rate. It's at 4.14 at the moment. Just a single. They don't want to find themselves, Jimmy, leaking too many runs and then having to bat a couple sessions on day 5 on a wary, deteriorating pitch. So they'll want Sri Lanka to bat deep into tomorrow if they aren't getting wickets. So that's the little balance that they're striving for. And that's why the feel is the way it is. It's what we describe in cricketing jargon as an in and out field. You have a few fielders inside, close by to cut the single, to take the catch, but you also have fielders on the boundary, a deep point, a deep backward square, and the customary deep fine leg. So they're sort of protecting the boundaries and at the same time attacking the batters, trying to get that equilibrium.
Big shout from Jaden Seals. Muted in the end. Bit of shape back into the left-handed Camindo Mendes. But the length, perfect.
Yeah, I just wonder to what extent the umpire's decision affects whether or not they take the review. It was high, in the sense that how quickly he gives that decision. Paul Rifle said no almost immediately. quick single. And sometimes when the umpire does that, it's a clear indication to the fielding team that he's absolutely convinced that it's not out, and perhaps they don't have that discussion, as opposed to an umpire who takes a little time, considers the appeal, and then says not out. They might be a little bit more inclined to challenge the decision then. I don't think there's any standard in when the umpire can say yes or no or maybe. It's very individualistic.
Couple more to Chandimal to finish the over. It's 71 for 2. Sri Lanka have picked up the scoring rate in this second innings. Chandimal and especially Kamindo Mendes, 25 from 19. 71 for 2 with a lead now of 121. Anderson Phillip to continue. Pushing for 2 and will get there comfortably. A little bit of pressure on Anderson Phillip, bowling to the left-hander. Kamindo Phillip almost jumped him. Kamindo Mendes, sorry, jumped him a couple of overs ago and took 15 from that over. Driving crisply there. He's jumping into anything that is over pitched.
I'm just looking at the West Indian team to see who their bowling options are from a spin perspective. No Ruston Chase. We heard that he's not taking the field. Kavem Hodge with his left hand orthodox against Kamindo Mendes, the left-hander. During the tea interval, our colleagues mentioned some activity just outside the left-hander's off stump. So maybe an option for a couple overs this evening, you think, Jimmy?
I definitely see a role to the left-hander. There is something outside the left-hander's off stump that even a part-timer like Kavem Hodge would be encouraged by it. Four primary seamers having been used, with Justin Graves, the fifth, having not bowled yet. He might feature a couple overs this evening as well. Good fielding. Kavem Hodge, very dynamic in the outfield gully. Attempted pull by Camindo Mendes to end the 18th over at 73 for 2.
Yeah. No, sorry. I'm here, you have to cover.
Sri Lanka with a lead of 123 on first innings. Looking to move things along here in this, the final few overs of day 4. Probing length from Jaden Seals, good length. Mendes not sure if it would end up swinging more than it did. Seals bowling with a deep backward square and a deep fine leg. Man, a deep backward point.
Yeah, one thing that has been noticeable in this series is the Sri Lankan scoring rate. Even in that first test, they scored over 300 on day 1. 338, I think, on day 2. Sorry, on day 1 of the second test. So they have been scoring at quite some pace as compared to when the West Indians batted, more attritional. And that's where the West Indians would want to be a little bit careful. Bowling coach Ravi Rampal mentioned it in there, just in the gap. Was in business for a little while, the mid-wicket fielder. So that's where they're trying to, yes, create opportunities for wickets. He's spoken about it, and he's identified that post-lunch session across test matches, not only this series, but in the recent past as well, where there is an area of concern where the West Indians have hemorrhaged runs for some reason in that session more than others. Credit must be given to the Sri Lankans again for rotating the strike and finding ways to score. The last thing you wanted from a Sri Lankan perspective is just for them to bat time and not score runs, because eventually you get dismissed and you don't have too many on the board. So you score runs and you push the game further away from the West Indies and more in your corner. If you don't score runs, then you're not going anywhere and you still have the West Indians coming at you.
Leading edge but safe. Frustration for the West Indies. A bit of luck for Sri Lanka. The end of the 19th is 77 for 2. Prabhat Jayasuriya sitting beside his captain, potentially getting set for a night watchman's role should a wicket fall before close of play. Change from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end, the reintroduction of Shamar Joseph. 1 for 18 from his 5 overs in his first spell. Around the wicket to the left-hander. Operated almost exclusively around the wicket to the left-handers in this series, Shamar Joseph. I can't remember him going over the wicket. Certainly not to Kamindo Mendes.
Yeah, it's something that the modern day bowlers, fast bowlers that is, do quite a lot. Your contemporaries, Sir Curtly and Cuddy and these guys, didn't do it as often to the left-handers. They predominantly stayed over the wicket and looked to go across them more than anything else. But the current crop, the younger guys, they tend to do that quite often. Straight away go around the wicket. Another one of the changes in modern day cricket. I'm not saying that you guys played a long time ago, Jimmy, but certainly in the recent past.
Very diplomatically put, Samuel. I appreciate it. But it does ask slightly different questions. You still need to know as a batsman where your off stump is in relation to the path of your bat and where you want to make contact. But we definitely got more of a diet of the angle across our bodies for the right-handers bowling over the wicket than as we're seeing here now. Bowlers predominantly opting to go around to the left-hander. Thinking about 2 and getting there fairly safely in the end. So still looking for runs wherever they can get them, Sri Lanka. You get someone like Akima Roach, who has become almost an expert at going around the wicket to left-handers and getting the ball to shape away from them, which is a skill in itself, getting the ball to swing that much at such an acute angle.
Was there any consideration, and you'll talk more about it in the next over as well, if you, back in your time, Jimmy, bowling round the wicket, the right-hand seamers, in terms of the footmarks for the batters, was that a consideration at all? Because as we speak here now, and you would know it more than most, as a left-hander, outside your off-stump, had a lot of activity because of the bowlers, the right-hand fast bowlers, bowling over the wicket, which might have provided a sort of disadvantage to you guys. Was that a consideration as well for not going wrong the wicket?
Thinking of 2 again, but Mendes slipping. We'll pick that up in the next over. 20 gone, it's 81 for 2. Sri Lanka 81 for 2 in their second innings, a lead of 131. Partnership approaching 50. Jaden Seals opting to remove his second slip and use him at mid-wicket. So just a slip on a gully, catching behind on the offside. Yeah, I just think, going back to the discussion, Samuel, I think in years gone by, you had a subset of fast bowlers, right-hand fast bowlers, who were just comfortable, very comfortable, and they backed their skill sets against both left and right-handers from over the wicket. They would go around the wicket occasionally to left-handers, but it wasn't as predominant as you see in modern-day cricket. The interesting thing is, even for slow bowlers, a lot of the off-spinners that I would have batted when I started my career, now this happened over the course of maybe 20 years of first-class cricket, but off-spinners predominantly stayed right arm over the wicket to left-handers. And by the time my career finished, you were predominantly getting off-spinners, even from the outset, going around the wicket, coming into you with the line. Well, it was a full toss that really opened up Chandimal. That boundary has brought up the 50 partnership, 53 now between these two, this pair. Almost looked as if he had lost sight of it, Chandimal. Leading edge in the end. Element of a hustle in the middle with these two batsmen, really intent on making every ball count. So you think from here that they are potentially eyeing up a situation tomorrow, maybe just before, just after lunch, where they would have a lead that they think is sufficient enough to put pressure on the West Indies to bat second.
To strengthen that leg side with a fielder catching just on the square, Jaden Seals, and looking to bowl that straighter line. Yeah, but you gotta give credit to this partnership. 54 of 64. It's come at a good rate. And they've pushed that overall lead now to 136. And trying to remove at least one of the possible results. 86 for 2.
Turn for us, turn for us, turn for us. We'll get one more tonight, come on. No what? Oh. Turn for us, turn. Get one more, let's get one more here tonight, boys, come on.
Respective run rates across both teams. Sri Lanka scoring at just under 4 runs and over in their first innings. The West Indies scoring 499 at 3 runs per over, and Sri Lanka now going at just over 4.
On this side, please.
2 slips on a gully for the left-handed Mendes. Very good rotational strike between these two. Both would have played enough limited overs cricket in situations where you're looking to score on every delivery. And a partnership of 56 from 67 deliveries is an indication of the intent, but also the level of skill at rotating strike. It hasn't been all boundaries. There have been a lot of singles. This would be a worry for the West Indies, not being allowed to dictate proceedings in this session. Haven't really seen, take away the first few overs between Seals and Joseph, we haven't really seen a spell where the West Indies have strung together a string of dot balls. Wrapped on the fingers, but a signal from umpire Raza that he went over the line on that occasion, Shamar Joseph.
Yeah, that extra bounce and hitting him on that bottom hand. We've seen Ruston Chase, who is actually off the field because of that very thing. So in some agony, no doubt, and he'll require some treatment from the physio. Man on the other side, though, coming to Mendes, there was so much spoken about him and his record in Test match cricket. Just having a look at what he's done, Jimmy, in 15 Test matches. He scored 5 Test match centuries and 5 half centuries. So in just around 26, 27 innings, he's gone past 50 on 10 occasions. That average is coming down a bit as compared to not too long ago. But that conversion rate is something that all players strive for. An exceptional start to his career. He sort of grabbed headlines for his ambidexterity, being able to bowl both right-handed and left-handed, but it's with the bat where he is really standing out, and particularly in this format. And based on what we saw in the first innings, we understand now why he has scored so heavily. The patience, and no doubt one of his heroes would be the great Kumar Sangakkara. There is an element of similarity in the way they play, but that consistency is what everyone strives for. And it seems as though Dinesh Chandimal has been dealt with, and we are ready to resume. That extra bounce from Shamar Joseph. Yeah, what's in store for us on day 5? Nicely poised, 141 the lead. Still 8 wickets intact. Just a few minutes again for the end of today's play. Just a couple minutes actually. So potentially the last over, maybe one after. And then I want to say 90 overs tomorrow, but we haven't gotten to 90 just yet. So let's work with an average of 85. 85 overs tomorrow for something to happen. Can we have a result And I say result, every time I say that, Jimmy, in Test match cricket, I'm reminded that a draw is a result. So we definitely will have a result. But can we have a win for one of these two teams?
Well, they say it's a game of glorious uncertainties, cricket. What I will say is that 85 overs, depending on the state of the game, can either pass very quickly or very slowly, depending on where you sit inside those 85 overs.
Yeah, you're hearing that on the stump mic, mash up a night, which means to say get a wicket and give him a sleepless night. You know what it's like to be dismissed of the final ball of a day's play, which in all likelihood this is going to be. Additional fielders catching perhaps. Just delay it a little bit, play with his mind.
Well, an uneventful ball to finish the 22nd over. Confirmation from the umpires that that is the end of day 4, with Sri Lanka in their second innings, 92 for 2. Dinesh Chandimal on 40 and his partner Kamindo Mendes on 30. Partnership worth 60 between them, and they have allayed any fears of a lot of Sri Lankan wickets falling this evening, and it'll be interesting to see what the plan is for them and their team come tomorrow. One of the men of the day, Justin Graves, with his 3rd Test 100. He would be one of 2 West Indians getting to 100 today. Shea Hope, the other one, scoring 112. So in their second innings, Sri Lanka 92 for 2 in 22 overs. 40 to Chandimal, 30 to Kamindo Mendes, a lead of 60. This is the bowling card for the West Indies. Just the 4 seamers used. Wickets apiece for the 2 Josephs. Seals and Anderson Phillip still to get off the mark. Story of the match. Sri Lanka in their first innings, 549 for 9 declared. Udara with a big 188. The West Indies replying well with we will be back with views from Darren and guest.
Yeah, what a start. That is top class. That's power. Pure power. That is perfect. Absolutely perfect.
Batting once more at the forefront of day 4 of this second test match. It was the West Indies that really produced the goods to get to 499. They were dismissed eventually. And then Sri Lanka, batting for the second time, finished on 92 for 2, an overall lead of 142 runs. It's been a great day for batting in Test match cricket across both sides. The sun has been shining down on us throughout the course of all 4 days. Today, though, 8 wickets falling, the most in any of the days previously in this Test match. I'm happy to welcome Mali Richards, Samuel Badri. Samuel, I'll come to you. You've been assessing the state of the game. Where does it sit at this point in time with Sri Lanka leading?
Yeah, it's interesting. It's nicely poised, 142, 8 wickets in hand. We are seeing the pitch deteriorating a little bit more, and they seem as though they want to push the game along. The onus is on them to do so because they're 1-0 down in the series. Still a lot of time left in the game, 85, maybe closer to 90 overs tomorrow. So assessing that first session, see how many more they can get to that 142. If they can get to 225 quickly just after lunch, and then maybe push the West Indies and search for a victory.
Mali, West Indies finished on 499 before Sri Lanka batted again. Did they live up to your expectation with the bat?
Yeah, they definitely did. They over exceeded my expectations, to be honest, backing up another a good performance in the first test. They've backed it up with another good one with the bat, and that's something that we can take a lot of solace from if you're a West Indian cricket fan. They've spent time, they worn down the Sri Lankan bowling attack, and to just be 50 runs behind, I thought it was a very good effort from the West Indies.
Samuel, Sri Lanka just shy of 166 overs, bowling first in this match. They showed a lot of heart, more so Asita Fernando.
Yeah, that was a wonderful stint from him. He really put in a shift to get another 5-wicket haul. I think it's his third in Test match cricket. And in these conditions that we've been speaking about, all Test match quite docile and placid, that was his first wicket, the wicket of Brandon King, a really good catch. And then an inexplicable shot there from John Campbell. But this is where that shift really came in, where he worked hard, tirelessly, and unrelenting in what he did with those short deliveries, and eventually he got the reward. And Shamar Joseph was that 5th wicket to bring a 5-wicket haul for him. But yeah, plaudits to him, commendations to him for really firing away on a surface that was unassistive.
Well, we'll take a pause and we'll welcome a special guest, Prabhat Jayasuriya. Welcome to this post-match show. First, congratulations on you picking up 3 wickets, Sri Lanka bowling out the West Indies. If you had to assess that bowling effort by your team, what will that assessment be like?
See, actually, it was a flat wicket. So I wanted to tell, actually, Asita Fernando, he is doing really job today. Also, past couple of years, he done a great job for a test team.
Yeah, just saying with our sister Fernando, we've been talking about where he sits amongst all the great Sri Lankan fast bowlers. We just celebrated his 3rd fifer in Test match cricket. In your estimation, how good is he amongst what you've seen in the past?
Yeah, actually, you know, most of Asian conditions, not easy to get wicket for fast bowlers. So if you want to get wicket, so you need to put more effort. So absolutely, he's amazing.
Yeah, just look at where he sits. He's ahead of Chaminda Vas. He is a legend in Sri Lankan cricket. His average 27, the best. His strike rate better than all the other bowlers on that list. And there are some really significant names there. Lassit Malinga, Nuan Zoysa, Lahiru Kumara, who missed this test match because of injury. And then you have Kasun Rajita, who did very well when Sri Lanka last toured the West Indies. So for me, it's not the numbers, Samuel. We've spoken about his heart, his determination, that ability to come up trumps when the conditions didn't suit him as a fast bowler.
Yeah, and the bowling coach, Ryan Van Niekerk, mentioned that very word, the heart. And when you come up in conditions such as this, and as Prabhat was just mentioning, unassistive conditions in Asia, you have to find a way to be successful. You work on those other skills, and today he utilized that short ball really well. He got some balls to really take off against the West Indian. And that spell against Ruston Chase, for me, really epitomized his courage and his work ethic. Yeah, this is what he did to Ruston Chase. At one point in time, Ruston Chase actually turned down a single not to have to face Asita Fernando. And then eventually he got the rewards. Yes, a couple of blows made him a little bit tentative. And that's the result of all of that hard work.
Well, Prabhat, I want to ask you and maybe get into the minds of what led Sri Lanka to using that plan of bowling short against the West Indian batters.
Yeah, we know this wicket is after getting ball older, so it's hard to swing the ball. So then we decide to get some more short balls. So it works actually. Luckily, so Ashita put very good effort in that period.
Well, he did get Brandon King out with a conventional length delivery where he was caught by Kamindu Mendes in the slip, and then surely John Campbell opened the floodgates, so to speak, for that option of going short, because it was short to John Campbell, short to Ruston Chase, short to Anderson Phillip, and short to Shamar Joseph. You were his bowling partner on the other end, and more so as a spinner. When bowling with a seamer, there's little time in between overs for rest and recovery.
Yeah, but I think Asita's fitness level is good, so he's working on it. So he's the main fast bowler in our team.
Your plan wasn't to bowl short, was it? What was your plan when you were bowling?
My plan is very simple. I just want to hold the one side and bowl good areas to wicket, and then mostly fielding settings is very important. So yeah, that's the plan.
Just want to, as we look at your wickets here, you got the wicket of Rawson Chase, eventually him playing across the line, but all through his innings he was very comfortable working you playing against the turn in that short mid-wicket region. Was there ever a thought of you bowling more so to the left-handers a little bit wider? You did that eventually to Amir Django because there were quite a few footmarks just outside the off stump for the lefties.
With these conditions, we know wicket to wicket is still good, so we have to use the rough areas, and then you can get that grip or bounce. So it's really hard to bat left-handers or right-handers when we are bowling rough areas.
Well, if you follow this test match, Prabhat bowled 55 overs and 5 deliveries. He picked up 3 wickets. Your record in Sri Lanka, an impressive one before starting this series. 22 matches, 122 test match wickets. What has led to that type of success?
I was playing my first game, I was in 30. So I played a lot of domestic cricket, so I know how conditions is at home. And this is my first time in West Indies, so I really enjoyed here also. We always planning using how we use the conditions. So it's the most important thing, I believe.
Well, you've never shunned responsibilities for bowling overs because you've bowled majority of the overs in your team's innings. Have a look at this stat. How does this resonate with you? Almost 35% of overs bowled by a team you're responsible for. That speaks a lot to your fitness, to your ability to carry the team on your shoulders in terms of overs. You're the #1 of all time.
Yeah, I was main bowler in the team, so my team is expecting something more from me. So I try to do my best. I give my 100%.
When you look at innings like the one you just completed to bowl the West Indies out, you bowling close to 56 overs, how do you reflect on that effort? Do you spend a lot of time thinking about it so that you can become a better bowler for the next opportunity to bowl?
I wanted to be a better bowler, so I have to learn the conditions quickly and read the batsman, what they are scoring shots and how they're playing. So that's kind of.
I was looking to see if you'd bowl a couple deliveries from 23, 24 yards as a variation as against delivering on that crease all the time. Now, I don't want you to give away your trade secrets, but at what point in time could we expect Sri Lanka to bowl again tomorrow?
I think 250 to 300 runs. I think it's a good score in this wicket. So it's really hard to bat 4th innings. Let's see how it's go.
And how much time you think you require to bowl the West Indies out? Because you're already thinking about sending them to bat again.
2 sessions.
All right, I like that. I like that. So Prabhat, congratulations again on your 3 wickets. First time for you in the Caribbean getting wickets. We know of your dominance at Galle, and we hope that you continue to be successful as a bowler. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we'll continue unpacking day 4 of this test.
That is absolutely perfect. is top class.
One of the highlights of day 4 was Justin Graves and his 3rd Test match century, exactly 180 scored. The last batter to be dismissed as we continue to unpack the day. Mali, Samuel, when Justin goes to bed and wakes up in the morning, what will be going through his mind upon reflection of that innings?
Satisfaction. He'll be thoroughly satisfied with his exploits today. I think we've run out of adjectives to describe his performance. It was a superlative performance. It was full of concentration, and that's what really stood out for me. Never once did his concentration wane. Even when he was batting with the lower order batters, he still had a very clear plan as to what he wanted to do. On that particular occasion there, he took on the fast bowler for a couple of sixes with the win. So I think he'll be thoroughly satisfied with his efforts, his work in this test match, with also the ball. He needed something, especially having missed out in that first test when so many other batters scored runs. And you can see that determination and that real hunger to score runs this time around.
Mali, in the last tour that the West Indies played against New Zealand, he scored an unbeaten double century. So this is his second 150-plus score. Does that tell you something about him and his thinking ability, his assessment, and that insatiable thirst for big scores?
Yeah, it does. It tells me he can concentrate for long periods. He spoke about that 4th innings double century in New Zealand, becoming only the 7th batter in Test history to score a double century in the 2nd innings. He's showing an ability to bat for long periods without making too many mistakes, and that to me is what makes him such a special player.
Well, another player who will celebrate the day's play is Shai Hope, scoring his 5th Test match century, his first in the Caribbean. Samuel, that to me is quite material.
It is. We talk a lot about Shai Hope in white ball cricket, but this man is just so pleasing on the eye. He has so much time when he bats. He's always elegant in his stroke play. You mentioned just his first Test century at home. It's now 3 Test centuries in 5 Test matches. So he sort of found the blueprint now. So look out for a high volume of runs from him going forward.
Yeah, only his 9th Test match since his return to Test match cricket. That started in 2025 against Australia. Now these two, they put on 242 runs to really narrow that lead by Sri Lanka. What they also showed was very good technique to that ploy from the Sri Lankans to bowl short. Mali, we often talk about staying side on, having the right technique if you're trying to attack short pitch bowling or go on the defensive. What did you appreciate of both of them in relation to that attack by Sri Lanka?
It was a shot selection, you know, at times they knew when to ride the bounce, when to take on the shot delivery. It was just the shot selection all around that was a hallmark of that partnership. 240-odd run partnership between Graves and Hope. But yeah, they handled the short balls really well in comparison to how we saw Ruston Chase handle the short balls, just making himself a wider target, becoming more square on. They just showed that control.
Show the viewers what do you mean by square on and side on, Mali?
This is the side on position we're talking about. So when the ball's short, staying here, putting you in the best position in which to sway, duck, or even be attacking. But Ruston Chase, he was getting more in the square on position, so an awkward position, and also looking to ride the bounce quite high. Hands quite high, edge taken, had to go.
I like that unique way of using your
Of course.
mic. It's not a bat, Mali. We'll forgive him. We'll forgive him, but Samuel, we did a split screen with 3 West Indian batters. Justin Graves maintaining that side-on position, going down at times, swaying out of the line of the ball, taking on the short ball at times, but he was in full control, as against what we saw from Chase and Anderson Phillip. Talk us through this.
Yeah, wonderfully described just then by Mali Richards. Look at how he's able to get under that ball quite easily. Justin Graves far left, and then Ruston Chase square on. So it's very difficult for him to get under the ball. And then far right, Anderson Phillip, very similar to the way Ruston Chase played it. And as Mali was just explaining, when you're square on, it's difficult to get either side of the ball, and then you're forced to use your hands and your bat to try to defend a much bigger surface area. So side on, wonderful execution, both from Mali and Justin Graves, actually.
Yeah, and a couple other points. If you're trying to play the short ball, keep your eyes on the ball. That's one thing. And see if you can judge the length of the ball very early so that you move a lot quicker to get into position or out of position. Right, enough about short pitch bowling. We're going to take a little break and we'll come back for more.
That is absolutely perfect.
That is top class.
Welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, where we review day 4 of the second test between the West Indies and Sri Lanka. The West Indies gents bowling a second time around, produced 22 overs and a couple early wickets. Samuel, how would you assess the new ball effort on the part of the West Indians?
Well, we know that they have a wonderful new ball pair in Shamar Joseph. No Kemar Roach, we know that he's missed this test. So Shamar Joseph, with that responsibility, and Jayden Seales continues to impress every time he has that red ball in his hands. So I thought they came out looking for wickets, which they must 50 runs behind in terms of a lead for Sri Lanka. And they started off really nicely. So it was wonderful to see that aggression, that pace, and that accuracy from Shamar Joseph, which eventually brought that wicket. A little bit of deviation is what he got from the surface, and then Jayden Seales from the other end with a different challenge altogether when he got his opportunity. But wonderful stuff again from Shamar Joseph.
Mali, that pairing of Joseph and Sales, that's growing in stature in terms of opening bowlers and wicket taking for the West Indies.
Yeah, and both quite different in the way they operate. Shamar Joseph a little shorter, more skiddy through the air, that quicker trajectory as well. Have a look at that, just doing the batters for pace on a few occasions. Shamar Joseph, he shows good athletic ability as well, fantastic stamina, can bowl for a long periods without losing much pace.
Well, he got the century maker from the first innings, that ball finishing on the stumps. We often talk about that being one of his most deadliest weapons as a fast bowler. But then Alzarri Joseph picked up the wicket of Madushka. That too was a sharp catch by John Campbell.
Yeah, we saw him drop a couple, so this would give him a lot of confidence, having to leap high in the air. The pace and bounce of Alzarri Joseph. He has a good record here as well at this venue, a venue that is very familiar to him. So it was a good start for him as well. It's nice to see that he is amongst the wickets early in a spell and utilizing that new ball and the hardness and the bounce that it brings.
Yeah, Alzarri Joseph stepping into that role as a leader in this attack without Kemar Roach. Apart from those two wickets, the West Indian bowlers created a few opportunities and moments which will keep the Sri Lankan batters thinking in preparation for day 5. Mali, was it about the pitch? Was it about the quality of bowling?
Yeah, a bit of both, to be honest. The West Indies were really good with the new ball. More consistent, hitting better areas and getting that extra bounce that has proven to be quite challenging for the Sri Lankan batters so far. Be expecting a lot more of the same tomorrow.
There was a 60-run partnership that resisted everything that the West Indian threw at Sri Lanka. Dinesh Chandimal showing that his experience is invaluable to the Sri Lankan side. And Kamindu Mendes too, the left-hander, just complementing that experience from Chandimal.
Yeah, Kamindu Mendes in particular came out and he showed great intent and positivity. That was a streaky edge there from Chandimal. He has a wealth of experience. He knows what's needed. They have an overall lead now of 142. The first maybe half an hour tomorrow will sort of give us an indication as to what they're trying to do. But I do suspect that they'll want to score a little bit quickly in that first session and try to set up something. At least I'm hoping anyway.
Mali, you heard from Prabhat Jayasuriya. How would you say tomorrow will unfold?
Obviously, Sri Lankans, they're scoring at above 4 at this point in time. So they'll be looking to increase that scoring rate tomorrow. Hopefully, they'll bat this first session, give the West Indies a shot. You never know, it may be a positive result, not knowing which way it will go, though.
As a local man, will there be any interruptions because of rain?
Well, according to you, DG, you've been watching the weather forecast all week. You've forecasted a bit of rain for tomorrow, according to what you've seen. So,
attention to detail.
Yes, nothing wrong with that. But also, I don't know. It's been really good. We haven't had too many disruptions so far in this test series. I'm expecting another good day of cricket.
Samuel, you're banking on a declaration at lunchtime, bowl West Indies for 2 sessions to see if Sri Lanka can eke a win and square the series?
Well, not maybe at lunch, maybe just shortly thereafter, but I do want them to get to 250, 260 and dangle that carrot for the West Indies. Give them something that they think that they can achieve. You don't want to put it too far out of reach where there isn't any opportunity for them. You want maybe a sporting declaration. As I said before, the onus is on them to come at the West Indies.
Mali, risk the loss for a win, and that pitch, will it be helpful or more helpful or most helpful on day 5?
Well, we expect it to just continue deteriorating. You know, the more cricket that's being played on it, we'll start seeing a bit more variable bounce. A lot to play for tomorrow, DG. Still in the balance this series. Sri Lanka, though, they would want to risk a win, but a loss could possibly see them fall even further in the World Test
Mali, you're non-committal. We need an affirmative.
As in who's going to win this match?
Correct, yes. Give us that prediction. Be bold. Come on.
A draw.
How exciting, Mali Richards. I'm seeing a lot of fielders around the bat, pressure being inserted and exerted on the West Indian batters. Samuel Badri thinks that Sri Lanka will make a game of this second test match in the series. Gents, thank you so much for your time, for your thoughts. We end another captivating day of test match cricket today. Tomorrow It might just be a thriller. We don't know. West Indies, of course, on the back foot. Sri Lanka in the driver's seat with a lead of 142. We'll start tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. local time. For now, it's time for us to take a break, to rest and recover, and we hope you'll join us tomorrow. Bye-bye for now.
Recorded, engineer, recorded. Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Shay, your first 100 on home soil in Test cricket, your fifth overall. What was the challenge and process like for that century between yesterday and today?
Just trying to stay in the zone, to be fair. Understanding what the team required in that particular moment. We saw what transpired in the first innings from their standpoint, where their batters stood up. It wasn't a surface that you can just blast the team out. So it's very important for myself and Justin to give them a little bit more of a hard time out there batting. So yeah, just happy to get those runs under my belt, and obviously by extension trying to get us in a strong position to, well, hopefully it would have been to demand victory, but now it's about giving ourselves as much time out to the game as we possibly could in that stage of the game.
Yeah, you mentioned the partnership with Justin. Before we get to the partnership, what about his individual effort? How would you rate that one up?
Very good innings. He's shown that he's capable of scoring runs in all conditions against all bowling lineups. He's a class player. I love to see him go about his business, his preparation, and then it just relays into on the field stuff. So very pleased for him. Hope that he continues in this vein, and there's a lot more runs for him to come.
Yeah, and in terms of the partnership itself, a record partnership for the West Indies here at this point, the highest 50-wicket partnership stand ever at the Service Derbyshire Stadium. What were the discussions like within the partnership?
We were trying to be as detailed as possible, having a strong understanding of what the Sri Lankan bowlers are trying to do to get us dismissed. There's certain stages of the game when the field normally dictates what they're trying to do. So the key was just to stay in the moment, trying to understand your scoring options, and then obviously trying to take their wicket-taking option out of play. So it's just about communicating that. Anything off the surface, any changes from the bowler's hands, any swing, any movement, just to keep communicating. Something that we do really well in the middle, to be fair. He's one that takes the information and uses it to his batting. So it's something that we feed off each other quite nicely. And that was mainly the idea out there, just to have us the clear plans going into each over and just dialing on it.
Yeah, and finally, based on the position of the game, Sri Lanka 142 runs ahead. Still possibility for outright win for us to clinch the series.
Yeah, it's a sticky one, to be fair, because a few quick wickets that we can get, then we can probably demand or have an upper hand in the game, but it could also go the flip side. They can come out and score pretty quickly and then put us on a bit of pressure. So I think both sides have a big part to play, especially in that first hour, maybe first 2 hours of the day tomorrow. And then I think you'll be able to have a better understanding how the game is going to play out. But the game of cricket, you know how it goes. You never know what's going to happen until the last ball is bowled. Covered?
All right, Coach, 142 runs ahead. Based on where you are now, what do you think? Well, what is the obvious plan from here on in for tomorrow's fifth and final?
I think we've just been taking it one session at a time and assessing the conditions. And yeah, at the moment that we're going to just stick to that strategy.
Now, you dismissed the West Indians for 499, a 50-run lead. How do you assess how the bowling group went, especially Asita Fernando?
Yeah, I think Asita bowled incredibly well, and West Indies batters batted incredibly well too. So definitely worth giving some credit to them. I think conditions have played pretty good, wickets have been pretty good, and you've had to be creative in how you've picked up your wickets. Asita came back with heart and took on short ball bowling into his 30th over. So very chuffed for him, and yeah, very chuffed with how the boys went about it.
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, you guys have a 142-run lead. Sri Lanka also has a decent record in the Caribbean where they haven't lost for a long time. How difficult or how manageable it is for tomorrow for you guys to push for that?
Yeah, I think again, you know, before you think about the result, you've just got to take it one session at a time. That game can change quickly, and we don't want to get ahead of ourselves. We just want to ensure that we take one session at a time, and the rest will look after itself. Thank you. Cool, man.
And they will vote for you as Prime Minister.
What a start. That is top class. That's power.
New day, day 4, second test between the West Indies and Sri Lanka. The Vivian Richards Stadium will be in focus as both sides battle once more in this two-match series. As we reflect on the test match itself, Sri Lanka electing to bat first. They batted really well to get themselves to 549 for 9 declared. The West Indies in reply also with a solid effort. They sit on 318 for 4 and 2 batters well set. Shea Hope, Justin Graves, both in their 80s, and the trail just 231. And the West Indies looking like they'll just let Sri Lanka bat again.
Partnership worth 173. First ball of the day. Full and driven by Justin Graves. It probably won't get to the boundary, another couple. But a fuller length that occasion from Asita. There is swing. Justin Graves driving and driving well this time, piercing the field for more.
Yeah, impeccable timing from Justin Graves. Slightly over pitching, just too full. We're swinging away from him as well, but gets himself in such a good position that he's able to make contact. Finds the gap. And again, just simply sublime from Justin Graves.
Edged, streaky, not carrying 4 more runs, taking Justin Graves closer to that 100. It's 340 for 4.
More runs. 200 partnership comes up. And a couple more for Justin Graves. Contributions from both batters in stitching together that 200-run partnership. Bounce and away movement. Buys the signal. Testing times for Shea Hope on the cusp of a landmark.
That's the bounce I was talking about. Milan Ratnaika consistently finds that extra bounce. Just there, bit too high for wicketkeeper Mendes.
And that's it. The fumble allows for a remarkable 5th Test match century for Shea Hope. A classical century, you can say. And importantly, his first Test match century in the Caribbean. Well played, Shea Hope.
Yeah, welcome. Almost returned to form for him here in the Caribbean, Shea Hope. It's quite surprising. He hadn't scored 100 up until now. The class of the man. Didn't really look in too much trouble throughout this innings. He's taken to these conditions. Have a look at that. And he's looking like he's digging in for an even bigger one here. As we said, this match isn't safe from a West Indian perspective.
Shea Hope with a 3rd Test match century since his reintroduction in this format. Justin Graves 6 balls without a run. He's on 99. And he will get that 100. It's a quick one. And it's a special moment for him and all West Indians. A 3rd Test match century to Justin Graves. And he reinforces himself as one of the best batting all-rounders in the West Indies.
Yeah, DG, I couldn't agree more. Special innings for the Barbadian. Fantastic all-round cricketer. You think he's gotten 100 here. He contributes admirably with ball in hand, supporting that fast bowling attack. See him scamper through for a single, sharp single in the end. But his third Test 100, his second here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. He absolutely loves batting here.
Yeah, that languid shot again. It will trickle away for 4. The timing, despite 3 fielders in that region. Yes, that deserves an applause.
Brilliant batting. He's threaded the proverbial needle, has Justin Graves. 3 men to beat on the onside. Perfectly placed and perfectly weighted. The type of shot that fielders hate because somebody's going to have to chase it all the way, believing you're going to get to it, and you don't.
That's in the air. Agonizingly close. Trickles close to the boundary, the type that you were just mentioning, Jimmy, the one that teases the fielders. And Jayasuriya was laboring behind that one. Perhaps thinking about the same question you just posed to me. What else can I do? Let's see how close this one went to the fielder. They're very far away in the gap. Jayasuriya might have wanted that one to go for 4. It didn't. And so he had to chase.
Brilliantly played. Absolutely brilliant from Justin Graves. Just waiting on it. A bit of a check on the drive. And superbly timed for 4.
A shot of a man in really good nick. Look at that. No need to move, Justin. Strike up a pose, Justin Graves. That's all class.
Oh, wow. They think he's been bowled, in fact. Gonna have a look at it. Bowler stump, I believe, but they're definitely gonna have a look at this one. Is this a special moment? Is this the breakthrough for Sri Lanka just on the eve of lunch?
In fact, I think this may be given out, run out, Stacey Ann. Yeah, it would. The wicket keeper and gone back onto the stumps.
Can you show me the replay from the other side, please? Looks to me the batter is out of his ground. I can see the bails are dislodged as the batter is out of his ground. Satisfied? My decision for the big screen is
inadvertently gone back onto the stumps off the wicketkeeper.
Confirmation, a bit of magic from Sri Lanka. Denusha, a little lapse in concentration from Shea Hope, resulting in his wicket stumped. He has to go back for 100 of immense character. Sri Lanka getting the breakthrough. West Indies, 386 for 5.
Chases at the crease now.
Similar delivery. And what a greeting. Exquisite timing continues. Chase this time. Yeah, fair to say that this missile of Shea Hope is still on my mind, but Ruston Chase just picking up where he left off in that previous test. It's an area that he accesses well also on that onside. 400 runs up for West Indies as well. Still trailing by 149 runs. Negotiated successfully. And that will be lunch, 406 for 5 West Indies. Still trailing by 143 runs. For West Indies, though, it's been a good session, dominated by Hopes and Graves. 13 fours for Graves, 131 runs. Still there, looking as if he is fully concentrating.
We're back here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium for this the second session on day 4. He's bringing up his third test 100, 131 not out. Shea Hope brought up his 5th, and it took a pretty innocuous delivery to break that partnership. 242 for the 5th wicket, sorry. The 6th highest partnership for the West Indies for the 5th wicket. Played nicely, good timing. It will get to the boundary, so Chase now joins the party. That will beat the man into that 3rd man boundary. So he's opted to go short this time. Again, Asita Fernando.
This time he gets the edge. Asita Fernando with the breakthrough for Sri Lanka.
Wonderful stuff. You've got to give it to Asita Fernando. Unrelenting in his plan and finally gets rewarded. Indeterminate there from Ruston Chase, no doubt, based on what transpired before. Elation for Fernando. Really had to toil. West Indian captain will now seek some relief for that finger. He goes for 23, 438 for 6.
Not a short ball. They're confident that there's an edge, and he gets another one. So Philip has to go back. Asita Fernando strikes twice in this spell for Sri Lanka.
Yeah, some life still in this contest. West Indies still trailing by 108, and that man again, Asita Fernando, another short delivery. Something onto the helmet for sure. It might have been the glove. As simple as they come for Kushal Mendes. Anderson Phillip walked, so he was certain that it touched something. Goes for naught, 441 for 7, and I think we need a break. We need a little bit of a rehydration for everyone.
Bit of an overthrow, so it's going to be welcome runs for the West Indies. 5 runs.
.150 comes up to Justin Graves. A flawless innings from the right-hander. A real marathon effort. 13 fours in that innings of 150. He's gone for it. And he's gotten hold of it properly. All the way for 6, so that's a response from Alzari Joseph. One of note. Pulled away. Fielder takes the catch. Short once more. Alzari Joseph, after ducking under a few previous short deliveries, couldn't resist the temptation. Went for the hook shot and found the fielder. So another West Indian batter goes. Joseph departs for 13, 465 for 8 now.
Takes a single, will trickle away for 4. Good bit of fielding in the end. Another short delivery. Importantly, though, it's a dot T interval. Looking at the umpire, has a little grin. Looks to his partner. Yep, and they've decided that that's T. This is where things stand at the moment. 5:49 for 9 declared plays, 4-7-8 for 8. West Indies still trail by 71.
Welcome back to the second test match between the West Indies and Sri Lanka. Day 4, session 3.
That's 5. Fully deserved, Asita Fernando. Short delivery once again. This time it's the left-handed Shamar Joseph. It took the outside edge, flew to the man at third man. Kamindu Mendes taking the catch. So 5 for Asita Fernando. His third in Test match cricket. Richly deserved for all his efforts. Have a look at that jubilation for the Sri Lankans. They're happy with that. The West Indies still trail by 71. Joseph goes for 5. It's 4-7-8 for 9. This one's hammered in the gap. Not a man moved. Only about 20 yards or so apart, but the placement was sublime from Justin Greaves. Quick onto that short delivery.
Quick hands, bat speed. Didn't have full extension of his arms, but he had enough bat speed to create enough force. Hitting high and hard again. It's going to be another one. A repeat from Justin Greaves.
Back-to-back sixes. His second 6 of his innings, and quick on that short delivery again. Almost just waiting on these short deliveries from Asita Fernando. Hit well in front of square. Tells you how quickly he was onto that one. And this new ball probably just coming on even nicer to the bat. For a set batter in Greaves, he moves into the 170s.
Hit high, and the innings comes to an end. Jayasuriya, the man to break this last wicket partnership, getting the all-important wicket of Justin Greaves. Reward for hard work for the left-arm spinner from Sri Lanka. And the West Indies innings comes to an end here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Generous flight. Justin Greaves thinking about maybe pushing it down to long off, leading edge to backward point. And Asita Fernando taking what was a comfortable catch in the end. So a marathon innings comes to an end. Justin Greaves goes for a well-played 180 from 325 deliveries, and the West Indies innings closes at 499.
That's the summary of the match. Obviously, Udara with that 100 on day 1. But Justin Greaves, the man of the moment, 180 of 325. Windies trail by 50. We'll take a break and join us for the Sri Lankan second innings.
Yeah, the 2 opening batters for Sri Lanka, Madushka, would want to make this opportunity count. Has been lean on runs. First ball, second innings, Sri Lanka. Huge shout. Confident appeal. The finger goes up. They will have that customary decision as to whether or not to review, and he has reviewed it.
Original decision is out, pitching outside of impact in line and wicket sitting. Hassan will be staying with your out decision. Stand by. Your screen signal out.
Yeah, confirmation all reds and an early strike for Shamar Joseph and the West Indies.
Was a rapid delivery too, 141 clicks, so very little time for Udara to respond to that inward movement from Joseph. He's a pace demon. He gets the first one. Udara back without scoring, 2 for 1. Cut away. In full control. He knew exactly where he wanted to place it, behind square. And it's a wonderful execution from Madushka.
Yeah, quite a compliment for Anderson Phillip to be in that list there. Worked away for a couple. Might get another, yes they do. A little bit untidy from the West Indians. Yeah, will travel for 4. Soft hands and finds the gap inadvertently, but he'll take it, Madushka.
That is exquisite from Dinesh Chandamal. Vertical bat to get the boundary, to bring the over to an end, 32 for 1. Edged and taken. John Campbell holds on to it at first slip. Awkward bounce. Alzari Joseph gets his first.
That was an absolute ripper. First, a fantastic delivery from Joseph, but what a catch this was from Johnny Campbell. Put down something a lot simpler in that first innings. Have a look at this, fully extended at the top of his jump. Had to really reach up for that one. It flew to him at first slip. Alzari picks up his first. Madushka has to go for 20. It's 32 for 2.
That's been a productive area for a number of South Sri Lankans in this match. Goes all the way as well. It's a great connection there from Chandamal.
Yeah, probably the first time we've seen Alzari miss his length in this spell so far. Short and wide, and no intention of keeping that down. Dinesh Chandimal went all the way over that third man boundary for 6.
Edge, but put down. I think he got a finger on it. We'll have a closer look at it, but it's 4 runs nonetheless. Struck well, a bit uppish, but struck well enough to get a boundary and bring up 50 runs as well for Sri Lanka. Shots are being played now. He slammed that one to the cover boundary. Picked up, cries of catch it, but it's always safe in that direction with the wind. It's landed another blow coming to Windies.
Yeah, once again, this time on the onside. Moves to 23 from just 10 deliveries.
Well, it was a full toss that really opened up Chandimal. That boundary has brought up the 50 partnership, 53 now between these two, this pair. Almost looked as if he had lost sight of it, Chandimal. Leading edge in the end. But an uneventful ball to finish the 22nd over. Confirmation from the umpires that that is the end of day 4, with Sri Lanka in their second innings 92 for 2. So in their second innings, Sri Lanka 92 for 2 in 22 overs. 40 to Chandimal, 30 to Kamindo Mendes, a lead of 60. This is the bowling card for the West Indies. Just the 4 seamers used. Wickets apiece for the 2 Josephs. Seals and Anderson Phillip still to get off the mark. Story of the match. Sri Lanka in their first innings, 549 for 9 declared. Udara with a big 188. The West Indies replying well with 499, 2 centuries, 1 apiece for Graves and Hope. And Sri Lanka in their second innings, 92 for 2 with a lead of 142.